No, cut the stream, cut the stream. We've completely messed up. That is not Outlaw Cowboys that's going to be playing today. Apologies for that one. We'll just transition and we'll get that one sorted. Apologies, Outlaw Cowboys. That completely went over my head. I apologize in the highest regard, and hopefully this will get it sorted. Is the spell broken, or are we still? How are we all doing? I am streaming through the stream key, but hopefully that should have changed it. As I will just resume the stream. Okay, and then we transition back. There we go. Okay, cool. We're good. Okay, just pretend like I wasn't here, and I'll join you back after the song changes. Okay, just for the highlights, so we can get like a good transition, you know. Anyway, thank you very much, ZeroX, for pointing that out. Why is there a Scion next to my name? I wonder why, Forks. I wonder why there's a Scion next to your name. Supposed to be 15FF? Okay, right. Look, I'm just gonna play the music and just chill. Hello, everyone! Welcome to this lovely Monday evening. You've just got me here. We will have another caster on. He will be joining us when they can. But for now, you have just got yours truly, Penumbral Samurai. And yeah, it is semi-finals. God, this split has just gone by in a flash. Thank you, C-Redex. Appreciate that one. Yeah, it is semis. Quantify Force, one of the, these teams to beat. They are undefeated when it comes to series. However, they have lost games. One of them was to Outlaw Cowboys, not to 50-50, as I may have confused you guys. I'm really, really sorry. But 50-50, a very strong team in themselves, came fourth in the regular split, and so had to go through the qualified stages. One good thing for 50-50 here is that in the quarterfinals, they faced off against Quantify's Force's sister team, Quantify Nova, and they won that one pretty handedly. So 50-50's Quantify record is actually pretty good, and they've certainly got the momentum to do it. Quantify Force coming in, just straight into the semi-finals, being that Quantify Force ranked first in the division. They had a bye, and they got to face anyone that they had in the semi-finals, and they got to pick this one. So 50-50, I mean, they know how to win a game. They know how to win a best of 5 at that. As we will just turn the stream music down. How is everyone doing? Power Fruit might be coming to cast after he speeds runs Frostbite. Okay, well, that would be lovely to see ya. Regardless, how's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? It's a Monday morning. Not Monday morning. Oh my god. What time is it? Am I here? Someone take me back to the home. No. It's it's Monday evening. And yeah, we've got a great game of League of Legends coming up. We just finished. Quantify themselves had some big news. They just finished the Quantify Cup. Tournament Cup, which was lovely to host. Well done to Jiangsu Dragons for winning the whole thing. Really strong team that just would, completely dominant, ahead above the rest. And yeah, we've got this now. Whoever will win this game will go on to face the winner, as we will just bring up the results table. Whoever wins this game will go on into the finals, and that will be streamed next week. As we can just see here, the other matchup that we will be keeping track and we will be giving you the updates for is Frostbite Mystics versus Greyslight Ruby. Two teams, two teams that almost have swapped places in a sense. Frostbite Mystics, they went really strong, then lost to Quantify Force and have been really struggling recently. And on the flip side, Greyslight Ruby, they've just been playing very solid, got themselves to second place, and so they are the team second place, so they are coming into the finals as well. And it will be very interesting. Grace Light Ruby, they weren't able to beat Quantify Force in the group stage, but I really do think Grace Light and 50-50 for that matter in the semi-finals, very much the dark horses, very much the underdogs. But I think, do watch this space, because Quantify Force, they have yet to know loss, they have yet to know defeat, and I think both of these teams, they've got very competent teams, people I know and people who are just, really good, and they can definitely, bring a sucker punch to any team that thinks it's going to be a walk on the park. And let's talk about that team in the semi-finals right now, as Steve-O is linking something in the chat. I'm not gonna click it because I'm like at 95% right now. My fans are running right now. They're going bleh, and yeah, we will talk about 50-50 first, as 5 minutes before the game. 50-50 with their a little bit of a changed up roster since the last time we saw them against Quantify Force, but it is still FF the Wizard on top lane and Glow on, DH Exodia in that mid lane, Rick Cool going from support, which is where we saw him in the last time they faced Quantify Force, and it's Liar who, while will be playing in the rest of the series, we hope he will not be able to make it for the first game. Therefore, 50-50 have had to use an emergency sub for game 1, meaning they will be losing their bans for the first 3 games in game 1 and any subsequent game where they have to use their E-substitute. Hello! Hello, Joe, how are you doing?
I hope we're not already on air.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Oh, hello, everybody. It's Motor Joe.
Yeah, oh, yes, we are. Yeah, we've just been, introducing the teams and just talking about the general background. And, yeah, say hello to Joe, chat. Thankfully, accompanying me for this best of 5. And how are you doing, my guy?
I'm doing a bit of in a hurry, and also I had leg day today, so I could be better, technically. But I am very excited for this semi-final to cast alongside you, so you are not being left alone by your lonesome. Because solo casting a best of 5, that qualifies as masochism.
Yes.
Chronically.
Yeah, I'm on a rest day right now, so I had leg day yesterday, so I'm feeling a lot better. But yeah, I completely agree. Meat Shield being a little 50-50 chant, a 50-50 supporter. Please let us know who you are supporting in the chat. Let's get some predictions, as we're just going over the teams very quickly. But just a brief, if you want to do an introduction or you want to yourself or talk about these teams, I'll just give you a brief. Or I can just give you a brief moment to settle yourself. What would you prefer, Joe?
I'll just say hello. I'm Motor Joe. I do play-by-play casting. Have cast a couple finals a couple years ago in VL, and I'm fucking happy that I'm back, and even more happy that you are here alongside me. And now I will graciously allow you to introduce the teams to settle in and get a drink for myself.
No worries. As that is nice, because it means that I am going to be doing I'll be doing Colorcaster, so my voice is saved, thank the Lord. So yeah, switching it up a little bit. You got Mr. Diabetic saying #QuantifyWin, and Forks, oh, you're maybe a 50-50 fan, Forks? You haven't said anything. You said 68% Pog for 50-50, so I don't know, you haven't said anything to the contra. Could be a bit dangerous, but it will be Forks, the owner of Quantify, playing in this series, subbing in for Tyler. Not as a substitution, but he has played on the roster before. Forks being a Scion main. He played it quite a bit in the last time I think we saw Quantify Force on stream. And Big Boy Steve-O, I think almost undisputably, as yes, of course. Oh yeah, Joe, could you send me an invite, or oh no, I have you already. I will just. Oh, I need to move. I'm apparently playing for 50-50 right now, and yeah, I'll get you in, Joe. In there we go. We've got you in there. And yeah, we've got Big Boy Stevo, arguably one of the best players, one of the best junglers, either or the best jungler in the league. Very strong, and have you managed to find your way in, Motor Joe? Okay, well...
Yeah, I can come into the lobby as soon as somebody of any of the teams drops down to spectator or leaves the lobby, so I can join and then drop down to spectator myself, because custom lobbies will not allow me to join as a spectator. I have to join one of the teams.
Yeah, there we go. There you go. All right, we got all that sorted. Let's finish off the rest of the players. Cassandra, whose name is really long. I had to shorten it for the draft. On that mid lane, you don't play Aurelion Sol. I do apologize, it's just because all the pictures for Vex, I couldn't crop without them being really pixelated, so you've just got Aurelion Sol there, Cassandra. I'm very sorry. But has played a lot of the Vex. Nico, we saw the last time Cassandra bring it out against Fifity-Fifty. However, that was a couple of patches ago. We also saw like Rek'Sai's being banned. Yeah, 100% win rate on the Ornn though. Okay, well, prove it, big man. You've got a series to show it. And then the person whose name I really try not to butcher, ZRedX on cast. Although I'm not going to be play-by-playing here, so ZRedX, I can take my time with your name. And Deadly Fish as well. If any of you have caught any VLDR from the past 8 weeks, 9 weeks, however long I've been doing this, you will be familiar with 4 of these people being on there quite consistently on Match of the Week, Player of the Week. These guys are nuts, and it's how they've maintained their 100% win rate. As Joe, I think you're in the lobby, and
yes.
Just how are you doing generally, my man?
Generally pretty good. I'm very stressed because of a couple things happening in the old real life, but positive things. So we're not too unnerved about that, and absolutely looking forward to this game. See if our good old 50-50 can put up as good of a fight against Quantify Force as they did the last time we saw them on air, because that was an unexpectedly close game back then.
Yes. So I think I might have gotten this wrong. So did 50-50 take a game off Quantify Force?
Not Force, but
okay.
The second place.
Oh, Quantify Nova.
No, the other team.
Mystics? Crossfire Mystics?
Yes.
There you go.
No.
No.
It was the thing with Power Fruit on. Where then Power Fruit taught us where then Power Fruit in the interview taught us how to defeat a giraffe, and that is by drop kicking one of its legs and then RKOing out of nowhere to get that giraffe down. We kind of doubted that against a 700 kilo animal, but that's Power Fruit for you. But back then 50-50 were the heavy underdogs, but managed to dominate the second game and put up a fight in the third one. So let's see if they can do as well against our 100% win rate team here.
I think we got clipped for that. Like, that interview got clipped, and it's like posted to the VL YouTube, like Power Fruit, how to fight a giraffe. So it was such a good interview that you forced VL into doing content. So they sorry, I had to get that. I had to put a shot in. But
Let's go viral.
I now need to switch my brain from going into host mode to going into colorcaster mode, which I will be doing shortly. But I will just quickly ask, as my final host question, what are your predictions, Joe?
My predictions is that after this series, my voice will be gone. I'm hoping for 5 games, even though, of course, Quantify Force should be the favorites. But I'm very much looking forward to this. And the prediction is we're going to have a banger of a series. That's my prediction right here.
There you go. As we are into draft now, we're not being biased on the cast. That is literally how Forks submitted his team's submissions, with him telling in brackets that he is the GOAT. But as again, I once got to repeat, 50-50 have no bans for the first game as they are using the sub in Twahik. This is hopefully only in game one, but it will be for every other game that they use him. Hopefully we can get Liar back for that game too. And Quantify Force had the side selection, and they chose red side on game one, banning out that Maokai now, which Glowon has shown it's a very contested first pick. Both Big Boy Stevo and Glowon have championed it very well, Motojo.
Yeah, and the side selection thing does get very interesting when you have a team that's lacking bans in the first round, because it becomes kind of a mind game, right? So how many power picks are there that are really, really important for these teams? If it's only one, then you want blue side, because otherwise the other team can just pick it away. If it's more than one, especially if it's three, you just take the red side, let them get one power pick. Don't ban the other two. Pick them yourselves in the first round robin. So, let's see how this goes. Maokai and LeBlanc, obviously two very strong champions on the patch, already taken away. Now, a little question for the emergency sub newbies around here. I'm sure you can answer this for me. Do they only lose the first round bans, or do they lose all 5?
They just lose the first round of bans. So the first 3 bans, they lose for game 1. And then if they don't use Twahik anymore, then all the other games just play as normal. But yeah, not only are these two very strong champions, LeBlanc is actually Exodia's most played champion as well. So definitely smart banning that one out. Tristana, a really powerful flex. We see it in the LEC so much. And Rick Cool, along with that Varus, usually picked up. But Misfortune is also there as well for Rick Cool, and he'll pick it up and lock it in for first pick.
Yeah, not a champion we see in pro play quite as often recently, but it's always good in these we want a team fight compositions, you know? You build a team fight composition, you pick champions with team fight ultimates, you team fight, you win because you team fight, and you lose because you don't team fight. But of course the Braum is immensely good against that Misfortune bullet time with his big ass shield.
Huge shield will be really good into the bullet time. Maybe you want to pick something away like the Jarvan here, just because like that Misfortune Jarvan combo is something Glowon it's very easy to play. It's also, you know, we're in game 1, we're in for a long series, and so you might want to look to pick that away. Just that very simple execution style from 50-50, but gonna go for a champion that is indeed also very strong on this patch, and that is the Kai'Sa. So many different builds, and yeah, Motojo is just a strong pick, and it feels like it pairs with anything.
Yeah, traditionally Kai'Sa was mostly used with engaged supports, but now with Kai'Sa being as strong as it is, some would call her overpowered currently. Doesn't really matter what you pair her with, she's going to be good anyway. The Rakan is an interesting choice here with Misfortune. Of course, the ults do synergize, but I do think this is mainly to win lane against the melee support. Or am I wrong here?
No, absolutely. I was just going to ask a quick question. Those some people who say Kai'Sa is broken, are those some people include you?
Yes. Look, Samurai. I play top lane, okay? And I still ban her every game in solo queue. Unless I first pick a tank, then I ban Gwen. But apart from that, it's Kai'Sa ban. Speaking of which, there's Gwen!
There is Gwen. I think almost baiting, because the one thing that you know about Forks, not usually the top laner for Quantify, he loves tanks. Sion, Ornn, as we've just seen, has a 100% win rate on it this season, this split. But obviously it's not been a very long split, so we'll see. Maybe he gets hands his first loss here, but I think FF the Wizard, he's one of the stronger players for 50-50, and just going, hey, if we pick Gwen, we know we're going up against a tank player who's not going to want anything, and we want one of our strongest players in 50-50 to get a champion that can abuse those tanks, abuse people in that side lane, and get that push. And the Rakan as well, that you said, I think it just speaks to maybe of an ease of execution. Now you've got got the Gwen, it makes it a little bit more tricky. Maybe going for something like a 4-1 kind of comp. Lilia Band showing respect to Stevo, wanting to eliminate here, Motojo, any AD mids and AP jungle combinations, and just some good respect over towards Exodia as well. 3 bans.
4 mid lane bans, if you count the Tristanas as a flex, right? That is some respect towards Exodia. Of course, only jungle and mid are still open for the side of 50-50, so it does make sense to target the mid laner, especially with a carry top. It's likely they'll just want a bit more of a tanky style jungler, and I'm sure this Vayne is a bit of a meme hover. They're not gonna actually lock it.
Yeah, I think I know Rock got a penta on this in VL, but I also remember Zerodex, I think, playing this Vayne as well, so it's just him hovering it, and he will pick away that Jarvan. Is very strong. Misfortune, Rakan works really well. Kai'Sa will have to either ult out or use that flash to be able to get away from it. And it is also just straight up one of Stevo's most played champions of this split, and it's got a really easy execution style.
I like this. I like this a lot. Poppy currently against every single champion on the other side of that draft, Poppy W blocks something. Huge pickup in my opinion for the jungler. If Glowon, of course, can pilot it correctly and doesn't get bogged down in the early game too much by the early strength of the Jarvan, I think Poppy a huge pickup here. And then for teamfights, of course, the ultimate can shoot those tanks out of the way so they can get to that Kai'Sa, who currently is the main, if not the only damage on the other side. And Akali in the mid lane. What do you think about that one?
Not really sure about the Akali here. You are picking it blind, so it could just be what Exodia is comfortable with, and I completely respect that, but you have also got 4 melee champions, so you might be thinking, yeah, let's get this Kai'Sa, but you're walking into 3 very strong tanks, frontliners with a lot of CC, with a lot of engage. If Exodia can get around that flank, that could be good, but then you also don't want Gwen going in there by herself through that front line. The Rumble picked up, that will be going into the mid lane. We see this more and more now. Mid laners picking up the Rumble. I think it is great into Akali, and also just, it's a press ultimate comp incarnate. You know, you've got your equalizer, the Ornhorn, Jarvan and Kai'Sa, Braum. It is a press R and win comp. I think that makes it very easy, and when you're warming up in this game 1, you're trying to figure out your opponents. I love that easy style of comp.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's an easy style comp, but still Rumble and Kai'Sa are not the easiest champions to perform on. Especially Rumble, you have to nail that heat management. But yeah, Rumble, an old school counter to that Akali. I still remember this from top lane when Akali was frequently played there. She puts down a shroud, you just turn on the fucking flamethrower and just crisp her to a nice little barbecue, ninja. Now with these 3 minutes that we have to wait, Samurai, you are the one with a brain between us. Use those brain cells that I do not have to tell me which comp is stronger. Which one do you favor if you turn off the nameplates here?
I think Brain is a bit too complimentary. It's a bit too generous of a thing for me. I just usually shout at things, and then just have to moderate chat. But no, in this game, I really do think Force has the advantage. I could see a world like what 50-50 is going for here. You don't have a lot of good people to answer in that side lane. Rumble can be, he doesn't have a lot of easy escapes. Gwen, for example, could really punish a Rumble. Ornn as well, he can only do his best, especially when Gwen, Akali, they can really get going. You do see the idea, but I think when it comes down to it, Quantify Force have shown consistently that they are the better team, and they are not going to be stretched thin by 50-50. They'll know how to take fights, how to get early pressure around these Drakes, around these objectives, and just use that to snowball, where this Gwen and Akali just won't have that mobility on the map. So I really like the Poppy. I really like the idea of the Gwen, but I think as a comp, as an overall comp, I think 50-50 have so much more to prove going into a matchup against Quantify Force, where they've already got so much to prove if they're going to win this game, Motojo. So I'm going game 1 Force here.
I agree with you because we talked about the prospect of a team fight comp where your main target is team fighting and your main non-target is not team fighting, and that is exactly what Quantify Force have picked up. You know, they have all these big ultimates. Apart from the Rumble positioning and the Kaiser positioning, I think it's fairly easy to execute. They have 3 tanks, put them in the front line, put the others behind them, poke the others down, and then just execute them with the Kaiser ultimate and the Rumble Fire Spitter. On the other hand, while the execution is definitely a lot harder for the side of 50-50, they do have the tools to outplay. Now, the question is going to be, do they have the hands to outplay? Because if they manage to kill the Kaiser, I don't really see a way for Rumble alone to carry these fights against so many champions that can deal so much damage. So the question is going to be, what falls first, the front line of 50-50 or the carry of Quantify? And of course, Quantify should be the favorites with this composition because the Kaiser has so many people in front of her. If we see some perfect Poppy ultimates or some really good Akali snipes, I can see the upset happening. But that's why we watch this game, because we can never tell what's gonna happen before a game. I can only tell you one thing: Quantify is gonna want a team fight.
Absolutely, and you know, we can talk about this comp a bit more because, first of all, it is a very big if to kill that Kaiser. She will be getting those shields from her ultimate. She has a Brom, a Jarvan, an Ornn, and another thing, Quantify probably have the scaling here, so they don't even need to really force too hard. By the way, I will be a little slow into the game, so just bear with me. So we will have to set this all up, and let's hope my game picks up on the screen. I know we're at a black screen right now, but we'll be transferring. There we are. And they arguably have the scaling, so they don't really need to force any plays. You know, this Misfortune, Rakan, they're not going to be able to sit back too well and be like, yes, this bullet time will scale brilliantly into 3 tanks.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. MF, of course, if she does build crit, has tools to destroy tanks, but the ultimate, not the best thing against a triple tank composition, especially with that Braum shield. But of course, it's all about timing, right? If you get an angle on a stunned Rumble or Kai'Sa, they will be dead if the Braum is not in front of them. So it's all about finding these angles. Misfortune, first pick, obviously, is a bit of a risk always.
Yeah, as we'll just go to 10 seconds, Motojo. I've just been able to get into the game, so that would be much appreciated.
Yes, I'll need 5 more seconds until we are paused at the same time. Yep. I am now paused at 10. You can count me in any time you want, and then we will go.
Yeah, we'll just go 3, 2, 1, go, and off we go.
Yeah, we are live on Summoner's Rift between 50-50 on the blue side, our underdogs for today in this semi-final of Division 3 of Valence League. On the red side, we have our favorites, Quantify Force with a team fight comp. Remember, they want to team fight. The other team want them to not team fight. And that's basically everything I can say in this very early stage of the game, as the teams are fanning out. No fancy invades level 1.
Usually when I look at a comp like Quantifies, I usually think, I've seen this where they go full team fight and full tank, and then if their damage carries fall behind, then it just becomes a very wet noodle kind of comp. But the thing is ZRedX will be doing hybrid damage, so we'll always be able to provide both. It can be quite hard to itemize against her. And also you have a Poppy, but besides that, you don't really have a true tank. So this is where the tank base damage is. The synergies between even Jarvan as well can spit out a lot of damage by himself if he goes for that Bruiser build. So it's still not really the case where if this Kai'Sa gets behind, if Cassandra gets focused, then you're still lacking that damage, because a lot of these champions are just still innately squishy. So there's a lot of things going for Forks here, and for Forks, oh my god, his ego will have gone up tenfold when I just said that. For Quantify Force, I think there's a lot going for them here, as actually it is going to be Cassandra. Yeah, Cassandra lane swapping to top here.
Now that is an interesting choice here. I would have personally sent the Rumble against the Akali for the reasons we mentioned earlier, but of course on into Gwen might even be a worse matchup, so I can see the reasoning here. Now it's all going to depend on how well Cassandra can do on the Rumble against a champion like Gwen, and how well Fox does against Exodia, against that Akali. Is it really so much better to face her than to face the Gwen? Cassandra so far doesn't seem to be having any problems, as they've both already reached level 2 in both solo lanes.
I agree with you. I really think Fox should have just taken, like, hey, I'm just gonna have a pretty tough matchup, because Gwen usually has like a bit more range as a melee champion than Akali. It's one where you can dance around it. You also have quite quick trades you can be able to go into, and I really like this from Steve-O though, noticing, ooh, have we done the right lane swaps? Well, let's get this Jarvan double buffs and Gromp going straight towards this top side. He might go in here.
Yeah, they're looking for it. The Flame Spit is already doing an insane amount of damage. Good dodge from the Wizard, but now he was further away from his turret. First blood picked up by big boy Steve-O, and that looked too easy.
Yeah,
no flash. Yeah, no flash, yeah.
Yeah, no vision. And yeah, also you have the Ghost, not the Flash. Poppy was trying to also make it up in time as well, trying to do a 4-camp clear into topside, but just not respecting that Jarvan so flexible as a jungler. They're trying to look for him right now, trying to roam with Exodia, but Ornn is here, and so Rumble might be as well. I'm not sure this will go well, Joe, but we'll see.
Yeah, that is a pretty big risk. They're still in the jungle. Ornn isn't the healthiest and not with the most mana, but if they collapsed in a 3v2, I don't fancy their chances all too much, but they found Steve-O first, and now the fight goes on. The Flame Spit is already on Glow and taking so much damage. Steve-O flashing forward on that Jarvan. The slow comes in from Cassandra. One more hit could do it, but Steve-O's already starting to get low. Flame Spitter picks up the kill though. Steve-O is still on it. He gets that knock up. Ignite might be on him, but he gets the double kill for the Rumble, sacrificing his own life, but now the Wizard wants something back. Snip, snip, he's here, but he's not fancying his chances in a 1v2. So a 2-for-1 for the side of Quantify. They're already starting to establish dominance of already 1,000 gold ahead, not even 5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, we called that, you know, as soon as we saw the jungle invade. 3 versus 2 is always not going to go well for the team that has 2 members there. And also Poppy, we talked about how she's really good into this team of like almost all dashes. But the thing is, you could only use it once, and she popped it early, trying to get that movement speed out of there. But when it's gone, it's gone, and it allowed the Jarvan to be able to engage in once that W was down. And yeah, this timing on this Poppy, it's not just a guaranteed you're not going to be able to dash in. You've got to use it effectively, and for which champion. So they're not looking great right now. But remember, there's a lot of decision making to be able to pull off these team fights. That's got to go well for 50-50.
I am already afraid of this Rumble. He's got 2 kills. He's got an assist. He might be slightly down in CS, but all the gold he picked up from these early skirmishes, he's already about 2 kills up in gold, 600. Ahead of the Wizard on that Gwen, and the Rumble is just going to be a menace throughout the top side of the map. And there comes a knockup from Fox onto Exodia, and it's 3 people in the mid lane. Cassandra has roamed. Big boy Steve was there as well. Doesn't get the knockup with the EQ, and now Exodia will have to run. Use those legs of the Forbidden One to get out of here. Not tagged by the slow from Rumble, but still not safe. Here comes Rakan. Knockup doesn't land, but the Flame Spitter does so much damage. Poppy knocking Jarvan away and stopping the knockup from Ornn with her own W, and they managed to get their mid laner out of this alive.
Cassandra had to roam all the way down from top side into the bot side jungle. Now, that prio does give Fox that chance to take a pretty easy first Hex take Drake, but also at 50-50, FF the Wizard here will be able to get a nice tower, deny, you know, Cassandra some minions. He's already double CS down right now. He will be able to pick some stuff under the tower, but even with objective taken, that was a nice little gold swing for 50-50, just making this a little bit more contentious, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that chase there on the Akali. I'm not even sure if it would have been worth it if they did get the kill. I agree roaming the Rumble mid to get the gank in general, but while Akali runs towards bot side away, you need to get back to your lane. Now this Gwen is catching up. She's almost equal with Cassandra's Rumble in gold now, and now you've squandered the big lead that you had in the top side of the map just for some chase on a kill that you didn't even get.
Yeah, but it's still going pretty well. Remember, Quantify, they don't really have to force. We can argue about who has the scaling. You have got a Gwen, but you've also got an Ornn who'll be getting those upgrades. Kai'Sa is Kai'Sa. I don't think I need to say more about that one. And yeah, it's just going to be quite tough. For 50-50, knowing that, hey, we're down right now, our plays haven't really been working, and then we've got to force even more. You know, we've got to keep looking for these plays and looking up and ahead. It's a very tough thing, both mentally and, of course, with your hands. Oh, God,
yeah, Exodia could be in trouble here. He gets the dash away, but the slow from Deadly Fish lands. Here comes the Ornn. It gets blown, misses Exodia 2 more autos, and he's stunned, gets away with his own ultimate, and barely lets Glow on now. Stuns the Braum into the wall, has the Rakan as well as support, but how will they do enough damage to kill 2 tanks? Here comes Stevo, gets a double knock-up onto both of them. One more auto will stun the Poppy. Glowon has no way out. Stevo picks up the kill, and that was just over-eager from the side of 50-50. And MF is just too late to the party to really do all too much. And turns his finder out. Deadly Fish now almost gets knocked up. Bullet time completely goes wide. Knockup lands from Stevo as Rickle had stunned himself to get that bullet time off. Gets stunned now by the Braum. 1 HP left. He dies. Stevo picks up another one for himself. Double kill for the Jarvan, and they don't even lose a member. And this keeps happening, Samurai. 50-50. They do get these escapes from the ganks, and then they overchase on the return and lose their lives for it.
Oh, just every ability just missed the mark. You know, the misfortunate going wide. Good from Exodia at the beginning, using that fancy feat to be able to get away from the kill, but just no damage. And with Big Boy Stevo out farming and having those kills, getting that level 6 and using that prism to just lock them in, that was the critical damage when you had 3 tanks there. That was the critical damage needed for the Poppy to be able to lock her up. And yeah, just after that, just Rickroll, Twehek, just not able to synergize well. That bullet time would have easily been enough to be able to take 2 members down. They're actually looking for Rift Herald right now, but they might be able to get it here.
Yeah, Rumble is very low on HP. I don't think Quantify want to contest this. Really, look at this. Rumble's on below 600 HP. Not really something you want to contest here. Rift Herald picked up by Glowon, a rare win for the side of 50-50, who are already 1500 gold down. But they're keeping up a little bit with that big CS lead up in the top lane, so they've got something going for themselves. I already see something I don't like in their builds, though. Look at MF, Serrated Dirk. She's going for the lethality build against 3 tanks. Samurai, do you agree with me that that's not really the way to go?
Probably not. I'm not really up to date with the ADC builds, but yeah, maybe not going that, because I was going to say, it is actually quite a conundrum here, you know, who Glowon wants to put this Rift Herald on, because traditionally you would say, hey, 3 tanks, we need it on an ADC, that bullet time, making sure Rakan has more sustainability with his engages. Let's put it bot lane, but then it's a misfortune, so let's maybe put it on the Gwen so that she can do it. I think Gwen would be a good choice, but yeah. Cassandra is 2, 0, and 1. He is, well, he is usually ahead, actually, with that CS lead.
He's 400 down, look at this, 50 CS lead for the Wizard. He's absolutely smashing it when it comes to farm. And with that, despite the kills and the assist, Wizard has more gold. Also with the turret plates that he already got by himself, this Herald would already almost kill the turret by itself. So still probably put it there, right? Yeah,
still probably a better one, as my X key clearly apparently broken. No, I just completely forgot. And that looks where Glowon will be positioning it, looking for a little bit of a gank as well. See if he gets the wall stun here, but we'll just go on and just look for the... Oh, Equalizer used as well here.
use the Herald? Use the Herald? No? Okay, they know Jarvan is bot side. They could just do it for free, but the Equalizer clears the wave and buys Cassandra one wave more time. But now without the Equalizer and Jarvan still on the bot side, they will probably have to put it down because they know they are losing that Mountain Dragon right now that Stevo is on. They're looking for the dive. There comes the ultimate from the Wizard. They want this kill, and they will not quite get it. Cassandra gets out of it alive. The Wizard is too low to keep chasing. Cassandra, though, now on the wrong side of the map. Glowon will get the kill by himself, and that's gonna be turret. That's gonna be the shutdown. Big gold over to the Poppy. They'd obviously rather have it on the Gwen, but, you know, rather not risk the life of your Gwen there. And they get the turret, they get the kill. The Herald doesn't. Or does it get the charge? It's not looking like it. Ornn seems to be able to block it, but already the next thing is happening. A dive on the bot lane about to happen, but bullet time will clear the wave. That will buy them some more time for the Akali to come in. And I think we're going to have no more blood for a couple of minutes.
I mean, when we go back to that bot play, the 2v1 for 50-50, you saw from their body language that they were wanting to go for this dive. Glowon not using the Rift Herald instantly, trying to just get as close as they could. 50-50 took like 3-4 tower shots, and Glowon took really bad trades just to try and get anything that they could, and the wave pushed. You knew this was going to happen, so either you seed it as quickly as you can, or, you know, he did try his best, and it was very close in the end, almost, you know, both going down to those tower shots, you know, in a different world of events. But a really good Rift Herald use. FF the Wizard is now lane dominant with that Rift Maker pulled up. Is it Rift Maker? Sorry, I might have. Yeah, it's Rift Maker. Yes,
it's Rift Maker.
With that Rift Maker picked up, he's going to be getting so many more advantageous trades in this top side, especially against an Ornn. You know, he's not going to be doing very well. It would be interesting to see how you carry this game from top lane from 50-50 the Wizard. So, one to watch.
Yeah, but remember, the game that 50-50 won the last time out we saw them, it was also the Wizard on a carry champion that decided how the game went. Back then it was the Camille and not the Gwen, but with this lead now, 1,000 gold more than the Rumble, and even more gold than Fox. This is looking dangerous. Horn has been called as the needlework had been started. Dodges the Ornn, but now he's in a 1v2. This could be tough. No knock-up from Jarvan, but a stun from the Ornn. The Wizard is too low. Here comes the ultimate, and that's Big Boy Stevo on a rampage with 5 kills to his name. Now, Rumble now gets stunned against the wall. Here comes Rakan as well. The Ignite is on. The Fire Carpet not really doing all too much, but the knockups from all doing so much work, buying so much time. Double kill for the Poppy, but I think they've bitten off too much. Exodia will be the second one to fall after that Poppy. Double kill for Stevo. That's an unofficial triple. 7 kills on the Jarvan. That is disaster for 50-50 in the top lane.
It's a 3 for 2, and they do lose the gold lead that they were starting to accrue here with 50-50. But yeah, just biting off a little bit too much. Glowon getting that original, you know, wall stun, setting up Akali to be able to go in. That was good with the Shuriken flip, and yeah, 50-50. I think I'm just going to call him the Wizard. I think that's a lot easier to pronounce. He really had, you know, he had the needlework stacked. He maybe could have gotten just a few more items or just a little bit more time. And Wizard maybe gets a 2v1 there, but Big Boy Stevo has 100% kill participation, and he has 7 of these teams' kills. He will probably fall off, but as for right now, he is not falling off in any sense of the word. This is his time to shine. And oh my god, Stevo, this is just proving what we've known for ages. There's a little bit of a fight in the bot lane here, Joe.
Oh, Deadly Fish getting caught in the river there, but the Braum Shield keeping him nice and healthy to get out of that one. But yeah, Big Boy Stevo, definitely a big boy in this game, living up to his name. Now they're all rotating towards the top side, as it seems that the Rift Herald is in their sights. While 50-50 are probably looking for this mid lane tower if they do go for the Herald. Of course, tower is always worth more than the Herald, as the Herald's only target is trying to get a turret. So would have been the smart choice maybe, but they don't really have the push power to get tower in the proximity of the Rift Herald, so that will just be taken, as the dragon is still 45 seconds from spawning. It will just go down uncontested, but they're looking for a play onto Cassandra in that bot lane. all by their lonesome, already running away from the turret. But Rift Herald already summoned mid lane. I think they've out-macroed themselves, Samurai. And this Rift Herald will get a lot of damage onto this turret. They're gonna just take it for free.
Yeah, 50-50. They had like about 10 seconds to be like, okay, we need this push in mid lane early. We need to go rotate, try and take some stuff. They're going on Akali.
That's the knock-up onto the Akali. Exodia against 5 people. There's just no escape. Big boy Stevo is godlike, takes the kill away from his carries, but doesn't matter at this point. He just looks at them, says, I'm the carry now. Rift Herald gets another charge. Mid lane inhibitor turret falls. The Poppy ultimate knocks away 2 of the players. That's the Ornn and the Jarvan, but they were on the way out anyway. They want this dragon because that will be their sole point already, as Ornn teleports top lane to prevent the Wizard from taking a turret there. And it's just snowballing out of control, slowly but surely, for the side of Quantify Force.
3 towers with 1 Rift Herald is nuts, and you understood the thinking from 50-50. Hey, Quantify Force have 4 members really tight around this objective on the top side. Let's look to get something bot side. But they ran away from that mid lane wave, and Akali then had to go back and try and clean it up. Dragon also was despotted, like he didn't have the right timers, so Poppy was like, okay, I'll get a Gromp, maybe we can find something onto Cassandra, but then she's able to roam mid lane, as then, you know, with a Rift Herald and mid lane completely neutral wave, Quantify Force can just run it down and just get 3 towers. Now, its gold is still very close, you know, for what the kill store is, Motor Joe, mainly because of this, maybe because of Wizard in this top side, already 3 kills, but I feel like the momentum of this game, especially with Forks 2 levels off, giving those Ornn upgrades, very much in the favor of Quantify Force.
Yeah, and their bot lane tower is just barely still alive. I'm not quite sure why 50-50 completely abandoned the mid lane there, but didn't like fully commit on the bot dive, right? I would have understood abandoning the mid lane for a minute there to get a dive onto the rumble, or at least get a turret with 4 or 5 members, but they just sent 3 members down, had 1 member in the mid lane, and the Wizard pushing top lane, and so that completely backfired on them, and now another turret is falling. They're getting completely out-macroed by Quantify, who just seem always a step ahead of 50-50 in this game. No matter what setbacks the fights have brought, they just are always where they need to be.
I almost feel like these next couple of minutes are crucial for Wizard right here. Is that okay? Quantify Force look for it, but I feel like they're crucial for Wizard because we've got Baron coming up in about, 40 seconds, and if they can take this with Kai'Sa and with how, ahead in momentum and vision that Quantify Force have, they could look to take this even at 20 and a half minutes here. So before that Quantify Force can get that push, can get that dominance where you might be losing inhibitors, Wizard has to look for some kind of play. Get Cassandra kill, get that solo kill, push into that tower, and so that if you have, Quantify Force looking to threaten around this Baron, at 50-50 the Wizard is just too, unstoppable. He is uncontested. He's going for it now. I really think he's got to commit here.
Yeah, and the needlework just does so much damage. The equalizer not quite doing anything there, and just Cassandra gets solo killed by the Wizard, who does have to use the Ghost, but still, fair play to him. Almost flame horizoning Cassandra here, because they were the original lane opponents after that lane swap. So well done by the Wizard, doing just what you said he needed to be doing. Gets the turret, gets the kill, keeps snowballing his personal lead now on 2 items. One of only 3 people on the map with 2 item completions. The others, of course, are Stevo. Oh, there comes the on. And that's a knock-up onto the Rakan, but of course Rakan very mobile, will get away, but the fight is still underway. The Wizard and Exodia came from the other side. Fox now very far forward by himself, and the charm lands on everybody. Fox will fall, and 50-50 may have found what they needed. They get another kill, and the gold is equalized. Kai'Sa's in the bot lane. They could be looking for Baron Nashor here.
You have no carries. Kai'Sa has to answer that wave in the bot lane. The reason why Kai'Sa was there, of course, is because Wizard got that pressure. They had to answer that bot side, and then the 3 tanks decide to go in saying, hey, Twig's kind of pushed up, but then you have the TP coming in from Wizard, Exodia on that flank. They're going for this, and Kai'Sa's still not here. Cassandra here, though. This could be the fight to decide the game.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's in the mid lane, they're about there. The Equalizer not doing anything to any of the members of 50-50, but remember what we said about the team comp of Quantify. They want to team fight, and team fight they will if the others don't run. 50-50 slow is on. That's a 5-man ultimate from Big Boy Stevo. The bullet time may be big, but it's not big enough. The shutdowns are rolling in. The chase is there. The flame split is doing so much damage. It doesn't matter that the Gwen is ahead of the Rumble if that's how the fight goes. Quantify Force destroy 50-50 in the fight.
Oh my god, like, oh, that is so annoying, because the thing is like, they walked into the Equalizer on that Baron. It really chipped down both Galowon and 50-50, the Wizard. They were looking to get out, but they were hesitant. There was a little bit of back and forth on that Baron, and they just couldn't disengage fast enough. TP was coming in from Fox, and at that point, you need to be flashing out. And they weren't able to. This is sole point here, Joe. It's coming up now, and with that being, I think that is a Cloud Dragon. It has the highest win rate of them all. They're looking to try and answer Baron, but I'm not even sure this is going to be enough.
I don't think they can do the Baron fast enough. Honestly, these Cloud Dragons are not Elder Dragons. They're not going to go down that slowly, but they're trying it anyway. They are desperate. Despite not even being 1,000 gold down still, you have to remember, Quantify Force, they have a team fight comp, they want to team fight, and if you let them team fight, they will dismantle you just like they did in the last one. They don't know Rumble's not there, Rumble's taken the dragon by himself, it's that simple, and that is going to mean Dragon Soul for the side of Quantify Force, and what a time to be alive, where Cloud Soul is the one with the highest win rate. I may be a League of Legends boomer, but for the longest time since Elemental Souls have existed, Cloud Soul was the worst one. And now it's the strongest, and they have it in their pockets together with an about 800 gold lead. But a team fight comp with all ultimates available, with no flashes on the other side of the map, this next fight could already decide the game.
So regardless of whether it's the strongest or not, it just has the highest win rate when we look at percentages. I think the reason for that in solo queue has like a lot of factors. I think having a Cloud Dragon on your junglers, like if you're winning the game and you're able to get into enemy jungle, having that movement speed and that freedom around the map means that you're able to move around like base defenses a lot easier. So anyway, this is a lot of like complicated stuff for something that's just like, yeah, Cloud Soul has the highest win rate, regardless of whether it's strong or not. I do actually think it'll be pretty strong here as well. All these press ult team fights the Quantify Force will be looking for will now be granted a load of movement speed and team fights as well. As why are you there? 50-50. You have 3 members. If you're not looking for a 5-man brush stack, then don't just be a human ward. Like, yeah, anyway.
I mean, look, they're called 50-50. I will predict from that name that they like to coin flip Barons, right? Alright, they're very far forward. That is an interesting E onto Deadly Fish. Here comes the Ornhorn, the bullet time doing tickle damage to the Ornn, a little bit of damage to the Rumble, but now that big teamfight ultimate is gone already for the AD carry of Team 50-50, and now they have to run for the hills. They're divided. A 4-man ultimate from Big Boy Stevo again. Remember, they have no flashes. They're standing on the damn fire carpet. They're standing on the Fissure from the Braum, and while the health bars might be blinking on the side of Quantify Force, they kill 2 more members and turn around to Baron.
I mean, do we now understand why I've said Big Boy Stevo is probably the best jungler in Div 3 right now, and it's for plays like this. 5-man Jarvan ultimate in the fight before, 4-man ultimate here, and to be fair, he is going up against a team that is willing to give him that and to stack with those players, but just taking this strength to strength, it is 25 minutes, Joe, and he still has 100% kill participation. What can you say other than get this guy in Div 2, promote him up, because he should be going, I Endeavor would be run for his money going up against this jungler.
That is definitely an absolute statement performance so far from Big Boy Steve-O. Now they pick up the Baron. They don't even lose a single member for it. Compliments to 50-50 in one regard. Despite all this happening, despite them getting destroyed in 2 team fights in a row, Cloudsoul on the other side, Baron picked up, but they're still only 2,500 gold, not quite even that, behind. They've been doing very well on the farm, but now they're being caught in their own jungle and need to run for the hills. Oh no, Exodia, what are you doing, man? That's too many enemies.
Oh, he will be able to. Oh, a lovely combo!
That was a good combo. Bullet time into the stun. They get the shutdown onto Steve-O, and they found the fight. The fire carpet doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough. Here comes the knockup from the Rakan, but he might die to the fire from Cassandra. This rumble is still so big, but the wizard picks up the deadly fish. Now it's a dead fish. Now Cassandra being chased by the needlework and the slows. Can there be enough? I think the wizard will have this 1v1. Gets the shutdown onto Cassandra as well. And while it looked almost unlosable, they completely overchase in the jungle and get outplayed. And that's what we said in Champ Select. The team comp itself might be easier to execute, but if they get the outplays, if they find their hands, they have the potential, and they use that. And they're right back in the game. Equal gold.
Yeah, 50-50. They don't even have a team fight comp, and they are just outplaying these team fights really well. When you have that choke kind of fight like landscape in that bot side jungle, it's where that Poppy W becomes even more oppressive because those dashes can only come through one way. That Misfortune ult picking off the Jarvan early meant he couldn't make any plays, and Ornn and Braum were just sitting very far back. They can't come into the fight, and it allows 50-50 to keep rolling, keep applying the damage unchecked, and it's like it's 15-11 with a Dragon Soul on Quantify Force, and they're 400 gold ahead of 50-50. What is this? Oh my god, they could even look to turn this around. I cannot believe this. We're going to Elder Dragon, Joe.
Yeah, and it's almost only a minute left until the big objective spawns. Now it's all about the vision wall, and look at that minimap. Only red wards there. Only Quantify Force have vision of the dragon and around the dragon. It's going to be extremely tough for 50-50 to do something about that, and I don't think they can fight the team fight comp against an Elder Dragon buff. So they need to find a pick. They need to find another fight like they just did. And we were doubting them throughout most of the game, but they kept coming back. No matter what happened to them, they kept finding some angle to get something done. And now it's 30 seconds until Elder Dragon, and the standoff has begun. They're eating a lot of poke from the Kai'Sa. But oh man, am I looking forward to this fight.
Oh, no doubt has Quantify not only got the macro advantage, just generally from this game one, but also especially when it comes to this vision. Look, that bot side is lit up like a Christmas tree right now for Quantify, and it's barely lit up. Glowon's going really hard here.
Yeah, they're looking for this. Deadly Fish is the target. The Ornn is behind them, though. There comes the bullet time, and it only tickles the tanks. This is what we've talked about before. Shut down already 2 of them for the side of Quantify Force, and they found their fight with the Ornn flank. The Wizard falls to turret. Only 1 more auto will be needed from Big Boy Steve-O, who gets a triple kill and still isn't 100% kill participation, I might add. 4 members alive for the side of Quantify. They only lose their support while they kill 4 on the other side, and this Samurai I think should be game. Just very over-eager charge there from Glowon, who kept walking forward for seemingly indiscernible reasons. Rickle now will be hit by the Kai'Sa W, just barely gets out. Now does not get out. Shutdown goes to Big Boy Steve-O, who will end this game with 100% kill participation, with more than 50% of the kills, and an absolute statement of the game on that Jarvan.
Yeah, the Braum and Kai'Sa with that disengage potential, with, you know, the ultimate, so disengage focused, they were able to buy so much time against that really heavy engage. And yeah, you have CC going in on your backline, just really exposed. And yeah, it was a good team fight. And yeah, they couldn't respond. I also want to point out here, looking at this, I think the team of Quantify Force were basically full AP here, and just not really seeing that manifest on the other side with a lot of magic resist. So it was another thing that was helping them, as Kai'Sa, yeah, did go for that Luden's Echo build. So really, maybe itemization needs to be talked about as well. I know there was some talk about the Shadow Flame as well, but the game is over, and it is a game won by the side of Quantify Force, and a deserving one, even if it was a close one.
Yeah, and did I promise too much when before the game I said we're gonna have a banger of a series? If the other games of this series are anywhere close to as interesting and as exciting as this one, even if it is 3-0, I think the banger prediction will come in true.
Yeah, as we've also got something I've not seen for the entirety of my time casting, so it must be your amazing casting here, MotoJoe, because we have someone who subscribed to the Twitch channel. Thank you, Cliff Tongas, for gifting 2 tier 1 subs and subscribing as well. So thank you very much. That is something we haven't seen in VL for a while. So it's good to know that our hard work is paying off, Joe. So thank you so much once again for coming here, because you also just made VL a bit of money. So thank you so much, and thank you to Cliff as well.
Yeah, thank you for subscribing there, Cliff. And of course, as luck would have it, our second place when it comes to sub gifting got one of the subs. It's Ice Arrow.
Yeah. I saw that.
Our very own staff member. But that's just how things work sometimes. We'll see you back in less than 5 minutes with game 2 of this series. And as I said before, if the other games are anywhere close to as exciting as this one, if you're not watching it, you're missing something. So see you in a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, see you soon, guys. Hello, everyone. Apologies for that bit of a long break. I actually, there's a lot of drama that's just happened behind the scenes for stuff that I just need to find. So I will be leaving you in the good qualified hands of Motor Joe for now. Now I'll keep an eye on the OBS, but I need to go and just sort out some stuff with some files I think I might or might not have for the NLC. So I'll still be here on production, but Motor Joe, if you can take the scenes. Also, just a little bit of information. Frostbite Mystics have taken the first game against Gracelight. So stay tuned, as we'll be giving you all the updates on both of the games. And yeah, what a series we could be in for. Oh my god. Anyway, Motor Joe, are you there?
I am here. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite the first game. I hope you all agree with me. And I'm very much looking forward to the next one and what these teams are bringing to the table for the game.
Ooh, you're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I have sound problems, but they will be dealt with in about a second.
No worries. Shit. Hi guys, I'm back. Oh, this is going great. Anyway, okay, right. I'm doing two things at the same time.
Right, I'm back. I'm back.
Oh,
you're fine.
Fucking hell. You scared me to shit.
All right. Sorry for that. Getting that blood pumping, you need that. You need that good old adrenaline, my friend. Now you can do your tasks with even more energy, and I do hope you will find your way back to the broadcast soon enough. I just need to know if I can tell the teams that we are ready or if we are waiting for you, depending on how long it does take what you are trying to accomplish.
No, production
in this
is
time.
Production is ready. It's just that in terms of my ability to cast, I am currently elsewhere, so I will be able to, add. I'll be able to add some commentary, and the things, everything production-wise is all up on the screen. But yes, I am just a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. I wouldn't have done this to you, but yeah, just something has come up, and a friend of mine for NLC is currently panicking, so just helping them out. And yeah, hopefully we'll get this resolved, and you can go back to having to bear through my horrible color casting. So do not worry, folks. I will always be there to be in your ears no matter if you want that or not.
All right, sorry, I cut out there for half a second, but we are in Champ Select, ladies and gentlemen. And for now, it seems that 50-50 have chosen to go on to red side. So, a new constellation, 50-50 red side, and Quantify Force, who, remember, have won the first game in an absolute banger of a fashion. That was quite the game. No, they didn't choose. They are forced now to swap onto blue side. They will go with first pick now, but on the other hand, bans are back for the side of 50-50, their emergency sub being able to be substituted out. So the Gwen and Tristana are the first bans from the side of Quantify, pardon me, and the Lilia that they banned in the second phase on the side of 50-50 is gone, as well as that Jarvan that completely dominated the first game. If there ever was an understandable ban, it is this one.
Oh, absolutely. As okay, this we do have all three bans now. It's lovely to see Laia here. Glad he was able to, be able and give us, the bans that we can see from the side of 50-50. What do they think are the problems? And with Lilia and that Jarvan banned out, I think it's Steve-O is a problem, and we are going to try and make that less of a problem.
Yeah, the Belveth as well, so 3 jungle bans in the first phase. On the other hand, it's 2 AD carries and a top laner. Maokai is the first pick. Remember, that was banned by Quantify themselves in the first game, and now they're choosing to first pick it, valuing this pick very, very highly, it seems. And now let's see what the response is going to be from 50-50. What do they want to pick to turn this series around, to get even?
I mean, yeah, we have the Maokai, which is great from Steve-O. I mean, we can see he can carry on a lot of things. And that is a Sejuani answered into it. So maybe going for a bit more, you could really see this pair up with both a teamfight style, a pick style, or even that heavy melee style with the Gwen, Akali. Sejuani will stack with all of them. And that is a Rel paired up with that. So yeah, engage, Motojo.
Yeah, if any champion carries a sign that says teamfight comp with them into battle, it is Rel. Those engages, that CC is just so valuable for team fights, and there is a reason Rel has been almost pick or ban throughout the last few patches in pro play, and the answer is Xayah, an AD carry that can evade engages, paired with the Bard in the bot lane, maybe?
Bard might be a bit of a meme pick. Yes, there is the Braum that I was expecting. It's pretty standard. We saw it last game. We saw how good it was, and yeah, we're gonna see it again because it is just, I don't know what to tell you. It's goddamn Braum. Like, we see it so much. It has just been such a good champion that we've seen just picked again and again, and yeah, we'll see it here once again. So yeah. There you go.
And
as I'm trying.
Most importantly, he's got a glorious mustache.
He does.
On the other side, the pick is Varus. Long range engage, long range poke to soften the enemy team up for a team fight, maybe?
Yeah, Varus is also one of the, not Zero Decks, it is Rick Law's most played champions. You can build like 7 different builds with it. It's absolutely nuts. And what this is saying to me is this is a pick composition. If you want to punish a mistake from Quantify Force, they're out of position, and you just want to be that, let's wait for them to make a mistake, Rel, Sejuani, and Varus gives you all the tools to do that. So I love it, and because Forks is a Scion 1 trick, he doesn't know how to play any other champions. No, I'm kidding. Ornn as well. I think those are just solid bans towards that top laner, trying to get him off a tank, but there are more than 2 tanks in the game, so I think Forks might find one.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to ban these. These are very self-reliant champions. They can almost always be blind picked in the top lane. And of course, Fox was really good on that all in the first game. We barely got the ability to mention it, but he was keeping up the CS in the mid lane against that Akali early on. And the Cassante now for the other side. The Wizard not going to be on a carry this time. But the master of early game solo kills in the top lane, Cassante, is going to be his champion. He wants still that influence over the game. But now they will need a mid laner with big damage. This time not as many mid lane bans from the side of Quantify, so maybe a Syndra or an Ahri there. Looking at last pick. Another carry though for Stevo as the Kayn is locked in.
The Kayn! Okay, Steve-O's about to cook, as we have all sorted that out on the NLC side, so I'm now fully back and I'm fully looking at this draft. Oh my god, that's a lot of tanks on the side of 50-50, who let them cook. Yeah, with Vigar, so Quantify Force consistently have been going for these more scaling kind of comps. Just like ensuring that with either an Ornn or a Vigar. Kayn as well, especially because he'll want to go red here, will provide a lot of healing. It'll be really nice if the damage from 50-50 is like lopsided in a way, just not be able to get that out. Varus and Ahri not really known for their, consistent damage when it comes to certain builds, so I do like it, but it does need to get there, and I think I don't know, like, these melee champions, Cassante Sejuani is a huge power-up together, just a power couple, also almost matching that of Zyra Khan, and yeah, 50-50 with a comp I completely gave them no shot of winning, almost completely upset one of the greatest teams we have in Div 3, arguably the greatest. So on a team comp that has really good snowball potential, can go into a very squishy, Vigar with no dashes. I'm liking this from 50-50 here, Joe.
I agree with you to a certain extent, but then on the other hand, neither is Ahri the AP carry with the most sustained damage, nor is Varus the AD carry with the most sustained damage. If they don't manage a lead this game, I'm having trouble seeing them being able to kill Kayn and Maokai at a certain stage in the game. It's going to be really tough, and it's also going to be really interesting to see what Forks does build on that Maokai, because we all know the semi-AP bruiser build that most junglers build on the champion, but this is top lane Maokai. This is Boomer League of Legends. This guy is probably going very much more tanky. And just making sure these engages from the Cassante, from the Rel, from the Sejuani can be stopped together with the bomb. But then on the other hand, really the Ahri wants to hit the Vigar, but Vigar has the Caged, and then she wants to hit the Xayah has the Feather Storm. So it's going to be absolutely crucial once again that 50-50 find those hands of themselves to execute on their comp, because it's not going to be easy to find the picks that they will need to win this game. On the other hand, once again, with these picks, they do have the potential to take the game just through the sheer merit of outplays.
Yeah, it's not really the hands that I'm worried about from 50-50, because those team fights, that really, Force were trying to play it very methodical. They did end up winning the game and did have that overall momentum go to their side. But in the team fights, that individual skill, 50-50 looked quite a bit stronger. Steve-O is very good as well. He had some great ultimates. I'm not saying that Force don't have hands, but just 50-50, I want them to switch on a little bit, be like, okay, how we are going to play this. We can look to punish Forks here. Maokai, not one of his most played champions. He's still very good at it. Still a tank that he plays quite a bit. But Wizard has been, we've seen from that game one, something that he can get leads against Forks. Forks can struggle in this top side unless Forks goes mid lane again. We'll see if that happens, but probably going into this top side. And yeah, this will be the first time he faced Wizard in lane. So just have your head switched on. It is all about the macro. With Force, I want them focusing on those micro interactions. I want them to clean it up, make sure they're not throwing anything away. With 50-50, I want them to be on over a longer period of time. Just make sure we're not making silly mistakes and grasping at plays, which you can fall into sometimes with a very heavy engaged comps. Anyway, I've talked too much. Thank you.
You have not. It's great. It's great to hear your insight, honestly. One thing I will be looking out towards for the side of 50-50 in this game is they may have even had a shot at that last game, if they had kept their own aggression in check. A lot of plays where it went downwards spiral for them was when they had a good thing happening to them. They had a good outplay. They got an escape. They got a pick. And then they over chased. And that has happened multiple times in the first game. If they can stop themselves from over chasing unnecessary picks, engages, or similar plays, they do really have a shot, especially with the pick comp. Like, pick away the jungler, take the dragon or the baron. Pick away the AD carry, engage on the team. You have enough tools to find a pick and then also find a team fight engage if you get a carry to die. But they really will have to look out to get their carries enough gold to be able to deal the damage they need to deal to get through this Braum, to get through this Maokai, and to get this Kayn to die before he heals himself up again.
Yeah, one thing I maybe underplayed from Force's side is I think the abilities like Braum, Xayah, and Event Horizon as well. Maokai also, you can see this as a disengage comp and sort of interpret it that way. And in that case, you usually favor disengage comps over engage comps, in that, it's considered a counter. When they go engage, you go disengage. We'll go to 10 seconds, by the way, and we'll just pause there and get all synced up. But yeah, so like in theory that works, but I think with the CC that 50 have, I think they've got a lot to work with. They've got a lot of champions with individual agency, and I don't know. I know Force is such a good team, but I might be going against my own best judgment. I think 50-50 are going to take this one.
All right. For this game, I agree with you, and I will tell you my main reason once we are into game. I am paused at 10 seconds. Count me in, my friend.
Hell yeah. 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're live on Summoner's Rift, semi-final of Division 3 of Valorant League. On the red side on your screen, you see the team that is trailing. It is 50-50 against, on the blue side as you see right now, Quantify Force, who took the first game in a very back and forth banger of a game. And now why I think, I personally think 50-50 is going to take this game is Steve-O is not on a champion that can decide team fights by himself unless he kills everybody himself, right? He's not got that big team fight ultimate that traps 4 people in and has his team deal all the damage. If he wants to decide the team fights, he's going to have to kill everybody himself. And that's much more difficult without that big team fight ultimate. And I do like what 50-50 have drafted for themselves. They recognize that they did find these picks time and again in the first game to stay relevant in it, and they picked themselves a composition to capitalize on exactly that.
I mean, I'm with Mr. Diabetic here. I mean, don't bait Steve-O. He will 1v5. Like, don't tempt him.
Reverse cast the curse.
Yeah. Just be like, oh, he's definitely not gonna get a 1v5 pentakill and secure my casting dreams for the future. Is Steve-O's actually looking for the invade here? They do have vision on him, so maybe just looking for the Raptors. Although he will be caught here, he will be seen.
Yeah, that is very risky. They know he's here. He has to turn around, and that costs him a lot of time in the early jungle. Meanwhile, the engage in the bot lane is already happening. Xerath is getting caught by a lot of damage there. Now the return is here. Rickle tagged by the Braum. That's so much damage. The clench is very, very late. The supports are fighting the AD carries. This is the wrong way around. Deadlyfish almost solo killing the Varus. Flashes away to live there. And now it's 2v1 against Lyre, who's still full HP though. And misses the engage completely, but that is quite the interesting level 1 fight. It looked good for 50-50 early on, but then Rickle almost died and lost both his summoners, while Deadlyfish might have lost his. But Xerath, very importantly, still has his own flash.
Yeah, and the health advantage goes towards Xerath X was because he saved that cleanse for the Ignite of Lyre. Meanwhile, Rickle had to use it for he decided to use it when Deadlyfish was able to stun him up with the Braum passive, and as a result of that, it meant that Ignite was able to do its full amount of damage. We're in level 1 here, folks, so that just straight up, I think it's 90 damage or so, is very impactful. When we talk about, lane, kill ranges and the like. Sejuani has a lot of health here. She's been faster on the clear, and she might be looking for a gank here.
There we go, double buff Sejuani together with the Rill. I don't think the Varus can do all too much, but shoot Qs from long range. But is it enough? Deadly Fish is almost dead. They get the stun though on the Sejuani. Glow-on with the Triumph lives, and they chase Zero away. Now Lyre versus the Xayah on that Rill. Rel is not the champion that deals all that damage, and it's even going to be dangerous. But everybody slow that long range snipe, not quite enough. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Fox has no mana and has to clear under turret. Now, Kayn is bot lane, Lyra is on 1 HP. This seems absolutely doomed. Flashes in, gets 1 kill. Big boy Stevo with a double kill for himself in the bottom lane. They just stayed there for reasons I do not understand.
No, that's just insanely greedy. Feeling really good, and Sejuani, like, able to stop Big Boy Stevo getting that topside play. You are able to dictate, because, you know, Kayn now has to go to his wolves if he wants to just start farming up in a somewhat decent manner. And then Sejuani is able to get that good gank on bot side. You had no flashes on Deadly Fish, so using your own secured that kill. But then you go in really heavy as Lyre, and then you're like, oh, and now we need to fix the wave. And you just get 2v1 by a Kayn you know was pathing bot side because he had to go clear his own jungle. And with all of that said, on top of that, I'm not done, Joe, because the wave still isn't fixed. So, like, this is just disaster.
Yeah, this is exactly what I meant in the intro that I quickly gave there. They had a great play, they got a kill, and then they overchased, and it cost them dearly. Look at the CS in the bot lane. 23 for Zired, 12 for Rickle, and he's got the pushing wave. He's got more minions alive. He's gonna fall even further behind.
Yes, maybe go on looking for Cassandra here. He does have the flash, and he will use it. A charm and goes wide.
He broke their goddamn ankles there.
Yeah, as I don't know why we just sort of briefly switched. I went back into my play-by-play role, Cassandra timing that flash really well. A little bit poor from Exodia. Maybe could have waited to use that charm after all the mobility spells are used, but regardless, you know, Cassandra doesn't have any summons anymore. But you're a scaling Vigar, and it was a lovely way to get out of that gang, Joe.
Yeah, it looked a little goofy, like he was walking around in circles a little bit, just waiting for the charm to be shot out, but he did it perfectly and lives through the use of his flash. And now he's back in lane with that teleport, got that lost chapter, got 99 stacks on the tier already, and everything's looking good for the side of Quantify 4s. And you said earlier, Big Boy Stevo, don't anti-caster curse him, he's gonna 1v9. Look who the kills are on.
Yeah, what can I say? I mean, I will say it is a little bit biased. Like, I think of all the champions that have like goofy, like just champions in general, I think Vigar very much is like, it's like that and Ivan, who just has that very one. Oh god, Wizard's looking for the 1v1.
Yeah, that's just typical Cassandra play. Flashes forward, he really wants that kill. Fox still has his own flash and uses it to live. Why does he ult here? What is happening? Fox, you can't stay, he's just gonna kill you.
Yeah, and so the Q even missed. The third proc of the Q missed, and then he flashed after it went to the side. So that was quite poor from Fox, then using the ultimate, I think, just out of panic.
He's still saying this is risky. If anything hits him, he might actually get pulled back towards the Wizard and die. But for now, he seems to survive. The Wizard wants to take the recall timing. Now up about 8 in CS. Not quite choosing to use recall timing yet. Wants to get a cannon wave to arrive in lane, it seems. But yeah, Kayn hovering around bot side.
No, this
Fox fancies his chances here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, so what Wizard was trying to do was, oh god, and Stevo actually is going to cut me off.
Yeah, Lyre gets hit with the Braum passive. Just one more for the stun, but he's under his turret. He should be safe enough. The Kayn is just level 6. That's not quite enough to already dive there. Fox, man! Recall, man! Recall! You're gonna die!
Yeah, so what Wizard was trying to set up, no, I can't say this, Cassandra's here now, the Vigar might kill him!
Yeah, Oh, the Event Horizon not quite tagging him, but the Unstoppable not stopping the Meteor. He's very low on HP. He does get the escape for now. One more auto, and here's Glow-On to save his top laner. And there is the stun as well onto Cassandra. This could mean everybody dies, but for some reason, miraculously, nobody does. And now, Exodia is arriving in the top lane. Stevo is arriving in the top lane. This is not over. But Stevo finds Exodia before Exodia finds Stevo, and so the Ahri has to run away. Little Fox not quite getting the kills. Uses the Spirit Rush to get over one wall. Uses the Spirit Rush to get over the other wall. But flashes forward for the Veigar. Will get the kill. Can he survive? Meanwhile, Camera goes to the bot lane where Lyre will almost certainly die again. So far survived though. Exodia pays for the kill with his life. Lyre has flashed away, leaving his AD carry to die. Rickle tries to get the return kill onto Zero. Doesn't quite get it. The Xayah picks up this kill. Can you only fight in 1 man at once, teams? Please, my voice!
Yeah, the directing camera is just having a field day right now. As it's not done, Stevo's trying to go, I'll save your voice here.
Yeah, he's fancying his chances against two, but he's dead. He's just shut down. He goddamn ints.
Okay, there's like so much I need to cover right now. So, first of all, Exodia going really deep on that Spirit Rush, trying to get Cassandra does, but then Stevo picking up more kills, is getting a lead, however, shutdown going on to Glow-On was really good. Anyway, the thing that's covered this all off, also, Ziradex proving that there is such an AD diff on the spot side. You're already seeing the Kraken Slayer come out, and it is 9 minutes. That is going to be such a bot diff, and yeah, Ricklol, just these decisions and the general playing, it's just being outplayed, just left, right, and center here. Anyway, the reason why Wizard didn't back as a Cassandra, you're going to cut me off here. I'm going to throw my monitor. No, I think we're okay. So the reason, Glow-On is invading. So the reason why, Stevo's looking for more.
Stevo's looking for Glow-On, but he's got support there. The ultimate has been used, though. Glow-On might actually just die from this. He gets in again. The charm, though, lands. Ignite is on. Stevo dies again to Exodia, and that's just an overconfident move. A double knockout from Lyre. Cassandra has been tagged as well as Fox. Glow-On is dancing with death here. Fox trying to get the kill, but not quite getting it. They're getting the Veigar as well. 3 for 1. Because Lyre died here. Deadly Fish now into 4 people, has to run away. They will never let you tell this story. And by the time you're getting to tell it, everybody will have forgotten what it was all about.
Yeah,
50-50 have a goddamn goal lead.
50-50 have a gold lead, and they played that really well. Just having the CC and the tools to punish overextensions from Force, mispositioning. Stevo goes in thinking he's 3-1, he's got the healing, he's got, the Core Field's Warhammer, and he can do the damage. But when you have the CC that comes out from a Sejuani paired with a Cassante, paired with a Rel that was able to move up, well played to Lyre there as well, it was so good. Anyway, I swear to God, I just need to get this out now. I don't care if this is bad casting. Nope, Fox going in.
Undeterred, the Wizard taking some shots there, but it didn't really matter. Now, Exodia is looking for Cassandra's on the wrong side of its tower. There's the charm, there's the charge from Glow-On. Easy kill for Exodia, who's now got 4 on that Ahri. Now we know why it was banned in the first game. 50-50 are really looking to challenge Quantify Force in this series.
So
I don't know which way it's gonna go.
So if you remember from 3 minutes ago, 50-50, the Wizard didn't back and said you want to go for the dragon. I think that would be a good thing, stop the dragon stacking. But the reason he didn't back was because Wizard knew that he was ahead in the lane, but Forks, he has the aftershock, he has those like tenacity runes. He's probably not going to be able to dive. So he sees the cannon wave coming, and what he does is he walks into the lane so that the cannons then aggro him, and then he walks back away. And what that does is it means because the minions are closer to his side, to Forks' side of the lane, it means when the next minions spawn, Forks' minions will be able to hit first, meaning that the wave will push towards Wizard, trying to get him a lane advantage. And you saw that happen in that lane, again, probably 4 minutes ago now, because Forks then had to go and fix the wave, and he was low. So what Wizard was trying to do was bait out Forks into coming up past the tower, try and fix the wave, and then get it. He tried to do it, but it failed. I'm so glad I was able to get that out, because that was going to bug me for the rest of the fucking stream.
Yeah, meanwhile, Stevo has transformed into the red form. I think we call that Rast.
Yes.
I'm not quite updated on the law of the blue or the red form is Rast, but I think it was the red one. So it's the tanky one, it's the life-stealy one, not the assassin one, which does make sense when you look at these two team compositions. And let's take stock of where we are at. Big bot lane lead for Zired, but in the mid lane, it's the opposite story. Exodia is almost 25 CS ahead and has got 4 kills on that Ahri. Top lane also a little lead for the Wizard. He is about 700 gold ahead of Fox. And the jungle's quite even when we look at the totality of it. But for the next few minutes, I think the Sejuani is still going to be a more powerful champion than the Kayn, who does pick up the Rift Herald, gets charmed. Here's the fight. There's the Twisted Advance. It's a 3v2. The Meteor will just shut down the Ahri. And once again, Quantify are one step faster. Now the fight is still on. The ultimate has been used onto the Wizard from Stevo. He might be tanky, but he's not tanky enough. Stevo takes the kill. 7-7 in kills now, and the lead is back towards the side of Quantify. And remember, they've picked up the Herald as well, chasing away the Sejuani until the turret. And that was just an overconfident attempt at a fight for the side of 50-50. Well done by Quantify.
It would have been a better punish if you had Wizard roam there a lot early, but decides to take the wave. And at that point, you should be saying, look, I know Ahri is ahead in this lane and she's got the damage. And I know Glow on here is as well, but let's not tunnel into a 2v3. And especially when your Ahri is so exposed she didn't even use Spirit Rush because she got locked up so quickly, just pushed into that Veigar Event Horizon. So that's quite a critical mistake. I was about to praise 50-50 for saying this is probably one of the best ways. Oh god, there's a bot there hiding in the brush.
Brown jumps forward, flash away immediately from the Varus, uses the ultimate as well, roots the Braum, but it just doesn't do a lot of damage. But now the return could be in. Magnet Storm just used for a bit of CC, but Zired has already killed Rickle, and now the chase is on onto Lyre, gets a good knock up there, the Braum falls, Feather Storm used, that is so much damage from the Xayah, double kill for Zired. Now Exodia wants to get at least something back, does get it, does get the shutdown for himself as well. The two carries of this game taking all the kills, and it stays even. Everybody just keeps hitting back and forth. But remember from earlier, the Herald has been picked up from the side of Quantify. They're going to take the mid lane turret. 2 of them are pushing down, and it's going to have to be answered. The Herald is still alive. It wants that second charge. Exodia's on less than half HP, so he can't just walk in there. If he's tagged by the Event Horizon, he's going to die. Gets the Herald for 25 gold, but the push is still on. Seal flashes forward, gets the knockup. It's a kill for Cassandra. Meanwhile, Glowon comes from the backside and wants a kill on that Veigar, but the Event Horizon will keep him alive. No, the Wizard still more from the backside. They're inventing a whole new range of backdoors to find engages here. And now the Wizard is chasing Stevo, who dodges the Q, gets that blast cone to safety. What a play. Now the ultimate from the Maokai makes sure the escape happens, and I can fucking breathe for once.
Pog! Oh, that was really cool from Stevo. Also, 50-50 did miss a lot of those kill shots, but that looked awesome. I feel like it's when you're running away from stormtroopers, and like it's like stormtrooper aim, but it still looks badass. Like, you know it's stormtrooper aim, but it's also like, oh my god, that looks so cool from Stevo being able to get out. Again, we've seen this twice now from 50-50, where they have this flank, usually with a Cassante that's coming in. They know they're going to win the fight, but then the players just get greedy. Exodia didn't need to walk up there. The tower wasn't probably going to fall. And then, you know, trading your flash for a kill, especially onto a, you know, a very fed mid laner in Exodia, it's something you'll absolutely take, especially when the alternative for Cassandra was certain death against a Cassandra, against Wizard and Glowon coming into the side. So yeah, just chill, turn your brains on, look at your map, and just play smart. You can get these advantages. Quantify Force are not invincible. You have shown that, and they're going to go in again here.
Yeah, Deadly Fish might have been caught here, but gets the jump over to Stevo, and Stevo's a big boy. He's got 5 kills on the Kayn, and now they chase the other way around. The Wizard may be tanky, he may be Cassandra, but that is so much damage from the Xayah Zired, and Stevo gets the kill. They get another one onto Lyre. He has no way out, and now the chase might even continue as the Braum tags the Varus with the Winter's Fight, but doesn't quite get his team close enough to follow up.
Well played from Exodia for cancelling the Vigor TP, but that was kind of all there was. I mean, this Varus is not dealing the damage that you need against such tanky members of Forks and Deadly Fish. He only has one item. He only has this Kraken Slayer, which is not going to do the tank shred unless it will be combined with other items, with other sort of damage threats. So we're going to need to wait a while for this Varus to come online, especially because the way Rick Oof is sort of positioning, he's more playing it sort of as a Varus poke kind of style, trying to use those Qs from long range, being very safe. Now, that can work, but not when you're going on hit. You really need to be in there and make sure you have the team to disengage with you. So, if they want to win these fights, Rickroll is eventually going to have to be able to start doing some damage, and we're going to be waiting a while for that to happen, Joe.
Yeah, and they're kind of building opposite things here. Exodia for the Ahri is going for the burst, right? With the Luden's Echo, needlessly large rod. He just wants to burst people down, which does make sense when you have two squishies. And the Kayn, TP coming in, the Wizard. Once this Exodia misses the charm, Stevo goes forward. That's a lot of damage from the Kayn. The Umbral passage has been used. He goes into the wall, but can he stay there long enough? He has no mana. Shutdown. Doesn't quite go to the Ahri, but the Wizard can use it as well, I suppose. Good kill there for the side of 50-50.
No, it's completely fine on Wizard, especially because he is going to be your side lane threat. He is going to be the one who's going to be right in there. I mean, Cassante, you know the copy pasta, does so much damage, 400 shields. I forget what it is, but they're going for more.
Yeah, they're going for Cassandra, and the Event Horizon tags them both. The Everfrost tags them both, but he's still not out. Lyra gets the knock-up, gets the stun. The charm lands as well from Exodia, and they get the kill onto Cassandra. And that's what we talked about earlier. They want to find these picks, and currently they're finding the picks in the bot lane, even between turrets. And cheeky Q there from Rickle to make sure the red buff isn't stolen.
Did he actually get it? I thought no, it was still. It was still taken away by ZRedX, but this is the thing about Sejuani, right? Is that even with no damage threat there at the beginning half of the fight, you still had, they're going off more here.
Take the turret. They want to go for Stevo, who he thought he could defend the turret, but his Ahri is doing a lot of damage there. Stevo gets a double knock-up. This could be useful, but the Spirit Rush is just so big. Umbral Passage used once again, but he had to use it on the tank. Glow on will fall though. Stevo, he's online. He's chasing, gets another knock-up. He just can't miss them. 1v2 double kill for the Kayn.
Come on, Exodia. That is not what your team is finding leads. You don't need to be throwing out your skill shots. Just wait for the CC. Try and line it up using the Spirit Rush and dashing in to that double knock-up. You do not need to be playing into this, especially because half the reason that Kayn is so tanky is because he heals. He has a lot of health and he heals it back up. But you have the damage. You don't need to be going for these skill shots, risky skill shots at long range, trying to predict it when Kayn can be so mobile. Just rethink how you're going to be playing these fights, because that should not in any universe been a double kill for Big Boy Stevo. But of course, this is Big Boy Stevo. Bot side.
Oh, that's a big engage. The Magnet Storm must have been huge. The directing camera did miss it, but the Feather Storm is even bigger. Exodia falls. Now that's all their damage. The Varus isn't quite there yet, so it's 4v3 in the bot lane, and they just have no way to fight back. They have no damage. The Ahri is dead. And so they lose their turret as well.
Wizard gets the solo kill on the top side, which is going to be quite helpful. I mean, again, showing why these kills on Cassante are they are not wasted. They can still very much do the damage. Again, I don't know the copy pasta off by heart. Please, if someone could post it in, but do you know it?
No, I was gonna look it up, but then we were already loaded into game, and I can't tab out because that could screw up the spectator client. I am very cautious about that one. So we're gonna have the copy pasta maybe if Cassante is picked again.
Yes.
But, For now, 3,000 gold lead for the side of Quantify Force. They look much better this game. Good recall cancel on Lyre. 3,000 gold lead, 2-1 dragons. They have a comp that I think scales better. And they are in a lead that highly that their AD carry is absolutely shredding. Their mid laner is still useful. And on the other side, they have a kind of useful mid laner who did go for a burst build though. So he will have trouble dealing with the Kayn and with the tanks. And then they have an AD carry who's finally finished his second item. Now they could maybe start fighting if they find a fight where Varus can load up his Rage Blade before the fight. But it's going to be really tough for them to find an angle into the game now that 3,000 gold down with this composition.
Varus also not the longest range of ADCs. It's very tough for him to play this. Now, the good thing is, ultimate used.
Sejuani ultimate hits, but only the support. The Event Horizon is good. The flank comes in. Steve is already almost on the AD carry. Now Lyre is being chased away by Zira. They cannot quite get to the Xayah, and they're already dying on the AD carry position. Everybody's getting exploded. Now they're in between two flanks of the same team, and they're all going to die. It's a clean ace for the side of Quantify Force. Now they don't have to choose to go for Dragon or Baron. They can just take them both.
Yeah, as I was just, this is like a prediction caster curse. The reason why Varus has so much trouble in these fights is because you're using all that CC to go forward. Kayn used no abilities to get onto Rick Roll. He walked up to him. He walked up to him and then just did the damage, and he couldn't do anything. And yeah, Ahri is ahead, but just cannot deal a lot of, not known for her, tank shredding damage.
Not unless she builds Liandry's, which she should have, but she didn't.
She very much should have. Goes for the Luden's Echo, maybe looking for a bit bursty, but it all relies on you being able to get on Xerax and Veigar. Xayah and Veigar are very tough champions to get on. They have a lot of disengage. They will usually be playing quite far back as well. So I really don't like that itemization. And from Rickroll, I understand it more, but you've got to have the ability to do this damage. Get that Ginsu's propped. And as I was going to say, so yeah, we have Baron and we now have Soul Point. I'm not going full-on color caster brain, as Exodia might be a court here.
Yeah, Steve-O's looking for him, and it's a very, very strong Kayn. He once again has 50% of his team skills. Exodia flashes away, gets tagged by the Braum though, and there's just no escape. Cassandra clicks the outplay button to use the Primordial Burst to kill that Ahri. Fox now, just making sure he doesn't get caught by everybody, but is still in the middle of the whole enemy team. His friends are coming, and he's a very, very tanky tree. The Varus from very far away shoots a lot of damage and a little bit of CC, but it's just not enough. Lyre may have sacrificed their own life to make the AD carry escape here. Now, meanwhile, Ziret is being attacked by the Wizard, and it's 1,000 gold shutdown for the Cassante. And that is very well done by the Wizard. Now he's being chased, though, by the rest of the team. He's 1 HP, and it's very unlikely he's going to live. Steve-O has so much mobility on that Kayn. So far, the Wizard flashing mastery does escape. Well done by him. One more sentence I have to say to that is, though, if the only one in your team who can make outplays is the Cassante, you're going to have a lot of trouble in the late game. One more sentence to what you said earlier with these builds for the carries. I think if you have one carry go sustain damage and one go burst damage, you should have done it the other way around with Varus and Ahri, but I don't have time to talk about this as Steve-O is trying to fight the enemy team by himself. He may be strong, uses the Umbral Passage, but you're against 5 people. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, on a champion you really don't need that from, so a lot to cover there. First of all, Cassante has too much mobility. Nerf this champion. That's completely ridiculous. He was able to get out of that. Dodged literally every single thing, using his Unstoppable, using his E-Dash. I'm just, pixels away from locking him up and getting that shut down. But regardless, oh no, never mind, they're going in.
Lyra's going forward. Magnet Storm's still available, but can he use it before he dies? Just barely. They get that kill onto the Veigar, but the support falls as well. Exodia now going forward, but the Xayah is just too strong now. The Eddie carries in a duel. Look at this. They kill each other. Triple kill for the Xayah, but now Fox is alone against 2 for some unknown reason. Against all odds, 50-50 have won the fight. They're gonna kill the Maokai maybe, eventually, someday in a week. They get the kill. Wizard gets it. And it's a 5-for-3. Or rather a 4-for-3 because Steve-O wasn't there. But they win the fight in the absence of the jungler from Quantify Force. But speaking of absences, the jungler is here and he's fancying his chances in the 1v2. Big shield for the Wizard, and he may be Cassante. He may have a whole copy pasta for himself, but he's no match for the 12 kill Kayn, who will get that 12th kill for himself here.
So credit to Rickroll. This is the first fight we've seen him come up really well. And the reason is he's able to auto-attack. Even when Brom had his shield up, he was shredding through when he had that Ginsu's up. And here's how Rickroll plays these fights. You have a lot of engage. We've talked about this from the side of 50-50, but that engage can be long range. Sejuani ultimate, Varus ultimate. You can really chain people and lock people up in the fight so they can't engage onto you, you know, and find, you know, Rickrolled like we saw with that Kayn. That is somewhere that will be able to give Rickroll the confidence to be able to step up and just start laying down arrows and he will have to do that because in these fights we've got Soul Point up in 30 seconds, Motor Joe. He has to be the damage now for 50-50 if they want to shred through Quantify Force.
Yeah, the problem is, though, this time Kane's alive. That last fight they won, 5v4, while Kane was still in grey screen. It's going to be a lot tougher to get these auto attacks off when Steve-O is just beelining for you. They'll have to find a way to protect him. They can't invest all their engage forward. They need to leave someone with their AD carry, or Steve-O is just gonna absolutely smash him. He's level 16 on that Kayn. As Soul spawns low on, goes forward again, tries to hit Steve-O, and does hit him with the ultimate, and the fight is on. Exodia is in the backline, trying to do what he can. Cassandra will fall. Rickle gets the kill, but the Ari falls as well. The Featherstorm is big, but not big enough. Xerax falls again. Solos, they turn it around, but Health is still bleeding. Deadly Flip trashes away. There's a triple kill for the Varus. They couldn't get to him. They got him protected. Rickle gets it. You will get another one. Quadra kill for Rickle. They win the fight. They're still 4,000 gold down, but despite that, they win the fight. They delay the dragon stacking. 50-50 are still in this game.
I was about to flame Rickle to hell right there because he was so far in the backline. His team was going in 4v4 and he was so far out, but he was waiting for those cooldowns. He was waiting to be able to step up and, you know, fair play. Cassante is Cassante, and they were able to buy so much time, really disrupt, you know, that force. You know, Zidrex quite far in, having to pop the Featherstorm early. But then, because he had waited so long, when he was able to go in, the cooldowns were all down, and he was able to just go into that river, stay by the wall, fire off so much, you know, damage quite safely. He is going to have to, you know, when these fights get a little bit more closer, he will need to be stepping up a bit further, have a bit more confidence. You're not playing Poke Varus, but I cannot believe I'm saying this. 50-50 now have the Baron, and with a couple of towers that they could maybe take, they might even get the gold lead here soon as well. 50-50, they keep coming back.
Yeah, it's incredible. They're impossible to put down. You will hit them down, you will hit them down again, they will stand up. You hit them down again, they stand up again, and they are still in this game after 30 minutes. They were so far behind. It looked absolutely doomed, and they still found a way back into this game, and now they're almost even gold. They have the Baron buff, they are wearing purple. They fancy their chances now in this game to bring it to 1-1, which would be crucial in the series. The difference between being 1-1 and being 0-2 down with your back to the wall, needing to win 3 in a row, is absolutely massive. Not only for the series itself, but also for your own confidence towards the next game.
Yeah, and right now, this is where 50-50 have to go from head mode to, from hands mode to head mode. Realize that your power is, a lot of it is in Wizard. That, you know, his split push here is going to draw the likes of, they're sending Steve-O away. That's huge if you want to get onto Rickroll. Now you can push with your mid wave, you know, and yeah, Steve-O, he's going to have a tough time clearing the wave, and with Wizard there, you can maybe look to push up a bit more. Look at that top wave. Could we send someone to there as well? Let's maybe get Exodia on there and just pressure, because if Steve-O can answer the Wizard, who would be able to answer Ari? You know, send Vigar there? It would be very tough. So just look for this pressure. Let the waves do the talking with you and sync up. And then, Joe, you have a good chance. But right now, it is Quantify Force here defending very well.
Yeah, 50-50 are finding it difficult to get these waves to hit the turrets. Now they're rotating towards top side to maybe find an angle there. Now the Kane is even further away from the action, and the Wizard does have the teleport. If he finds a way to not be knocked into the air by Stevo, it can easily become a 4v5. That is a stunned Exodia though, and the tower shot doesn't quite get him. He will live there, but we will have to recall. Does have the teleport available. Speaking of teleports, the Wizard has come in, and Varus is hitting this turret. But now Quantify are walking forward. They are confident because the Ahri is in base. Now Ahri teleporting not to the fight, but to the bot lane to try and get this turret. I'm not sure I agree with this choice, but any choice is better together than if you're split on it.
I get this.
Wait! The Wizard finds the knock-up! He finds the chain CC onto the AD carry! Will get destroyed by Cassandra, but it doesn't matter! They will kill the Xayah! Oh, will they not? No! He gets away with the flash and the Featherstorm, and now the counter engage is on! They've overcommitted! They've overcommitted again! Every fucking time it happens! Every time something good happens to them, 50-50 overcommit to a fight and pay for it!
Oh, Laura mistimed his magnetic storm and the W on top of that. Xayah, I think you've just have you just thrown your mouse? I don't know what's happened with our play-by-play caster. But, they I saw it, the TP, it was a bit aggressive, but if they can find something with the Wizard, then I understand it. And then, it just goes absolute tits up because you've missed the CC. The Guardian Angel is also just a very smart pickup from C-Red X. Wouldn't have been able to pull that off without that very clever pickup. Is very intuitive. Can be quite non-intuitive because that armor against 3 tanks and an Ahri who's probably going to get on you more than the Rickroll, it can be tough to build, but incredible picking up anyway. And 50-50, didn't need to do that. That's my commentary.
But look, why I don't understand this is you just had the Ahri teleport to bot lane, and then you hard commit onto an engage in the top lane. What are you doing, man?
The only 50-50 will be able to answer that for us, which, I mean, if they're still not in a terrible position, they are quite a bit of gold down, but, they have, oh no, everyone spent their gold, okay, never mind. They've won the past team fights. They have a lot of abilities. Actually, all 5 people are here. So this is basically do or die, and we'll see who they can go in. Sejuani, they're going in!
Oh, they found the flank with the Kane, and they're already on the back line. Rikul's already dead. This fight is absolutely doomed. The Cassandra falls it well. Double kill goes to Stevo, and now it's just a chase and no longer a fight. Fox chases away the Ahri. They turn around. They want that Dragon Soul, and Final Soul is so powerful. And that was just great positioning, honestly, by Stevo to find that flank. And he just immediately beelines it to Rikul, who has no tools to escape when his flash is down. And that's an easy kill onto the AD carry. And then the Wizard was in the thick of things to try to defend his AD carry, but it was not quite possible. And then he's in the middle of everybody. And now 5 members strong. Quantify force want that 2-0. They're pushing towards the mid lane. They're going to get this turret with absolutely no contest. They're trying to wait until their AD carry's alive, but the inhibitor has already fallen. Mid lane inhib's gone. And Samurai, in 30 seconds, Baron Nashor spawns. So they even have enough time to secure vision around it or recall, whatever they choose.
So, here's the thing. So first of all, great play to Big Boy Stevo, not taking anything away from him. He's actually looking for more even.
Oh no, Glowon was way too deep in the lane there by himself without vision, and he manages to get away, but that is a Sejuani flash gone as well, which will make it a lot harder to steal a Baron or to contest a fight to try to get onto that crucial Xayah, Veigar, or even Kane. Protect your AD carry from the Kane with a flash. And now Lyre fancying his chances, gets a 3-man Magnet Storm. The charm lands as well on the Fox. They kill the Maokai first, and now they're chasing onto Deadly Fish. They get that in the backline. Meanwhile, the Wizard is doing everything against everybody. He will die to the outplay button from the Veigar, but it's a 4v3 already. And Stevo, wait, he turns it around. He kills one and almost kills more with the healing, but Rikul gets the shutdown. No more mana on the Veigar. It's looking like 50-50 have won the fight, despite both both carries being still alive. The Featherstorm doing a lot of damage, but the shutdown goes in for Rico with the long-range snipe. And now Glow on chasing onto Cassandra. I don't think the Viger can escape here. If they really want to kill him, the Everfrost making him live another second longer. But Sejuani will just ride you to death on that cute-ass Poro. Shutdown goes to Glow on. 3 alive for 50-50. You can literally never count them out. You have not beaten them until you lay in your goddamn bed.
Okay, so Lyre goes from 0 to hero right now. They're really gonna have to get out of this position, but it looks like they will. So Lyre not only here's trolled the last two, the prior 2 fights to this one. First of all, we had that thing with the magnetic storm, missed the timing, but then also the reason why, and I was getting onto this, Steve-O was able to go in onto that backline and get a 2-man knockup on both the backline threats was because Lyre, I don't know if he thought he was playing Rel jungle, but it was at Krugs. He was over at the other side of the wall. What is he doing? Like, he's like, there's 5 members stacking up. You're not going to flank as Rel. You're not going to get the damage out. You need to be there with Varus, who is deciding if, as we saw in that fight, we saw Lyre get a lovely 3-man magnetic storm. And Rickroll had the confidence to go up. Oh, sorry, he's not Rickroll. He's Rickroll, which I'm just going to call him Rickroll. That's your name now. Because he had the confidence to be able to up, shredded through those players. When he has the ability, he's on 5 items right now. He's come right back into this game. He is motherfucking full build. Like, come on. Like, give this man the tools and the space, and he will carry these fights. But you've got to play around him. You've got to stick to this guy with Infernal Soul taken. That does give a lot to the side of Quantify Force, but I don't know, you've still got the ability to win this as 50-50, so just don't play stupid, please.
It's all in the team fights now. The gold doesn't matter. It's just about which carries get into which positions. Lyre now finds Fox. He may be a tree and has a lot of healing, but he's not that tanky when it comes to the resistance as the fight is on. But Lyre just is into everybody and is dying by themselves. The Sejuani goes wide. Wizard is doing what he can, but the shields and the dodges are just not enough. Double kill already for Zirad, and the pendulum swings right back to Quantify. But now 5 members strong. They're going to push into the base. The inhibitor's already dead. Samurai, I think, barring a goddamn miracle, this game is gonna be over.
Yeah, and as much as I focused on Rickle here, and saying, what his team can do for him, he also needs to be doing something for his team. I think they're gonna end here.
Yeah, but look at bot lane, top lane. I mean, the inhibitor, the Nexus turrets are being pushed on the other side. If they can make this defense, which it doesn't look like they can, it could something be happening, but it's just 5 members. It's just too much. Damage is flying around, but it doesn't matter. The Nexus falls, and Quantify Force take the second game. They're now 2-0 up in this best of 5. 1 more to reach the final. But boy, oh boy, 50-50 are making them sweat for it.
I'm sorry, Quantify Force. I love you guys, but they don't deserve to be winning these games. 50-50 had that one, and I've talked a lot about, I focus on Rickle and what his team needs to do for him. But what he needs to do for his team. Look, I know that there is, an ability on the ground that will slow you if you walk into it, but forget it. Walk up and put your life on the line, because otherwise if your whole team dies, if your front line dies, you may as well die with them. So go out in a blaze of glory. But we saw this as a continuing pattern in Rickle's playstyle, that he was playing a lot for the Qs, he was playing quite far back, but when he was building on hit, like he should have, he was not getting the auto attacks and down until he was very, very, almost 100% sure. Now that's fine. It's good to play safe as an AD carry, but you're not going to have 100% win team fights that are all safe. You've got to go in and deal that damage, and when your tanks are up, you've got to follow them. And he didn't deal the damage, and it just allowed Quantify Force to run through and take the second game.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys. on the stream watching, and I don't know about you, Samurai, but I'm gonna need a quick break after this one.
Oh yeah.
to get some lubrication for my throat. We'll be back in less than 5 minutes, guys. 2 bangers so far, 2-0 lead for Quantify Force, but any of these games could have gone anyway between these two teams, and so 50-50. Don't count them out quite yet. You haven't beaten them until you're in the bus home, and we'll see you in 2 to 5 minutes.
Hello everyone, welcome back to what has been, the scoreboard does not reflect how close this series has been, Joe, because, oh my god, 50-50, been so close, both games to bringing this back. They've had a lot of mental resilience. They're gonna have to show even more of it in this third game, I think, to be able to do the same thing they've been doing the last 2 games.
Yeah, this has been probably a kind of exhausting series for the mental of these players, because it just keeps going back and forth when it comes to the momentum inside the games. Of course, not for the side of Quantify Force. They're now 2-0 up. They're going to be mentally in a lot more relaxed of a spot, which can also be dangerous. The VL reverse sweep is a real thing. And with how close these first 2 games were, I don't think anyone can guarantee that the series win is going to stay with Quantify Force because, man, 50-50 have been putting up a fight.
Yep, sorry, I'm currently fighting for my boy Ice Arrow. Someone said because Forks apparently Forks is nearing 50. So
he's in his mid-30s, he said.
Oh, is he in his mid-30s? Oh, sorry. I thought he said I'm nearly 50, man. So, regardless, yeah, he was. Someone called him Grandpa, and I was like, no. That title is reserved for my man Ice Arrows. So, oh my god, this is. I'm so annoyed. They should be doing better. Just say something quick about the series so far, and then we'll go to just a quick recap of the other game.
The series is 2-0 for the side of Quantify Force. It's been two very close and back and forth games between them and 50-50. We're about to enter the third of potentially up to 5 games. With how this has been going, I think the player to watch is and has been the jungler from Quantify Force, our big boy Steve-O. He's gotten a double-digit number of kills in both of the games. He's been absolutely massive in the first game as the Jarvan and in the second game as the Kayn. I think the most interesting part about strategy when it comes to draft and playstyle for the side of 50-50 has to be what can we do against this guy popping off, and if we can't prevent him popping off, what can we do to save our carries from him popping off, killing said carries.
I think one way or another, Big Steve-O is going to pop off by the description. Just a quick recap as we've got the scores on the doors right now. As for some reason my music has just stopped. I did not tell you to stop. There we go. Oh wait, what the fuck is going on? You couldn't. There we go. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking to myself right now. Anyway, recaps. It is currently Gracelight Ruby were able to tie it up in the series versus Mystics 1-1 right now. 2-0 to Quantify versus 50-50, as we all know. But it is a tense series over there, and depending on how this one goes, you are more than welcome to leave, by the way, Joe. I am just a big nerd. I might even just hop over to the Mystics and Gracelight game if chat wants, and we can do a double series. I don't know, but I don't know. I might be tripping there. My mouth is saying things that my vocal cords cannot back up. So yeah, maybe not as much.
Don't go cashing checks you're not willing. Don't go writing checks you're not willing to check just yet.
Yeah.
We might still have 3 more games over here. Despite a 2-0 lead for the side of Quantify Force, this is everything except for a one-sided series, despite the standings looking like it. And if the other series is anyway as close as this, I can't help but look forward to the finals, because god damn, what a close set of games that could be then.
Yeah, both top 2 seeds here, not looking invincible. You know, Mystics, shout out to them, because, you know, they've been going, I know if any of you know what happened to Frostbite Mayhem, Frostbite's been going through a hell of a time, so to put up a resistance against Gracelight Ruby with a team they've had to put together is amazing from them. Honestly, big shout outs no matter how that series goes. I think it's a great testament to their resilience. But yeah, just here, you know, Quantify Force, we've always known them as the team that, okay, maybe can lose a game, but will never lose a series. But this is the series where I feel like they have looked their most weakest. They've looked at their weakest. You know, 50-50 could have won both of those games. We could be looking at a 2-0 here for 50-50 if slight decisions are improved. So, yeah, I mean, it could just be a 3-0, but any team watching this back, which they probably will be for next week for the grand finals, know that Quantify have holes, and yeah, they could be exploited. Very much could even be exploited by 50-50, as they've still got 1 game to pull this back.
Yeah, and I will repeat what I said before the last game even. 50-50 can definitely win these games if they stop doing one singular thing, and that is overchase with the overconfidence of something going right for them. They've been doing it in game 1, it cost them a lot. They've been doing it in game 2, it cost them a lot again. And they just have to be happy with smaller victories whenever they get them, instead of trying to snowball every single good thing that happens to them into even more when they're stretched thin, when they don't know where certain members of the enemy team are, and when they've expended all their tools to turn around fights, because these over-chasing moments have cost them so much this series.
Yeah, we're about to tick over to 40 viewers. Hello, everyone. That's lovely to see. 50-50 with having lost the past game. They got side selection. Decided to stick with red side. They are... they were on red side last game, and now they're on red side this game. I think that's completely valid and justified, and we'll see how it goes for them, because, again, I don't think it was a problem with the draft. I think they absolutely smashed it, but it was just on that execution and decision making that just cost it for them, as we will just turn off the lo-fi as well. And yeah, Joe, similar bans as well, because I don't think they need to change anything up, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what anyone can learn from that game we just saw.
That's true.
At least on like a draft level, right? Because there were so many individual wins, individual mistakes, macro mistakes, macro wins. You know, a lot of things were going right for both of these teams in certain moments, but also a lot of things were going wrong for these teams in certain moments. But I do think one great adaptation 50-50 are showing us here is the Xayah ban, because Zirad was absolutely destroying on that pick. And apart from that, they have not changed any bans. Maokai is once again the first pick for Forks, though. It could still go into the jungle for Big Boy Stevo, but it does feel like not enough of a carry champion for him, if you catch my drift.
No, I catch a drift in spades right there. The Varus locked in once again. Again, I don't either love or hate this, because it really depends how it goes down. I love the Sejuani paired up with it. If you can secure a rel with that, again, this is the exact same comp that we've seen before. But we will have to see.
No.
Oh,
Not
no.
again.
No. Please, no. To be fair, Big Boy Stevo has such a long champion pool. He can pick out anything. And the Kayn really did have its moments. So even if this is just straight locked in, it will be the Kai'Sa lock-in. When you don't ban the Kai'Sa, when you ban the Xayah, you're going to get the Kai'Sa. So that is they're still hovering it. This is probably going to be a support, but yeah, just... that image of Kane's profile picture probably going to be burned into the minds of 50-50, no matter how this series goes. Again.
That would be the third time they pick Braum in 3 games. It's been working for Deadly Fish throughout the first 2, so why not pick up the magnificent mustache man again? And there we go, paired with the Kai'Sa just like in game 1. They banned it in game 2, but now they've chosen to ban the Xayah instead, and here is going to come the answer. The Rakan was chosen in game 1. It was good, but not quite good enough, it seems, for them, because they are picking Renata Glask instead. They want they couldn't beat Quantify by fighting them. Now they want to Quantify to beat Quantify by fighting themselves.
Yeah, I do like this. I don't know how Renata Glass works with Braum Shield. To be honest, I don't really know how Renata Glass works. I'm just going to be straight up honest. But I think, yeah, I really like Renata just generally, you know, can be really powerful in 2v2s, can add a lot of control to the battlefield, which if you're trying to protect this Varus, then even though I prefer the Rel more, I think if you're having trouble just making sure Varus has space, Renata can do that a lot better than Rel, so that is something, you know, maybe playing more toward the team, and I can really see this, you know, working, but maybe trading that, you know, melee champion in that rel. It worked so well with Sejuani, and again, it's just going to come down to execution, a slight variation here.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. Now they don't have a melee champion in the bot lane anymore to trigger trigger the Sejuani stuns, but of course Sejuani is still a very powerful champ itself. And even if they only get a melee champion in the top lane, it's still very good. Silas is the last man alongside that Veigar that we saw in the last game. So both carries from the side of Quantify Force are going to be on different champions this game. Now let's see what the final phases of draft has in store for us, and this could be it finally. Exodius LeBlanc, that was banned very first in the first game, picked up in the maybe deciding third one. And I'm really looking forward to see what Exodia can do on it, while Zired once again hovers that vein for what I hope is meme reasons.
It is meme reasons, but like LeBlanc is the strong in the meta, and Exodia has it as its most played. Malzahar, I think, is actually quite nice. I think it can go really well into picking a Varus, also just good into LeBlanc if you just don't want to deal with her like bullshit, and you're like, oh my god, this person's a lot more mechanically skilled. I did this in the Curling Cup. I was a silver going against like Master Pit players, and I'm like, you know what? I'll play Malzahar, and if they're on my screen, I'm doing it wrong. And so I think this is a completely good pick from Cassandra, and they do find the Scion for so Maokai going to be in Big Boy Steve-O's hands. I really loved the Cassante. But if you have a counter matchup into the Scion, they're going to find the Camille here for Wizard. We're not having a tank slap here today.
I'm loving the Camille. The Wizard has carried their winning game against I keep forgetting their name, that just got the one with the other semi-final. By playing this Camille, he absolutely smashed it on that pick there, and I'm really looking forward to see what he can do against Fox's Scion that was banned in the first two games, remember, and now he's finally got his hands on it, and I'm looking forward to all these matchups. The mid lane also interesting with Malzahar against the Blanc, the bot lane looking interesting with the Renata Glusk and what she's going to be able to do, and Steve-O on a much less carry-oriented champion than he had in the first two games. What's going to happen in the third one? Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, you're missing a little bit of AD. Kai'Sa, I don't think Zerodex can really go for that full AP build this time. I think you've only got Sejuani, and she does find it, a lot of tanks can find it difficult to fit some magic resist, especially with, items like Sunfire Cape, just being like so powerful as well, Frostfire Gauntlet as well. But yeah, it's also another one of those champions pairs really well with Sejuani, the Camille. You just got great 2v2. LeBlanc can have a lot of pressure. I love the Malzahar pick into it, but yeah, 50-50 have the tools once again. I still need to see them use it, but I still think, like, if 50-50 have their head screwed on, they can win this game, and I will still hold that to this day, Motor Joe, and I held that for the last game as well. I still believe that.
Yeah, and I love the LeBlanc against the Kai'Sa, and I especially love the Camille against the Kai'Sa, because when Camille uses that Hextech ultimatum on the Kai'Sa, she can't ult away. She's gonna be trapped with that lady with the scissor legs, and she's gonna get sliced up.
She has knives for feet. That's a Bricky reference. He's a Camille player, so much when League content on YouTube used to be good. But yeah, you cannot leave by any means with Camille. I really like it. But, with Camille going in and LeBlanc trying to, burst down Kai'Sa, and, Sejuani and Renata will be looking to support. Varus is, maybe you want to look for a bit more of a poke style. We've got some information from Steve-O himself in the chat saying he's going to go full AP. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I kind of doubt that with Malzahar and Kai'Sa already in the comp. But hey, Steve-O, if you're up for it, buddy, show us.
Although the coach has reined in one of the players, Fork saying that his coach said no full AD Scion, so we will not be getting that one from Forks.
Yeah, that would be absolute suicide into Camille, let's be fair here. Tank Science already not the best matchup for into the Camille, but with that shield he gets, he can deal with her if he doesn't fall too far behind, but if you go full AD, she's just gonna fucking two-shot you.
Yeah, and just a small shout out to the Quantify watch party. They're in here all the time. You know, they've got people just watch together. I know a lot of people do as well. They like to watch at home. You're on TV with people, and it's lovely to see. I'd love to get. Obviously, it's very tough because we all live in very different places, but that community kind of feel to Valorant League, and having shout out to all of you guys in that group chat. And I agree, Mr. Diabetic. This is protect the Kaiser, protect the president, and it is Ms. Kaiser who has won the election. So good job, because you've got a Camille and a Sejuani and a LeBlanc coming on you very strongly. So good luck. Game 3.
Also, guys, if you're doing the watch together, if you're doing the watch parties, do us a favor. Open the damn stream on your phone. Help us out. Get us some views. If you're already watching it, don't skimp on those. Give us those views. I think we deserve it today. I'm past at 10. You can count me in anytime, Samurai.
I'm also at 10. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 of Valorant League's Division 3 semi-finals between the sides of 50-50 on red side, who are 0-2, down to Quantify Force, who were the big favorites before today. But don't let the scoreline fool you. Both of those games were back and forth, complete and utter bangers that could have gone either way. And I think this time 50-50 have found the comp that could really finally get them a win, because they've got all the tools this time, and I always love seeing the Wizard on that Camille. He just is so good at finding those angles with the hook shots.
That being said, let's just talk about some of the positives of Quantify's draft here. I think Malzahar is very flexible. If you're going to be like, hey, let's play really aggressive, you can pick. It's really good. I would say one of the best champions into LeBlanc, maybe not from a matchup perspective, but just from I am going to be playing so passive. I'm just going to try and make sure you don't hurt me, try and get that wave push. And if it goes to, Malzahar, he's able to get, a little bit of a lead. He's able to contest LeBlanc a little bit. Then he can really make a difference. But just other than that, another thing is we've seen so many mistakes, as we do see Sejuani starting on her Raptors solo. I've never seen that. I used to be a Sejuani main one trick, and I never did that. But just one thing to clear up. If you're having a lot of mistakes, again, as I've said, a comp that can capitalize on that. So like a Malzahar ultimate, like Maokai and Forks with the train, I think that's one that, 50-50 you've got to watch out for here, MotoGo.
Yeah. Also, Malzahar's a bee this game, and I like that. I like bees. Exodia trying to get some poke down as well. Save the bees, guys. Save the bees.
Save the bees, oh my god. Although I will say, save the bees also so we can get those bee TikToks. Because it's
level 2?
Oh yeah, level 2.
Never mind that. Keep going.
Never mind. Let's talk about. I don't use TikTok, but I have I have the YouTube Shorts. You can't escape from it. And those saving the bee TikToks where it's a really drony voice, and it was another great day of saving the bees. I love it. Anyway, 2v1.
Hook shot. The stun lands on the Fox. No one gets the knock up as well. The shield is not quite going to do all too much. Fox flashes away. First blood through the flash for the Wizard. That is the perfect start for a 50-50. Want the game to go. First kill onto the Wizard. He doesn't even really lose a lot of HP. Fox doesn't have his flash now. The Wizard won't care he doesn't have his, because he always has the hook shot to escape when it needs to be that way. And the ganks just keep happening. Cassandra tagged by that chain, not quite stunned by it. And the invade is happening, and Liar might be in danger here, discovering that though big boy Steve-O's not quite a big boy when it comes to HP. But now he's taking the blue buff, he's got that HP back.
This is exactly how 50-50 want this to start. If Wizard can become unstoppable, I've talked about side lanes a lot, and they really haven't had a lot of impact, mainly because, like, these teams just haven't played around it a lot, or it's mainly been around those 5v5 fights. But if Wizard can get truly unstoppable in this sideline, he genuinely has no one who'll be able to answer it. I know that I've coped the past 2 times. Oh, it's the repeat gank.
Yeah, Glowon's here again. He's still carrying that red buff. Fox has no flash, as we mentioned earlier, and they stun him up, and they're not gonna let him channel the Q. The Wizard's gonna try to run away to eat as little damage as possible from Fox, and there we go. It's a second kill for the Camille, not even 5 minutes into the game, and 50-50 are gonna be really happy with that.
I am going to really start loving these breaks that we've been doing in between the streams now. If this is going to go to 4 or 5 games, I'm going to need all the voice I can get right now. As, yeah, just... this is exactly where you want to punish. We talked about this 2v2. You know, Sejuani with any good aggressive melee top laner plays so well and synergizes so well together. And yeah, Camille already 1,000 gold up, more or less. Oh my god, Fox, just try and turtle and survive this, because this is a nightmare right now.
Yeah, and Fox got greedy, in my opinion. He started the Cull instead of a Doran's shield. Or something of the like, and that may really bite him in the ass, because that Cull isn't really gonna fully be worth its gold for 77 more minions.
No, very much not. And I mean, usually, like, if you think you can play the matchup well, we do see Scions like pick up the Cull a lot. But I mean, Fox has been looking shaky against Wizard all series. Wizard has pretty much had his number. I know people say that Fox is the GOAT. I've been saying in the chat, and he did play those team fights pretty well, but just in lane, he has been struggling so much, and I think Cull is too much of an ego flex, especially into this matchup. Although one positive is that this LeBlanc early game, at least for the first couple of levels, Cassandra has managed to fend off. However, level 6 LeBlanc is a different beast, and her roaming power, how Exodia wants to play this, is going to really determine what happens to the rest of the map with Wizard getting that early lead in the top lane.
To be fair though, roaming is going to be a little more difficult with Malzahar just pushing the wave and mindlessly. The Wizard getting some good damage on the Fox, taking half his HP, but now for the first time, Big Bo Stevo is in the top lane, and they're going to be looking for the Wizard, who just used his hook shot to engage, and the teleport is immediately coming in from the LeBlanc. They want to turn this around. Ooh, Scion has used the ultimate. The Wizard gets away. Not quite sure how Fox got that level 6 first, but it was probably because no one helped push the wave after that second kill. But now that ultimate has been used and the Wizard has just reached level 6, now the Hextech ultimatum is available. And he still has his own teleport, so you can just recall. Ooh, maybe not in range of the Sauni, but he can just recall, teleport back to lane, and then really pile on the pressure with that Camille there.
That was quite troll from LeBlanc. I think if this play happened 3 minutes later, the TP from LeBlanc would have been brilliant. You would have been able to TP to the minions that were pushing. You would have had the space, probably picked up a kill, maybe 2, but you don't go for a TP play on, on another lane when, unless it's like a dive or something, like, you're not going to be able to close that gap. I don't even think LeBlanc was level 6, so I wouldn't even get it. Oh, God.
Fog gets stunned here. There's the Hextech ultimatum. One more auto attack. The Wizards on a killing spree. 3-0-0. 7.5 minutes played, and this Camille is already looking very scary up in the top lane. Well, the rest of the map seems pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't really Stevo's fault, mainly because, just Wizard is completely top-diffing right now. That being said, like, Steve hasn't really looked for a lot in these plays. Like, he is on Maokai, like, maybe this style champion just not working with him. He can be quite level 6 oriented, so it's completely fine. We'll see what he does. This isn't a criticism towards him, but we've seen him be able to get so many early leads with, the junglers that he picks, and he's roaming down now. He does have the ultimate, might be looking for a play here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Varus was level 6, the Deadly Fish would have been dead, but now Lyre is caught between a rock and a hard place. The Malzahar ultimate only tags the Sejuani, but Renata Glask of Lyre falls in this 4v2 actually. And yeah, they just committed a lot of members to the bot side, but that could bite one specific member of their team in the arse, and that's Fork, who is in the top. Fox, who's in the top lane by himself, but just can get away from that LeBlanc, and they're gonna pick up the dragon as well, as a prize for their commitment to the bot side. Well, 50-50 don't really get anything in return.
A bit of a lazy flash from Forks, but yeah, overall it is a good play for Quantify Force. Yeah, this top side, you know, we talk about, you know, weak side Scion, but not this week. You know, this is going to be such a problem to deal with. This isn't just going to be a problem for Forks. Oh god.
Good hit from Fork on that Q, but that Q2 from Camille, man, that's the true damage just hurts so much on these precision protocols. And not even a good decimating smash is gonna win the Fox the trade this early in the game. And while it helps clearing the wave, that happens after you press it. That's another good chunk of damage from the Wizard, who's already got a Sheen, a Kindle Gem, and a Caulfield's Warhammer not far away from the first item yet. Well, Sound literally only has built HP and a Cloth Armor.
Yeah, and it's not like this is, you know, like a Maokai Fox is going up against where, you know, he gets... Oh god, Glow on, get out of there. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the Blast Cone. Good on him there. Malzahar was coming up together with Steve on that Maokai. Oh, that was a greedy Q from Fox. Remember, when you press the Decimating Smash, you stun yourself in place while you're channeling it, and that gives the Camille so much time to react and try to find her own plays. And now we're going to look at a big old scuffle in the top side. The Malzahar ultimate suppresses the Renata Glask, and Lyra dies for the second time. There was no escape there. Just a bit of bad positioning, honestly, and good collapse from the side of Quantify Force, who are just barely in the tiniest of gold leads as they are picking up the Rift Herald, despite the Wizard dumpstering this top lane. But good on Fox, he's keeping up with the CS, honestly.
So this is... Forks is currently typing in chat as he's playing the game. So I don't know if that's legal, but...
I mean, he's playing a tank. What can he do?
He's like, I've got... He's 0-3 and down, and he's like, yeah, I've got so much time that I can just talk in the chat. A pause has come out, as I think Rick Law having some DC. He's restarting his PC because he had some lag issues.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a VL best of 5 if we didn't have a pause. It's tradition, and with tradition, we do not break. All right, let's take stock of where we're at. In the top lane, Fox has done well to keep up in CS, but he's still about 1,000 gold down onto the Wizard, whose Camille is starting to get out of hand. He's got 930 gold in his pocket, so the first item is not far away. The junglers are fairly even. Not much to talk about there. The mid laners are pretty even. Not much to talk about there, except an 11 CS lead for Exodia. But still, Cassandra's doing his job, right? It's just farming. It's just preventing the LeBlanc from roaming by just clearing the waves. And now you tell me what the hell is going on in the bot lane, because Zirad is 1,000 gold up, despite only having 1 kill. But that farm lead, man, that looks pretty big.
Yeah, Renata not really doing well in lane here. It can be very tough. It's not like a Rel where you can dash out, you can buy space by going in. Rel has to play, you know, you're a ranged squishy champion, and we've seen Lyra, you know, roam up, but a lot of bad plays. We've seen this in 2 games here where they go for this top Rift Herald in the early play, and they do technically have like the lane prio, but they don't use it. LeBlanc had the wave completely shoved to tower, but Malzahar got there first. Like just a bit of like just desync with the players, and yeah, it just something needs to be cleaned up. And yeah, it just gives over unnecessary kills. It's gonna be good for the Kai'Sa, but it's not like we're in the last 2 games. This Kai'Sa is very pickable. The Hextech ultimatum, Exodia as well, hasn't been having the greatest game so far. I think Malzahar should be a little bit more behind, or at least she should have spread her lead to elsewhere. We just haven't seen that yet. So a lot of work still needs to be done here from 50-50 to really prove that they're ahead. Because even with the gold lead, I still do think they have the ability to gain a lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a 300 goal lead. It's not that much. But I have 2 points I want to mention concerning Static Shift. Point 1, Kai'Sa has finished a Static Shift. That's huge. Not sure why Zired is carrying 3 health potions, but it doesn't matter. He's got a Static Shift. That's big. Point 2, Exodia is building Static Shift. And he's sitting on a Noon Quiver and a Longsword.
Yes.
On an AP Assassin.
Yes.
Why? Static Shift got nerfed. Stop
did.
doing it, mid laners. This is a PSA for all you mid laners out there that are playing AP Assassins or Mages. Stop mindlessly building Static Shift as first item. Sure, once you finish it, it will help you push the waves, but you LeBlanc, you one-shot the waves anyway!
That's true. Just one thing to point out, like, when we're talking about item spikes, Wizard has Triforce, like, on his next back. When he backs, Triforce is 833 gold, and he has that in pocket now. So when he backs, he is going to be very strong, and these leads that he's been getting, just not really finding these next kills as Sion now has health, now back into the game, which is lovely. When he's able to get that Triforce, Wizard is going to be 2v1 territory. So, yeah. I worry for Forks. I worry for that Q2 as, oh, yep, spectator bug. Can't be a league stream without a VL stream, without some sort of technical bug. This time not from my side, though, so I'm feeling good, Motojo.
Yeah, screen is standing, and now we're moving again for me.
Yeah,
not sure how it is for you. All right, 11:24 now.
Yeah. The good thing about pauses is that you don't need to sync up because they play at the exact same time. It's really nice when you get a pause at the beginning of a game because you don't even need to sync up. Like, the game syncs up for you, which is really nice.
That is beautiful.
There you go.
I still don't understand the goddamn Static Shift build on the LeBlanc. Like before it got nerfed, sure. Oh, that's a knockout landing onto Lyre once again. Good ult from Rickle, and meanwhile in the top lane, the Sion is getting dove. He's getting killed once again. The teleport is just too late from Malzahar. He's just gonna be able to pick up the waves maybe to prevent ultimately turret plates from going down. But honestly, if I'm the Wizard right now, I don't really care about the turret plates. Keep the turret plates up. I can keep killing the Sion. Meanwhile, Rickle gets tagged by the Winter's Bite again. Oh no, Hexing ultimatum. Cassandra, why did you go so far forward? You knew the LeBlanc was there. The LeBlanc, the Sejuani. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, everybody goes berserk, but the health bars are already too low, and you can't recover from that. Zired gets another kill, but here's LeBlanc. Exodia gets the kill. Return kill onto the Kai'Sa. Everywhere around the map, everybody's dying. But this time, 50-50 win their coin toss.
Yeah, just a lot of TPs all around the map, a bit sloppy. Malzahar, you can clear the wave from the other side of the map. You don't need to be on it, especially with a Camille. She didn't use ultimate, and I would have questioned the TP to begin with. I think, you know, look, top's a lost cause. Just push in your wave, get a plate. There's 5 juicy plates there, and your Malzahar with a cannon wave, you can really use your minions to get like a lot of damage, as the cannon will absorb the damage of the tower. But yeah, it's a good play. We knew that the lead was going to be coming from. Well, I thought the lead was going to be coming from 50-50 eventually, but it didn't need to come like this, Quantify Force. Just a little sloppy.
Yeah, and that teleport backfired twofold, right? It not only made Cassandra die in the top lane, it also meant Exodia could roam to the bot lane to respond to the dive. Meanwhile, Herald has been summoned. I wanted to talk about something else, but now Fox has teleported into the bot lane. This is going to be an all-out brawl. It's looking like a 5v5. The Wizard goes forward, and so does Glow on Deadly Fish. Oh, the Sion does get a double knockout, but it just doesn't mean much. Glow on is so tanky, he can flash away. Deadly Fish now on 1 HP will fall to the Varus. Suppression on to Glow on, but he still lives. Gets a little bit more of a longer life due to the Renata Glass, gets to throw his ultimate as well, and now the chase is on. Health bars blinking red on the side of Quantify Force, but they're limping away with 3 members. But only 1 death for the side of 50-50, and they're picking up the Ocean Dragon as their prize. And now I have one more question to you, Samurai. Maybe you can answer this for me, which if you answer in the way that I think you might, it could explain the static shift. Does the static shift passive proc Malzahar's passive shield?
Yes.
Then I can suddenly understand why Exodia has built it, because that makes the lane so much easier.
Yeah, that is one reason why it procs. Another thing is that the wave clear is a little bit easier to do. Like LeBlanc could do it anyway with Luden's Echo, would be able to clear the wave, but it does have damage. It is unfortunately still good. I hate it as well. Don't get me wrong, Joe. I think it's rubbish. Oh, that was a Q2.5. That was about 700 health. Anyway,
he's got Divine Sundra, and he's making good use of it. There's another stun landing. Sion just presses shield and it's gone before we see it on the screen. This is terrifying if I'm Fox, who compliments to him still is keeping up in CS. But this Camille is so close to getting utterly out of hand.
It will be the Divine Sundra. Sorry, I'm an Inter. It is actually Divine Sundra, which I also completely understand. Yeah, probably
especially against triple tank, right?
Yeah, and Big Boy Steve-O here. I don't even think they kill Wizard. There is a demonic embrace which does deal a lot of damage. So
he's got his flash up. So even if he uses the hookshot to engage, he still has to flash to get away. And look at this damage on the Fox. And now the reinforcements has arrived. The cavalry is here. They might be riding on poros instead of horses, but it's still cavalry. Big Boy Steve-O has to run away as the aftershock procs, and no kills for now in the top lane. We have 17 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns. I'm assuming that's why both the teams are putting many members to the top side of the map. Exodia's teleport is not quite up yet, but will be very soon, while Cassandra's teleport is looking very similar, but is available. And now Steve-O, look at that damage from the Wizard. He can't get away even with the Blast Cone. The Hextech ultimatum is ultimate, and there we go. The Wizard gets the kill. Is he gone too far forward? No, he is not. Renata Glask makes all the enemy team fight each other. The Wizard will fall anyway, though. The shutdown goes to Malzahar. The Space Ace has ticked them down, and they're doing it. They're getting the kills. Even Lyre will fall. Fox will get his first kill of the game for himself. And that play was once again over-eager from the side of 50-50. Their old nemesis that has plagued them the whole game. It's themselves! It's themselves! Renata Glask is an ironic pick for them, because they keep doing this to themselves. Why?
I can't answer that one, but huge TP from Cassandra there was really nice. Going to the tower, there was a couple of options. You actually saw Cassandra in the minimap just look and just see where's TP. You could have gone for a flank TP, but TP's to the tower, is able to just take down the Wizard and the Renata rubbish on her, not able to save it, and then just a lovely pickup, saved the ultimate as well. Tempting to just burn that ultimate straight away on a power pick such as Wizard, but is able to save that, then is able to pick up Glow on as well with that ultimate. Really well played. This is exactly why this Malzahar was picked up, and she's playing it amazingly. Well done, Cassandra.
Yeah, and he's already done 1.5 items. He completely built the correct item, which is Liandry's Torment. LS will thank you for that. And I just like the build so much more than that static shiv on Exodia. I mean, even though Exodia isn't playing bad, right? He's got good CS, he's 2-0-1, but he needs to find the backline in these fights. He needs to assassinate these carries, or the LeBlanc is just gonna stand there menacingly looking at the enemy. Now Lyre seems to have found a flank.
Yeah, it's quite interesting positioning from a range support. We'll catch Deadly Fish.
Yeah, Deadly Fish has been caught, and now everybody's piling onto him. There is no escape, it seems, and he goes over the wall, but Exodia gets the kill anyway. Killing spree for that LeBlanc. And that is a crucial pick, because in 35 seconds, the dragon will spawn, and Braum might have time to walk back to the fight that could be happening, but not in time for it to spawn. So no vision help from the support towards this dragon spawn. And that could be big. Still, Rift Herald in the pocket of Blow-On. We have to remember this one before the dragon spawns.
Yeah, you've got to clean up a lot for the side of 50-50. Got to get this bot wave sorted. And also, you just lost a very important cooldown. Glow-On's ultimate, where arguably it wasn't needed. You're not even able to get this mid turret. You have to use the TP for that. They're investing a lot into this, getting this dragon. I understand it. I think it's the right play, but just because of this, like, even if they get this, they are getting a lot from, a lot taken away. Oh god, Rick's low as well.
Yeah, that is the aftershock procced from Glow-On, but not anything gained from it. And their AD carry is still very low HP. They have to be very, very careful when approaching these next few seconds. Meanwhile, Sion's just sitting in the top lane, hitting the turret for absolutely free, because the Wizard did recall and then joined his team by foot, because they wanted this dragon.
TB.
And now the teleport is coming in from Sion. Where is he gonna come? He's got that unstoppable onslaught available. He's going to come in. Deadlyfish hits a Q onto the LeBlanc. Here's the onslaught. He can't be disabled. He's not hitting anyone, but he's almost in the backline. The roots land, but their carries are still free. Glow-On takes a lot of damage, gets suppressed, and will die. Meanwhile, Fox is going to die as well. He's got a second life. Deadlyfish, very low as well. Here comes the X-Tag ultimatum, gets the kill onto the support, but now it's run away. Will die. The life will be a little longer. Can he get anything else? Gets a lot of damage to help the kill for the LeBlanc, and 50-50 just barely win the fight and ace Quantify Force and will take the dragon as their prize. Fox did kill the top lane turret, but for the moment 50-50 are in the lead.
Yeah, barely is the exact right word. There's so many micro decisions in that fight. Wizard, again, using that gold lead that he has. Also 14 out of 15 kill participation that he has. So you would expect him to come up big. Well done to Rickle. We talked about his Varus, how crucial it was to that last game. And, well, because you had so many threats, he wasn't considered the main threat. You had Wizard, Exodia going over the wall. Really tricky for how Z-Red-X wants to play these fights, and Cassandra as well, and Rickroll able to just take down Forks quite easily. Forks did buy a lot of time, but was just able to get him down and then do a bit more damage, survives the whole fight, having done a lot of damage. So good on to him, and we need to see how he's able to play these fights again, just a bit more like that. And remember, he also had not a lot of health at the beginning of that fight, so he was able to play that really well and really intelligently. So he needs to keep that up, and now he has full health again. We're gonna have to see him, keep that up.
Yeah, as a fellow tank abuser myself, though, I have to compliment Fox one more time. He's still keeping up in farm. He's even ahead now in farm compared to the Wizard. And he was 1,000 gold down about 12 minutes ago in the top lane. And he's still about 1,000 gold down. He's not fallen further behind, despite the lead that Wizard has had in the top lane. Fox has been doing his job. He's just keeping the farm up. He's taken the top lane turret. He's keeping these side lanes pushed. And that is going to be crucial looking forward for the side of Quantify Force in this game. If they want to win it, they need to have the side lanes somewhat under control. And Fox is doing everything in his power to make sure they can do that.
Two things here. So first of all, when we look back to that last fight, Forks actually drifted using the ultimate. Ooh, Glow-On. Good try. But regardless, Forks actually drifted. He hit one of the map, one of the rocks from the Mountain Soul, and was able to go around TP. Oh, they're starting the Baron.
They're starting the Baron. LeBlanc has used the TP as well to get close to it. They know Sion's in the bot lane and has no teleport. That is probably why they're doing it, but the unstoppable onslaught is available. As soon as he hits that bot side brush, he's gonna ult, and now the health bars are less than stellar. Rickle gets it. Why do you leave your AD carry alone? And now he's all alone on the backside of everything, not quite able to get into the fight. The Hextech ultimatum has been used, suppressed, has been used very efficiently, and the Wizard is dead. And now the health bars are falling slowly. They get the return kill. Exodia is godlike, but now Zero finally found the opportunity to ultimate forward to get the kill onto Lyre. Baron is abandoned, and it is a 1-for-2. And Quantify Force win the fight. The Baron gamble did not pay off whatsoever. Now Exodia looking for more. He gets the kill onto Cassandra. That's why you pick LeBlanc.
Yeah, I mean, just quite sloppy from 50-50, just not being decisive enough. Fox should not have been able to just walk through the entire Team Exodia, just looking for a bit more. Will pop the passive though, so if they can get this steal, that could be legendary.
They have the Varus Q, they could do it! They can't. The smite lands, but the Chaser Wizard has teleported to the backline! Shut down! They get 2! They get 3! Big Boy Steve will fall as well! And why the hell did Fox teleport into the Baron Pit? Now he has to run away as well. That teleport is completely wasted. Or in the words of the famous caster Kobe, that TP sucked!
Yeah, it just goes back and forward, and like 50-50 I don't think 50-50 should be winning this game, but I also don't think that Quantify Force should be like in the position they are. Like, there's so many mistakes coming out. It's a very sloppy game, but I think with this Div 2, sorry, not Div 2, Tier 2 tower being taken by 50-50, I think this is probably the largest lead they've had. I know they've had like higher gold leads before, but just I think in the terms of they've got a lot of time, they've got the objective lead, there's no risk of a soul point going to Quantify here. It feels like the tools and the ability is there for 50-50, but then again, I have been huffing copium about this for the past two games here for 50-50, so we'll have to see if they can execute it on this one, Joe.
Meanwhile, Scion Gaming gets another turret in the top lane. No, wait, the top lane tower is still standing. They lost a different one. Not quite sure if it was mid or bot. I assume it's mid as the wave is being pushed in there. But that means the gold is still very, very close. Not even 1,000 off the currency between these two teams, as the next Mountain Dragon is alive. And the posturing is there. But look, on the side of 50-50, there is no teleport. That dragon already cost them 1 tower, and the Scion isn't stopping, and they're pushing in the mid lane. They could even take the inner turret with the 4 members there. This is a very greedy dragon take. They're just recalling. They're gonna lose an inhib tower in the top lane if they're not doing it perfectly, and they've already lost top lane inner turret. They're losing mid lane inner turret. Now they're back in base. Now they're out in force. But they've lost so much gold that now they're behind in gold. Oh! The ultimate is cancelled by the Axel ultimatum. Now it's a 1v1, but the rest of the team is coming. Wizard cannot chase. He has to abandon the attempt. Wasted his ultimate.
Press them here, because they will want to back. They just got a lot of gold, have Quantify Force, and you have like a dragon. You don't. Do they still have Baron? I don't think they still have Baron. But just push here. Like, they are gonna want to back and just try and get your wave sorted. And yeah, it was. I think it was a good call from Quantify Force, just saying, hey, look, we're not gonna be able to contest this. Fox is up there anyway with no TP. Let's just get some towers. And
wait, he's just chilling. He stayed.
He has stayed.
Oh, that is good damage from Exodia. The shield dome doing so much work for the Scion. Look at this. It's fucking massive. Now 4 members are in the top side. They're gonna keep looking for this Scion. No longer has the Baron recall, and so Fox is gonna be the target. The rest of the team is pushing mid lane. Look at your minimap there. They might be getting this kill on the Fox, but what are they losing for it? That is going to be the important question. Can Quantify Force take the mid lane inhibitor? The recalls are long. They don't have Baron recall. The turret is already almost gone. Wizard has completed his recall, but it's against 4 people. He can't really engage onto them. And they're going to lose an inhibitor for a Scion. Fox is doing exactly what you need to do on this Scion. Draw pressure, make your team take the objectives. And 50-50 are honestly getting out macroed. But now they may have found the flank. Lyra has... Oh no, he's all alone. There is it. They're all going berserk, and the rest of the backline is coming. And the Lyra has been living a long time, but the team has taken another long time to come there. Xerax is on 200 HP. Will he fall? The shutdown has come out onto Exodia already, and Zered managed to survive the engage. They win it 2 for 1 because the AD carry lives. They will lose their support, so overall it's going to be a 2 for 2. But that looked very, very dangerous. If Zered falls there, so many things could happen. But the Kai'Sa manages to get out of there by the skin of her teeth. And the game keeps going at an almost even state. But remember, the mid lane inhibitor is gone.
So, first of all, 50-50 trolling that macro. Like, understand, like, you're probably not going to pick them. They are running this down. At least keep, like, some of your members, like, I don't know, Varus, you know, in topside. Just get a div 2. You're going to need him to do the damage. This Rage Blade is going to be everything for him. So, really needs, you know, get some of that down. And Wizard doing a little bit more damage onto Forts, but... yeah, you needed some of that, and then just giving a mid inhibitor. At this point, Glow On, just get out of mid lane. Just give the solo XP to Varus and the solo gold, because he needs it more than you right now. He needs this Rage Blade. He needs all the gold he can, because that's how he's going to shred through these tanks.
Oh no, Exodia W'd forward and got ulted by the Malzahar. Gets away from a teleport. Coming in from the Scion though. This is very dangerous. The Wizard may be in the backline, but he may have bitten off more than he can chew. He's against 4 people. He gets the Hextech ultimatum out. Can he kill Cassandra? The Scion knocks him up. He gets the kill onto Cassandra. There is the ultimate from the Renata Glass. Can they get the kill onto the spot? The Wizard miraculously somehow is still alive. Gets shut down finally by Xerax. And it's a 3-for-1 actually there. The Sejuani ulti was even still there. Glow On trying to get the chase on. And Lyre gets some CC down as well. They have to disengage here now. Oh, Kai'Sa W lands. Lyre flashes away. Decimating Smash, not getting the knockup. And there comes the teleport. We're not done. Exodia, what are you doing? You teleported behind them, but you were on vision. The Twisted Advance stuns him up, but he somehow gets out of it with that W. But now, Glow On may have sacrificed his life for his mid laner. That TP sucked once again. Rico is now arriving here. Exodia trying to find these flanks over the walls, but the Kai'Sa is doing so much return damage. Larry gets knocked up. Here comes another teleport. They will never stop fighting, and 50-50 one more time. Pay the price for their over-aggression.
What are they doing? What are they doing? My voice can't even handle how much 50-50 just threw. What are you doing? So, like, Glow On, he, like, doesn't see that 3 of his members want to back, and he's like, oh, I've got ultimate. I want to use it. Just ults into nowhere. The only follow-up he has is a goddamn Renata Glass, who's not even close. And then he has to run. Lyre also realized he's bitten off more than he can chew. And then Varus is like, oh, wait, I thought we were backing. We're fighting now. And then they lose the fight, lose a Baron, and lose a potential dragon. They threw so hard. I cannot stress this enough. They are being paid. 50-50. If they lose this game, they are a paid actor. I will not have my mind changed. That was ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Look, like Exodia is playing a very good game overall. He's 9-1-6 on LeBlanc. That is very, very impressive. I couldn't even dream of doing that.
Oh no, absolutely.
But check his goddamn PayPal. That TV, that TP, that was a Saudi Arabian sponsored goddamn TP. Does he play for Al Nassr next season? I don't know, man.
This TP.
All right, let's get back on track. The goal is still very close between these two teams. Again, not even 1,000 is separating them. But it could be looking so much better for the side of 50-50. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, you've made it so much harder on yourself now. It's still not bad. Like, you've still got a Varus, again, dealing a lot of damage. I feel like I've been huffing on so much copium these past 3 games. Like, I'm saying the same thing. They're going in.
The Sejuani ult landing on the tankiest member, the decimating smash locking up the Sejuani. Renata ult hitting 2 there, but they are tanks. It doesn't really matter. Fox is somehow fighting 1v4 and he's killing the AD carry anyway. Meanwhile, the Wizard in the backline not accomplishing anything. Finally, the Scion falls. It's a 2v1, and I think Quantify Force have rounded the corner. This Scion is an absolute menace. And the Wizard is not, despite his KDA of 10, 5, and 10. He can't 1v4 the entire goddamn backline, and they really have to rethink how they're approaching these fights, because they're trying to find all these fancy flanking angles, but they just get picked off one by one. Every time.
So, first of all, the fact that Scion was 1-7 at the beginning of that fight, took on 3 members, one of them being a 3-item Varus, ended up killing the Varus, going 1 for 1, and then, oh my god, what are you doing on that backside? Just the flank, they were just walked. All they did while 3 of their members were being engaged on was took a leisurely stroll round the entire goddamn jungle to get a flank that wasn't going to work. They might be looking for more here.
They're looking for the engaged. Scion is in base. He's not quite there. Deadlyfish gets a knock up, and that slows a lot of the targets, but Cassandra is already dead. The chase is on. Berserk go 2 members, and they will die. There is the teleport, though, from Fork, and he's trying to fight everybody by himself. He may be tanky, he may be dealing a lot of damage, but he can't fight 5v1. Now they have to make sure the zombie Scion doesn't kill anybody, but they manage to do it. The pendulum swings right back, 4 for 0. Somewhere this could be game. The death time is over 30 seconds.
They haven't got a wave though. They haven't got a wave. It's going to be coming on the next one. They might be able to get an inhib tower.
Yeah, no, they can't end. Yeah.
Yeah, they will. They will be able to maybe, if they want to tank it even, they will be able to try and just straight on just get this. But yeah, this is not the end.
I don't think they should do this. Everybody's respawning. 9 seconds until Cassandra, 2 seconds until Deadlyfish. The wizard is tanking the turret. That is a lot of shots. They get the turret. They need to run. The respawns are coming in. Deadlyfish is already alive. Cassandra respawning now. They need to get out. They get the inhibitor. They run for the hills. Look at their own base. They need to defend that even. 1 minute and 30 seconds until the dragon, 2 minutes until the Baron, but the chase is on. Kaiser W has landed, and they're fancying it. They want to get that chase on. They want to stop the recalls. They want to slow down the map movement of 50-50, but for now, they seem to have avoided an engage, but they're still running. They need to run as fast as they can, because Quantify Force are pushing in force. And they really want that mid lane inhibitor themselves before any more neutral objectives spawn.
If Glow-On died with that like tower, like right there, that just proves into my mind that we need to make like university tuition free, because there is no way my man could be that desperate for the PayPal money that he could just like that he is able to get he's not able to die, but yeah, okay, there's a lot that they've got to do. LeBlanc is trying to clear the way. You've got 5 people stacked topside, and there's a whole wave. There's no Baron, but FF the Wizard, he's got to do some magic here.
The last inhibitor turret from the side of 50-50 is fallen. They need to find the engage somehow before all their bases in tatters. The inhibitor is already dying now. Lyre has found the flank. 4 members go berserk, but they cannot capitalize on it whatsoever. Double knock-up from the side onto Rickle and Glow-On, and it's a 2-sided fight. FF the Wizard is trying to occupy as many members as he can, but he cannot quite do it, and this should be the end. The health bars are going out. Rickle is doing all the damage he can, but Exodia has already fallen. Lyre once again tried to find the flank for the Renata, but his team wasn't ready for it. The Nexus towers are in the sight of Quantify Force, and it's not been a pretty series, and it seems like it's not quite over either, because they managed to get the base defended somehow. 3 inhibitors dead, 2 members dead. They are still 14 kills ahead. They are still almost even in gold. But damn, was that close to being the end.
I have no words right now. This actually will be Soul for 50-50, which I think at this point just means it's going to take a little bit longer for them to end these fights. But oh my god, this is the sloppiest legal. Right, I'm Silver 4, okay, and I also in my casting career I love being positive and saying the good things that people doing. Yo, Fork's coming back, he is the GOAT, you know, and all that. But I need to take like a mental reset. I think I'm mental boomed right now, because these fights are the sloppiest things I've ever seen. You just gotta play tight. Don't just go. Glow-On is using Q against a caster minion, and like, well, what is this?
Aaron has been engaged. Quantify Force are just going to take this one uncontested, because 50-50 can't really like leave their base. All their inhibitors are down. Double super minions are barreling down every single lane, and I think this is going to be decided by the next team fight. If Quantify Force win the next team fight, if Quantify Force lose the next team fight, it might be decided by the next team fight.
Okay.
If Quantify Force lose that team fight, then it might be decided by the next team fight, and then maybe 50-50 can win. They have such a mountain to climb, despite being ahead so many kills, despite having the soul. Now Exodia has been attacked by the Winter Spite. Glow-On tries to defend them, and the Scion is taking so much more damage than expected. Rickle is unstoppable. Have they found their fight? Zombie Scion is doing a lot of damage, but is enough? The Wizard finally found a good angle for the Hextech ultimatum. Everybody's trapped. Liar gets the kill on the Deadly Fish. Big boy Steve-O might be big, but he's not big enough anymore. And they win the fight. They're gonna ace them. Shutdown goes over to Glow-On. They get not quite the clean ace, but it's a triple kill for the Sejuani. They only need lose Exodia. They might not be able to win the game quite yet, but they defend their base against all odds and ace Quantify Force, and the game is gonna keep going. Samurai, my voice!
I know! I'm more than happy to take over play-by-play. I've been here, man. 40-minute banger right now. I just want to read you this in chat, the last two messages, because honestly it goes, oh, double supers with Baron Nashor. And then Cat Go Back goes, uh-oh. Just like the, oh, this is over. God damn it. And yeah, 50-50, hold on. You know, I think the prioritization's right. You know, Wizard not just going for the first ultimate, really making sure to save that for the Kai'Sa. The reason why those frontline got melted so much, not relatively because the frontline of 50-50 wasn't getting melted, was because Wizard always had that ability to just go in and kill that Kai'Sa. And Kai'Sa just did not have the ability to steal the damage back. And yeah, Varus is now dealing damage. He's on 5 items once again. We've been here before. Do I really need to say the same situation? We've got a Varus with 5 items, and if he hits them, they win. There we go.
This feels like a season 2 Korea versus China game, right?
Yeah.
With 50-50 being the Chinese team, oh, Maokai ultimate use, but LeBlanc just gets away. Kai'Sa hits the W, ults forward. That is very dangerous, but that is so much damage. Exhaust might just be too late. No, it's not. And Kai'Sa may have just injured the goddamn game away. Zera just fucking dies.
But why? Why did he? To be fair, that could have been a frustration play. You know, he really wanted to just, you know, he's feeling so frustrated in these team fights that he's like, I can pick the LeBlanc right here and just go for it. I have the AP, I have the auto attacks, another uh-oh from Catpath, and this actually could be game. If Forks isn't able to backdoor, not use that Scion ultimate to be able to knock down the turret, honestly, Forks, I'd say forget this. Look for the backdoor. Oh no, the inhibitor's just spawned. He can't do it anymore. This could be game. It's still 20 seconds on. He's still 20 seconds.
The Wizard is going forward. They have the minions. They're gonna take this inhibitor. They have to keep their cannon minion alive to make sure they can take the Nexus turrets. There goes the engage. Scion is in the front now, but he's taking so much damage. The Varus is absolutely shredding him. The Granata Glass ultimate makes sure to buy some time. Lara is very, very low now. The Scion is doing God's work, and the Maokai tried to do it as well, but he will just fall. Scion now back in base. It is a 4v4 because the Kai'Sa has respawned. The Wizard is trying to recall because he has the teleport, but they can't quite afford it. They get double knocked out by the Scion. What are you doing? The Malzahar tries to get the ultimate down, but has to go golden immediately. And there's the double kill for the Kai'Sa. They turn the fight around, and it's going back and forth, but the Wizard will just not die. He will not die. He will win the fight! They have done it! The minions are coming! We're going to game 4, ladies and gentlemen! I don't know who threw or who carried. I just know this is the best damn game of League of Legends I've ever cast. It's incredible! 50-50 finally managed to win a coin flip and take it to game 4.
Game 4, and you can int all you want in League of Legends, but you just gotta make sure you don't int last. And, you know, 50-50 have seemingly taken that motto to heart, because after a 43-minute banger, oh my god, get some water, get some, like, voice soothers. Oh my god, Joe, save yourself, because the momentum is swinging to 50-50. Look, listen to this stream, 50-50. Oh my god, I need to tell you that. Like, you know you can win this game. You know you can win this series. You see how Force are playing. They've come up, they're disjointed, They make lots of like silly mistakes, and you're capitalizing on it with these pick comps. Keep trying to do that, and you can win this series. It is on. And Joe, if you want, I am more than happy to do play-by-play because I don't want you to...
Firstly, I want to keep doing it because it's incredibly fun.
It is incredibly fun.
Secondly, I can't color cast, my friend. I'll leave that to you. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'll once again have to get my voice some lubrication, and we'll be back with game 4. And before you hear my voice again, I assume Samurai will update you on the other series because I can't imagine the game in the other series will have taken as long as this one.
Yeah, maybe 5 days, honestly. Let's just take a quick 5-day break, get your voice back into shape. No, see you guys in a bit. Hi guys. So, yeah, currently trying to restore a little bit of my energy levels right now. Yes, thank you, Patarina. I had just got the information myself, but I appreciate I'm not trying to be a copy that. We do have the scores from the other game. Frostbite, having taken that first game, have now lost the next two to Gracelight. So it's quite aesthetic here. Both 2-1s right now, and both those two games going to the Div 2 teams. No, Patarina, I'm sorry. No, you're lovely. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. You are a lovely, lovely person, and I. But it is two very different positions in the series. You know, Gracelight really have, you know, the momentum now, winning 2 games, and they're really seeming like they're getting a lot of early leads, really pushing it. Sorry, Frostbite are actually getting the early leads. Arigato in the mid lane is always getting a lead early in that mid lane, but just, yeah, they just, some minor mistakes are just costing them. Kind of like it, well, it's not really minor mistakes, it's a lot less than minor, so it's a very tense series. But yeah, this one, Quantify losing the first game, and we could see the tides shift here. Although, to be fairly honest, if this was a tide analogy, we'd be playing in a goddamn storm right now. You know, just complete chaos right now. So regardless, thank you all for being here to witness, though. Lovely to see everyone here in chat, and yeah, how are we all doing? What are we thinking about the series? Is it? I know we've got Honest Sleep calling it with the reverse sweep, and you know it would be the upset of a century. You know, to reverse sweep 3-2 the team that's never lost a series, that could be absolutely incredible.
Hello. Don't ask honestly about heavy favorites getting reverse swept in important games in VL. He might get PTSD.
Oh, is there history?
There is. I'm not going to elaborate.
Yeah, no worries. But honest sleep coping in chat saying that would never happen. But
ask him about Hodgson on Amumu.
Oh yeah, just for peers it is. He's taking it well as I am.
I mean,
now.
it's been some time. I need another standing up from my chair. I assume you've already updated the audience on the other series.
Yes, yeah, it's 2-1 to Gracelight.
On the screen, 2-1 for Gracelight. Who were talking big in the interview after the last series, the two of us cast, where they said they wanted to face Quantify Force in the finals, and they were sure they were gonna get there. And while it's looking good for them, and it's technically still looking good for Quantify Force, the momentum may have swung. And all these three games were incredibly close so far. But now I'm interested to see if that was just a one-off, because 50-50 just found the comp that they needed to turn it around. Incredible, by the way, that they managed to win after being 3 inhibitors down and a Baron buff on the other team. I don't think I've seen that recently. And yeah, what's happening now? What are the adaptations in draft and in game?
Yeah, so just a quick bit of news. So Quantify, having lost the game, they get side selection. They have chosen to be red side. I often see this a lot. I don't know, like I see a lot of teams like prioritize blue side because, oh, that's what you're supposed to go. And then like people just default to red side because they realize, oh, the counter picks are actually really strong and we're able to play around them and draft a lot easier with them. I don't know. I think that's just a common trend I see like in drafts when we go, just people prioritize red side, I think, just a lot more. I think it's the correct thing to do. But just like as an overall state of things, even if like Quantify Force win this one and Gracelight Ruby win the other one, like what we had predicted, you're not happy. Like there are so many mistakes here. There's so much you need to tighten up, so much that your opposing team can exploit, look at. There'll be, you know, it's not two indomitable giants we just see who's out smurfing the other. I'm saying metaphorically, of course. Shout out to the VL team. They have the best smurf detection. You know, they always do like a really good job. Envy, a real big shout out to him because he is not, you know, he's very underappreciated on staff. Doesn't often most visible, but he is absolutely lovely. Doing all those tickets, which I just kind of scroll past. So big shout outs to them. But yeah, you've got so many weaknesses, just so many sloppy plays. All the staff team actually a big shout out. But yeah, you've got to tighten it up, and you've got to tighten it up in a week against a team that is also having problems. Frostbite Mystics, you know, taking a game against Gracelight Ruby, like they've been trying to get a team together. They had to get one together at the last minute, taking a game and feeling pretty good about themselves. From what I'm hearing is incredible. So yeah, this finals, it's not going to be the tale of two giants, but two giants really trying to recover. So it'll be a very interesting dynamic, and you'll watch it all here, won't we, Motor Joe? Next week on Monday. Yeah. But still, we got a banger series. It's the fog through the trees right now. As we've got a banging series right here now, Joe.
Yeah, giants with feet of clay and 50-50 have brought the water to weaken that clay today. In the first two games, they looked like they could take the victory, but ultimately fell short in the end. But in the third game, against all odds, 3 inhibitors down, Baron buff on the other team, they managed to defend their base twice and then push through to victory. And I have no more predictions of how the game could go, especially based off of draft, because the pendulum keeps swinging back and forth inside these games so hard and so much. Honestly, I'm just happy I'm here, allowed to commentate it, but I won't deign to make any more draft towards game victory predictions, because holy hell, this is a series.
I kind of disagree with the. Oh, sorry, my girlfriend's just going to bed and we're saying goodnight. I'm not sure if I 100% agree with the Gwen ban.
Everyone in chat say goodnight to Samurai's girlfriend.
Yes, say goodnight. And say goodnight to Penny as well, my pigeon. She's also going to bed as well. She's being tucked up. Becoming somewhat of a chat and VL favorite. But regardless, we're in draft, and yeah, I honestly, all of these bans from 50-50, like 100%, I agree with every single one of them. Like, they are just perfect. And yeah, Sejuani picked up. It's the champion that keeps them winning. Glow on. I don't think, like, he sometimes like has, you know, some like off moments with the champion, but I think the way it synergizes with the melee style, ooh, we're getting a big shake-up. A Moo picked up. Honestly, please stay with us. If you have any flashbacks, you know, just, you know, there are helplines. Just stay with us, man.
It might not be a role swap jungler Mumu, so I think we're all gonna be fine. Varus and Camille, again, the pickups for 50-50. Both of these worked very, very well for them in the last game. I'm still wondering if this Amumu is going jungle or support. Is it going to be the support for that Ashe? We haven't seen Xerath on Ashe this series either. He's just been opting for the Kai'Sa if the Xayah was banned, but now it's Ashe. Much more immobile, but with a lot more lane control, and the Ornn picked up despite the Camille. For Fox, Ornn, of course, also a tank, just like Sion, so Camille should be in the advantaged position, but how much will depend on especially how the first 3 to 4 levels go. What's your opinions on that matchup, Samurai?
Yeah, a little bit better than the Ornn with like Camille. Sorry, a better for the Ornn rather than a Sion for Fox here into the Camille. I think this has been the benefit of Red Side for, you know, Quantify. They're really able to shake, like, okay, these are the 2 picks. They're going to set our draft. They've first picked Camille. Fox, what do you want? Yeah, let's go for the Ornn because the Sion really didn't work into it. I think Ornn is a lot better of a matchup into Camille because you've got that unstoppable. You can deal a lot of damage into Camille. You can really disrupt her. So I do like that more. And we'll see what they want to pick up. So it will be either a support, as that could be a blind mid lane, and Nivea being hovered.
Oh, it's a Nivea.
Circle theorem.
Now that's an interesting pick. I think we can say with a bit of authority already for the side of Quantify Force, it's a team fight comp. They want a team fight.
And it's team fight with comfort. Because Cassandra Anivia was one of her, actually the most played champion for her last split. God, I need to get a life and like stop trolling through people's OBLGGs. But Anivia was the most played mid laner. Picking it blind, I think, is just purely out of a, you know, that kind of thing. I also think they haven't revealed the Amumu, so I'm like 70% sure this Amumu now is going support. I think they don't want Steve-O on Amumu. I think they want him on something else. So the Braum finally going to go over to 50-50 here. Ari as well. Exodia does play that pretty well. Will be the matchup into Anivia. I don't know how that one goes. It is quite mobile, so I can see it being good, but also Anivia could be quite impressive in lane. So we'll see how that goes. And then yeah, I think this is the jungle pick here, Joe.
I mean, let's be honest. In the first 2 games, they've all played well, but their main carry was Big Boy Stevo.
Never mind.
But they didn't pick their wait with their last pick for him. They were giving him the Amumu, and it's Ashe Lulu in the bot lane against that Varus Braum. Of course, the conventional wisdom would say the ranged support should give this lane an advantage, at least in lane. They should have push with the ranged support and with the Ashe volley. But now it's gonna switch to the important question of jungle attention. Does Sejuani camp the Camille early? Then the Varus Braum is really not gonna have an easy time against this hard-pushing bot lane.
Yeah, when you're thinking about this from a jungle perspective, like, as an Amumu, you want to be like, oh, pushing bot lane, pushing mid lane, I just want to be bot side, and, you know, maybe a dive if that's there, but just covering these lanes, getting those early dragons, especially Amumu, not the quickest dragon taker. That being said, you know how this top lane is going to go before this even, like, starts, and it's going to be Wizard is going to be trading hard, and Sejuani is going to be looking at that top lane with eager eyes. So, and also, Forks has been struggling. He has had some great performances, but in lane, Forks has been struggling. And so, as an Amumu, you're tempted to be like, well, I should be an opportunistic jungler, and I should really get pulled towards that top side, which is why, you know, even when, like, necessarily, like, Wizard hasn't done anything yet, but just because of, like, how the series develops, it changes the way, like, junglers can think and affects it. Wizard will be drawing attention to himself, like, drawing pressure, even though the game hasn't started, because mentally, when you're coming up with these plans, you'll be like, I actually do need to go topside. This is how this matchup has gone. It's really why best of fives are just, they're so fun to cast for the brain, not fun for the vocal cords. But I think this is a very dynamic team comp from both sides, and I really can't get into this one. I think 50-50 might have the advantage, but there's a real good, like, wombo combo. I'll never underrate an Ashe, because if she can land her enchanted crystal arrows, she is just, like, built different. You can really just, it's too good of a pick comp. So we'll have to see how it's executed, but I'm edging towards 50-50 here, Joe.
Draft-wise, nameplates off. I agree. I also think the Braum can be very powerful against the Ashe in the mid and late game, because if you have quick enough hands, obviously, right? Whenever you see that enchanted crystal arrow flying towards one of your carries, the Braum can just press W and stand in front of them. Sure, getting stunned instead of dodging it is not necessarily the ideal thing to happen, but you always want your support to get stunned instead of your mid laner or your AD carry or even your Camille top. I think it's all going to depend on how well this bot lane can hold, how many turret plates they can save themselves, how much they can prevent Quantify from early dragon stacking, because this Camille might well just be a menace once again, and this time I think Quantify have a lot less tools to contain the Camille if she does get ahead. Sure, Anivia has a wall and her ultimate slow, sure Amumu has a lot of CC, sure Ornn has a lot of CC, but it's not the same thing as it was in the first game, with one exception. If Lulu has good timing on her ultimates, it could completely ruin the Wizard's day.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm really, like, I want to get better color casting than just, I don't know, and it's a dynamic comp, because I'm also looking at this from Sejuani's side, so something that, a good thing about being Sejuani one trick is I know the matchups pretty well, and it used to be the case pretty much always that Amumu used to be a counter into Sejuani, because you had that max health, like, tick damage from your Tantrum and your W. You also had a lot more AoE CC, which worked well into, like, Sejuani's CC when she was going in. You have very good counter engage. I also love Ice Arrow here being my color caster when I don't have an opinion. We'll wait for 10 seconds once again as for some... Oh no, my phone's died! Shit! I can't look at chat anymore! Oh no.
Right, I am paused at 10 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Feel free to count me in whenever you can.
Sorry, yeah.
I will convey what Ice has typed into the stream chat once we are in game.
Yeah, so 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're live on Summoner's Rift for Game 4 of this Division 3 semi-final of Valence League. Between, on the blue side, we have Fifity-Fifty, who've just won the third game. Pardon me, this is the fourth one, obviously, no, not the third one. After being 0-2 down in a 44-minute banger, they're now preparing an invade against the red side team, which is Quantify Force, that were completely unbeaten in the regular season and before today. And every one of those first 3 games was an absolute banger and back and forth game. And they're using the level 1 power that Braum Sejuani provide to try and get an invade here on the enemy blue buff level 1. And what Ice says about the matchup is that he thinks Quantify wins it because Fifity-Fifty has struggled to end games, and they have free anti-siege in the form of Nivea, and Amumu is, according to Ice, a much more Stevo champ because it can gank a lot early.
That is true, and I think this is probably why Fifity-Fifty, or part of the reason why Fifity-Fifty wanted that information on where this Amumu is starting, because if you could just see a world here where Ash and Lulu, they go like 4-0-0, and then just roll over the game, because an Amumu just ganking, perma-ganking, could be really tough to deal with, obviously, and just could be really just... It could be, again, a game ending there. However, if the last series has been anything to go by, we know that it always goes back and forth. So maybe trying to shut this one out. Ooh, some good damage.
That was a good Braum Q onto Deadly Fish. Don't quite get the stun on him, though. And so trading resumes, and they're racing for the all-important level 2, while Glowon's already here. Looking for a level 2 gank. I'm not quite sure if Zirad and Deadlyfish have seen the Sejuani coming. They're moving forward. This could be it. It's still level 1 for Rickle and Lar, but Deadlyfish is already dead. First blood to Glowon, and despite all expectations, Sejuani flips it level 2 in the bot lane. Just like Ice Arrow predicted in the Twitch chat. That man is a prophet. Meanwhile, Amumu is stealing the blue buff while the wizard is trading with Fox.
So, here's the thing. Great from Glowon. That's really unpredictable. I wouldn't imagine a Sejuani doing, like, red Krugs into, like, level 2 gank. You usually want level 3 at least on Sejuani. Steve-O is actually... Yeah, he's going to execute here.
He's going to execute. He's taken the blue buff. He's going to keep the buffs. That is a change that happened, I think, about 1.5 years ago. Oh. If you get executed, to keep the buffs, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong in Twitch chat. But the wizard with great trades here once again on the Fox. Cassandra, meanwhile, forced to flash because Lyre roamed mid lane. These are some changes in macro, and I'm loving to see them.
Yeah, so Steve-O does not have any buffs, so that answers that one.
Yeah, that is rough then for him. Amumu level 3 without blue buff, not fun.
So the one thing I would criticize from Glowon, you didn't need to use the... Now, don't get me wrong, I was a Sejuani one trick, I was the king of kill stealing, never mind, we got a top lane gank.
Yeah, and the flash forward from Glowon to try and get a kill on the Fox, but he flashes away himself. But now there's an Ornn without a flash in the top lane. Well, it was a 2-for-1 trade when it comes to these flashes, so fair play to Fox there, escaping the gank alive.
Yeah, being the king of Sejuani kill steals, like, you didn't need to take that one, especially because when the Varus got online, the one game that you won, and the other game where you had Varus where you, like, almost, and you basically should have won, that was when the Varus got online. The quicker this Varus gets online, the quicker you win. Well, I mean, obviously it's like contextual on like a lot of different circumstances, but that has been the formula that this game has provided. So don't take the kill as a Sejuani. You don't need it.
I have a counter argument.
Yeah?
4-minute 25 Balmy Cinder.
That is true.
That's all I gotta say about this. It just does feel good as a jungler. To have a Barmy Cinder this early makes the clear so much quicker and easier, makes ganks a lot more threatening if you get these stuns off. But of course, I agree with you. The kill should have gone to Varus. That Lulu was going absolutely nowhere. You could have just given it over. I jungled 2 splits ago for the first time in VL, and it gave me a whole new perspective on things, right?
Yeah. I used to be just a little bit more trading. I also like this as well. I mean, I really get why Conqueror was needed, but given the way these trades have been going from Wizard, I think Grass makes a lot more sense, especially into this Ornn now. So he'll have a lot more health. He'll be really nice when he goes in, just to be a lot more have a lot more sustain. But yeah, I was a jungler because no one wanted to play it on the team that I was on. So I've been jungler since about like season 7, season 8, and yeah, I've never really looked back. Well, until this season where I basically haven't been playing League of Legends, but in theory, I'm still a jungler.
But luckily, even if you're not playing, you're sitting here with me casting this amazing series, and I'm all the happier for it. Looking at the map state, the Wizard is pushing in top lane as we expected. Bot lane's going a little different than expected. It's a very even there, and Rickle is quite ahead in CS. With that Varus range, doing wonders here. I think an unexpected lane victory so far for the bot lane of 50-50, and they're almost 1,500 gold ahead at 6.5 minutes. What is happening? What am I looking at?
It's just
Look at mid lane farm.
It's just because all of the lanes are winning. Like, it's not anywhere, as we look at the gold, it's not anywhere too specific. The highest one is in the ADC with like 500 gold, but just everyone is just getting advantage. Ari is honestly, as we do see a pause come out, Exodia has actually been farming so well throughout this entire series, has been doing things like 10 CS a minute at times, which is honestly like a big shout outs to Exodia, something we haven't talked about, but just generally, you've got CS differences, you have that first blood as well, and that is just going to generally lead to, a gold lead across the map, which compounds, it adds up, and yeah, pause now as I'll look in the chat. The Cassandra's computer is dying. No, his mouse is dying. Never mind.
No, I think we're on blue side, right? Exodia's mouse, no?
Oh, yes, it's Exodia's mouse. Sorry, yeah. I'm an idiot. I was so used to...
No, you're not. It's a long series. Don't disparage yourself. As we're back to live, and Sejuani is bot lane again, trying to hide in the brush as the spectator client is acclimating to having had a pause. We're about to get moving any moment. Can't really predict when exactly that is going to happen, as Riot is a small indie company and has no money to fix bugs like this that have been existing for literal years. Okay, we're back live. Here we go.
Moldova. So Glow, this is really smart. You've got to be patient though. It's really tough when you go for these lane gangs to be like, I'm not seeing anything right now. The Amumu could just be farming right now, but like, if you wait long enough, you know it pans out. You know these lane gangs usually are really successful, but it's just how long you have to wait for them. End of the day, they just end up pushing out the wave, and well done to bot lane, I think, just saving your jungler from that.
Their lane was pushing just barely, unfortunately. So they couldn't really have hope to just sit there and wait until the wave pushes. And Sejuani is not level 6, right? So they lose quite some time for Glowon there on that attempted lane gank. And now Amumu is already level 6, where Glowon is not quite yet. Will be very soon. But the wave pushing there, a little bit unfortunate for them. And if Glowon had been level 6, I think he would have been content to just sit there a little bit. There it is, there's a level up. And wait for the opportunity to use that Glacial Prison and find and engage. But with all summoners up on Quantify spot lane, as well as both ultimates, no, only one ultimate, pardon me, it's on the Ashe ultimate, Jellyfish not quite yet level 6, but they use the early rotation to get the Rift Herald, while on the other side, they shake hands for the Dragon for it.
Yeah, and that's why I think Lauren was bot side, because when you have both ultimates up, when you have all the summoners, and you knew Amumu was bot side as well, just because of like the tracking of how the camps were being taken, Amumu, like a lot of junglers there would have been like, oh, there's a level 6 on Ashe, and there's this bot lane pushed up. That's a gank. Like, that's a gank for a lot of junglers. They were pushed up as well. Like, so it's not necessarily the gank in and of itself, but the counter gank there honestly could have just been game. I know, like, in this game, like, getting a triple kill just means that you're about to throw it away in 3 minutes time. But, like, as a general principle, that lead that you could get in bot side could genuinely just be, like, in theory, just game ending. So I really liked it, and it just the Amumu just decided against it. Maybe they saw, maybe Steve-O, you know, he's, you know, one of the best junglers we have in Div 3, almost, you know, arguably one of the best junglers we even have in Div 2, like the whole of VL that we've had this split. So yeah, he does not gank, and yeah, that was the correct decisions, but it was a good try from Glowon. I saw what he was doing. Oh god.
The engage is happening. Rickle's already very, very low. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits loud. That's the interaction I mentioned earlier, but the flashes forward come in. Rickle has no way out and will be slain by Zered. There comes the ultimate as well from the Lulu. Not quite sure why. But they do get that one kill. The ultimate's just for style, I guess.
She was helping, okay? She needed to let the casters know.
She wasn't really helping. That's movement speed from the W. But
yeah.
The ultimate was, let's say for style, okay?
She just wants to use it, okay? She's been holding on to it this entire time. Realized, like, I'm so ready to use this ultimate. It's such a team, like, changing ability, and realize that your Ashe is already winning the lane anyway, and you're like, oh god damn it, I'll just pop it anyway.
Why is Exodia top?
Oh, there is Rift Herald, so maybe they're looking for a dive.
But you have Camille and Sedge. Okay, Braum is holding mid-wave. On uses ultimate to make sure to not get dove, but the Rift Herald has been summoned anyway. That's gonna be 2 plates gone. And maybe they are still fancying this dive now that the Ornn does not have the Call of the Forge God available, but decide against it, as Amumu and Lulu are both missing. So they didn't quite know what to expect if they did decide for the dive, but the gold lead has been closed by about 1,000. It was 2,000. That's a great charm onto Deadlyfish. He could actually one-shot him.
Nah.
Deadlyfish gets away.
Usually, even with a champion like Lulu, like Ahri doesn't really have that one-shot potential. Only really has it when either you have a Spirit Rush up, or you have at least...
He did.
He did, but he decided not to go for it. Yeah, or that Luden's Echo, another charm.
These are hitting like with a goddamn aimbot. That's very, very good there.
Staff, that was not an accusation.
Have I ever told you the story of how I got my first win on stream in Compete League? That was what VL used to be. I played Ahri mid and had a terrible early game, and then suddenly I started hitting all the charms. And the caster called me Bjergsen. I was very happy.
Was that so? I know that Captain Flowers cast Compete League at some point. Was that Captain Flowers by any chance? Or was that...
I wish it would have been, but Captain Flowers cast in NA where Compete League was much bigger at the time than here in the EU. So no, that was not it. But still, fun little anecdote, I feel. And Glowon, if you don't, at first you don't succeed, you try again. He's in that bot lane brush one more time. Not quite thinking this lane state is where they want it to be, but it does seem... No, it's pushing again. I don't know why he's sitting there still.
Again, it's like the same thing in theory. I do disagree with it here a little bit more, but like the idea is there. But this is the problem with lane ganks, is that you do end up just like sitting there, because like if I like wait another 3 seconds, maybe he comes. But you've got a control ward. You've got actually pretty good vision. You don't even need to be this far up. You can already just I think walk back, and I'm maybe not going for either. There's some trading in the top side. It's also like, there's not a lot to do here, you know. You've really got to find a way to sort of get ahead. Oh, they're going in.
Lyra has been caught, but that is a good ultimate from the Braum, and the stun is on to big boy Steve-O, and now he's dead, boy Steve-O. Camilla's teleported in, gets the hookshot over the walls. It's another kill for the side of 50-50. A double goes over to Glowon. He was jealous of Big Boy Steve getting all the kills in the first 2 games for the other team. He says, I'm a jungler too, I want some kills as well. And he takes both of them. And the Hextech Dragon is their prize. Great teleport from the Wizard. Great play from 50-50.
Okay, okay, like 1 kill steal, that's fine. Look, every jungler, you know, you just want that kill. I get it. You don't need all of them, okay? You really do need this gold on, like, the Varus or the Camille. You know, things that can get these lanes ahead. Like, your jungle clear is not going to improve that much more. It will be helpful going in, but, like, you've got so many tank shredders and, you know, a Mumu and your Anivias. They're just going to, like, burst them down, but Glowon, you know, maybe he heard me. He heard me saying, like, oh, Steve-O's so good and Glowon's really going to have to, you know, put his place. And maybe he heard me. He's like, you know what, Samurai? Fuck you. I am going to carry this one right now. I don't want to hear a damn thing about some big boy Steve-O. Ult coming in.
Steve-O was looking for it, but he just gets charmed. But Liar got caught by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow before. Now Deadlyfish has been caught by the Sejuani. Ults himself to try and live. Will for now, but the charm lands onto him. The damage of the chips is just enough to get the kill. Rampage for Glowon. And now Exodia looking for the Spirit Rush to find more damage. Glowon has to run away. The Arminivia ult is doing so much damage. And now, meanwhile, the top laners are dueling each other, trying to get to the fight, but getting into a duel right before Hextech Ultimatum used. Call of the Forge God not used. Advantage in that case for the top side of Quantify. But the fight goes to 50-50, and now they're again over 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, well played to Exodia there. We saw, like, in the past couple of games, like, he was throwing his skill shots at times, you know, especially against that Kayn. We saw him get that double kill against, I think it was Ari and Sejuani again. It was the same matchup. And, yeah, really saving it, waiting until the Lulu had nowhere to go, and then using that charm, securing the kill, just really maximizing his damage, and it went really well. Also, I know you'll love this one, Joe, going for the Liandry's. I can actually see it going.
There we go.
I can see it going either way. Like, if your idea is forget this, we really need to get onto the Anivia and like the Ashe and the Lulu, I could see Luden's Echo. But I think also if you're not expecting to do that and you just want that consistent damage, then yeah, Liandry's will work pretty well here, like consistently.
Yeah, I mean, considering Lulu shields and the like, and the Momo as well as the On. And then Anivia Egg as well will also take damage from the burn. I think overall the Liandry's is the much better choice here. Multiple members committed to the top side. 4 of them actually. The Rift Herald summoned as well. There's the charm landing on the Fox. Exodia is hitting all of them. He's collected all the parts of the Forbidden One. And that is an Exodia completed. Another kill in the top lane now. Rico is trying to defend this mid and gets tagged by the stun from Cassandra, just misses his own ultimate. That could have been a kill because that was barely almost under turret. And the Varus, we know, can deal a lot of damage in a short time. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide in the top lane, but they did pick up the tower with the help of the Herald. Now their lead has grown to 3,000. Anivia is behind them, but who is behind who? You're not locked in here with me. Oh God, you are locked in here with me. After all, Cassandra still has the egg available though, and the cavalry has arrived. It's a 4v3. Once again, have they overcommitted? Exodia is there to come back in. Glowon takes a lot of damage, but can take a lot of damage because of that new mythic item, but they have to run for the hills as well. Big Boy Steve-O hits the bandage toss and gets the shutdown. The other kill goes to Deadlyfish, and they have overcommitted, as they have been doing the entire series long. And once again, 50-50 pay the price, and now the gold lead closes down to less than 1,500. It's been more than halved.
Yeah, well played there to ZRedX, really saving it because he was able to notice that, hey, they've really committed to this top side, let's just get this tower, able to take it so quickly that they're able to deny the first tower blood over to 50-50. Ashe gets it for herself, then is able to back, and then with the extra damage that he was able to get, was able to just take down and use all of that kiting power and just the damage that Ashe was dealing at the state that she was, with a lot of members having not backed from 50-50, really kept Quantify in this. So really good, well played there from ZRedX.
Yeah,
Now let's take stock, right? 1500 gold about the lead. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. It's a mountain dragon. We're gonna have mountain, so and this one would be huge for either of these teams. And it's looking like 50-50 are completely committing to it, while Quantify, they want to close the gold lead. They're committing to top side. They want to just take the top lane turret in exchange. They're handshaking this dragon away. Of course, dragon stacking not really a concern right now, as both teams have one of those each. I'm not quite sure if it's a correct choice, but it's definitely not a terrible choice.
It's a trade that you can't really analyze. Like, this decision couldn't be justified. Oh, what's happening? Oh, they're going for a dive.
Yeah, no, they're gonna keep going. They're gonna take another one. Only Camilla's there. She can't defend 1v4. Yeah, the teleport is coming in from Ari as well. Call the Forge God has been called. Can it cancel the teleport? No, he cannot. But he's all alone to Rickle. But Glow On and Lyra are coming from the back. Fox gets stunned by the Braum passive, and Rickle picks up the kill. Can they defend the inner turret in the top lane? Yes, they can. 50-50 win out on both sides of the map. And Lyra's not taking the turret. It just looked like a minion was standing right in front of him. And 50-50 4-1. Win the macro side of things? What am I looking at, Samurai?
So here's the thing, like with those kind of trades that are really like abstract, it's not about whether it's right or wrong, but it's how you justify it with your later actions. And noticing like Ornn is pushed up, we're going to get a wave clearer in Ari to be able to deal with that side, and then they back off. I was a bit worried about Rickle, but using him taking that tower shots to bait in Forks, get the kill and the tower, I think that was really well played and justified. So now do I like the dragon pick from 50-50? Yes, of course, because they were able to justify it.
Yeah, I think overall, Team Quantify Forest should have just said, okay, we're 4 members topside. Fox, you might be in a 1v5 or 1v4 or 1v3 in the bot lane. Just don't try to defend the turret. Just sit back. You know?
Oh, who did that go to? Was that, that does go to 50-50. Oh, another fight here.
Invade is happening. The stun is onto Stevo from the Braum passive, and it's taking once again triple knockup from Lyra on the Braum. Stevo has been ulted by the Lulu, but can he get away? It's not looking like a Camille. And the Aria coming over the wall. The chase is on. They're getting 2 kills for this one. The Ash has fallen as well, and the chase is on. Very good damage from Cassandra, though, with the ultimate and the stun, but the Wizard has found another hookshot, gets the stun to Cassandra. The egg might be available, but it's probably not going to be enough. They can't save their mid laner. Eggnivia is falling. It's a 3-0 for 50-50, and Baron Nashor is alive. They're 5 members strong. They can just take it.
Okay, Wizard's cooking right now. You've got the mobility. You're able to just really segment these fights, and like Quantify just can't keep these fights just head straight on with your tanks there. The Amumu ultimate, like, it just didn't really land. I don't even know if it was even up for that fight.
Look at the Wizard. He's gone on the Deadly Fish. He's been transformed into a little critter by that support, and so the escape will happen. But that looks scary, and he's trying. He's gonna keep trying. He's not stopping. But now they have to run away. Now they're 5 members strong, and Momo hits a Q onto a minion, but should have another banish toss available. The Sejuani ultimate, the Glacial Prison, and the Varus ultimate used to disengage this fight. They just want to save their Baron buffs, and I think that's a completely correct choice.
Yep, I was going to say that about Wizard, but yes, very much have gotten out the way there. Again, just make sure you're not too, this is just a good learning experience, like make sure you're not too lazy with your abilities. We've seen a lot, like people just throw ultimates or use flashes where if you really like had stopped to take the time and realize, oh, I didn't need to use that ultimate on Amumu, or I know it's tough in hindsight because this game is very intense and, you know, your hands are shaking, knees weak, arms are heavy, he's nervous and all that. But, like, look, it's 5k in the lead here for 50-50. They have Baron, they're able to push, they've got range, and Forks' prediction, you know, Cassandra, it's going to be tough for her to clear Baron-empowered minions with the damage that she's at now. She's still only at 1 item, so it is looking good for 50-50 tentatively. I did League gods, I did not curse them. I was just making a general observation. Don't at me. Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna double down on this because I have a little factoid for you, okay? Are you ready?
Oh, hit me.
This is the biggest lead any of these two teams has had the entire series.
No
and
way.
It's not even 25 minutes into this game. None of these teams has ever been 6,000 gold ahead against each other today. And it's an almost 6,000 gold lead for 50-50. They are completely running over this game. They're snowballing minute to minute. They're still carrying the Baron buff, 5 members strong. They're split pushing. Exodia is winning the 1v1 against the tank as the Ahri, the Liandry's Torment, doing precisely what it was built for. He's gonna take this turret. The team is gonna take the dragon uncontested. This is massive for 50-50. They must be in a mental high right now, very much. And Quantify Force, if their mental game isn't super strong, they will be starting to doubt themselves right about now.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely need to. I mean, one of the most dominating, this also could be like, depending on how this game ends, this also could be the quickest victory that they have. It's still, it's a lot. Also, by the way, amazing factoid. I thought that was a really good, that was a great addition. I really enjoyed that one, and yeah, they look, we've seen 50-50 lose their heads before. Look, this is until that Nexus explodes, I am not calling it for 50-50. That being said, I'm calling it for 50-50. They are playing really well. They've been quite cautious, making sure to try and get these towers and objectives, not allowing any of these picks. They can't be too cautious. They do have to push this before, as I said, that Adivia gets online with her D-push, as well as the Amumu, but tentatively, and not trying to cast a curse. It is looking really good for 50-50 right now. They've just got to know how to end the game.
It is indeed. We have entered a bit of a lull state because no neutral objectives have been on the map. It's 2 minutes and a bit until the Baron respawns, and just over 3.5 minutes until Dragon's Soul is going to be available for the side of 50-50. And so everybody's just farming a bit. The lead not really growing. It's since that last turret take, it's about 6,500, which is pretty big still for 26 minutes into the game. And now it's all about one thing. 50-50 will need one more good fight. If they do find that, I think this game is over. But they do need to find it. And if you've watched this series like I have, it's not easy finding a good fight, but they may have found 3 members there, but they're only 2 themselves. And Momo found the Q and the ultimate. Cleanse immediately used by the Varus, and Lyre is alive. 2 teleports committed from one side, 1 teleport committed from the other side. Lyre is very low, gets the double knockout with the bomb, but falls immediately. But this Varus is just free firing. The Lulu ult on the Amumu just turns it around though. The Varus is dead. Glowin is here. Camille not coming still because the teleport got cancelled by the Ornn. The fight keeps going on. Exodia has taken a lot of damage from the Ashe, but comes out of the sun right now. Goes golden. Double kill for Glowon. Their lead is just too big. They're just slapping the opponents with their wallets. Anivia once again not being helped by the egg, and now only Ornn is alive. 3 versus 1. They're gonna push in the top lane. They're gonna take the inhibitor samurai. The lead has grown beyond 7,000 gold. 50-50 can do no wrong right now, and even if they do things wrong, it just turns out correct anyway.
Yeah, because Quantify had a lovely start to that fight, as I've knocked my mouse. They had a really good start to that fight. They were able to make it a 2v3, force the Varus cleanse, and then he ends up going down. Although, that was after, he wasn't focused, was able to get a lot of damage. I love this confidence that I'm seeing from Rickle. Just, no tanks in front of him, and he is just autoing. He's just facing up 3 members, and he does end up going down, but that damage was crucial in securing those other kills that Wizard and Glowon could then pick up. So, honestly, if you took the nameplates off and you asked me at the beginning of this series who's on blue side and who's on red side, Sejuani, or maybe even after the first game or something, Sejuani is 12 out of 13 kill participation. That would be like, oh, well, that's Steve-O, that's clearly. No, Glowon is smashing this. He's taken the gold lead, he took those kills early, and he's translated that into the biggest lead we've seen. Oh, Zidrex wants the fight.
Ash ult hits the Sejuani. Glow-on just goes in anyway. The Ornn has been called, but he can take so much damage because of the Satma. I mean, roots up 3 members, but it's just not enough. Exodia is on the flank, occupying 3 members of the enemy team. Goes over the wall with the Spirit Rush. They can't kill him. Ornn falls, meanwhile, and now even Xerath is being attacked. Lyre 1v1ing the AD carry. Can they get the stun off from the Braum? No, they cannot quite yet. And the Wizard, though, kills the support, and now Xerath is still doing incredible amounts of damage. Exodia, though, is unstoppable and will take that one, but this fight was much too close for 50-50 states. But the outcome is 4 of them alive, 4 of the enemy dead. Baron will be picked up. They will grow their lead beyond 10,000 gold after they have the Baron. They're choosing not to take it, though, because they want that Mountain Soul.
Okay, fair play to Xerath. He did everything in that fight. He was kiting perfectly, like pixel perfect kiting. Almost took out, if it wasn't for the Zonias, he really could have done something, but it just wasn't slightly enough. Just huge credit. That is a real demonstration of good mechanics, but once again, 50-50 just taking this game by the scruff of the neck. They're not throwing any away the leads. The fights are still close. They are too close, but Mountain Soul picked up. Baron is up. We've got, you know, the entirety of Quantify Force just looking to get a little bit of maybe vision in the area, look to see what they're doing, but this game is 50-50s to lose right now.
Yeah, and if these fights are this close, Mountain Soul is massive. And they've already not been able to kill the Wizard or Exodia yet. The Wizard has been healing with that Titanic, with that Ravenous Hydra, and these charms of Exodia have been landing. He's using the Spirit Rush very, very well to not get caught in any AoE damage, or at least in as little AoE damage as possible. And it seems like they can just take this Baron halfway uncontested as well, because the top lane inhibitor is still dead. It's not looking like Quantify Force can really challenge this Baron, and they're just gonna pick it up. And now for the first time, the gold lead is over 10,000. They have the Mountain Soul. This is just going to be a game that they need to close out quickly now to keep their mental advantage going towards a potential game 5 that they would win with this victory.
Yeah, and Camille, look, red buff can wait, okay? You've got end the game. Like, you've got a very clear plan. Like, the map is telling you what you should be doing. You've got mid, you've got bot. There's towers there. Reset, spend any gold, buy elixirs if you want, because this has to be the last push. Just push mid, bot. It doesn't have to be, but it should be, and that's good enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, you've got mid and top Ashe farming in that top side, trying to get as much gold as she can. Fair play, you know, it's the right thing to do, but you are very much looking at, you know, margins here of trying to get an advantage, where the tidal wave of 50-50 in this game, I'm gonna have to search up silver scrapes here, because I think we might be getting it, folks.
Yeah, it's looking quite good for them. Let's not curse them quite yet. They might have an 11,500 gold lead. They might have Mountain Soul and all that at 32 minutes into the game. This is by far the most one-sided game of this series so far, but it's not quite over the finish line yet. And if we have learned anything from these first 3 games, the game's not over until the Nexus explodes.
Yeah, so they really do need to, like, sync up now. Like, okay, you've all got your backs in, a little disjointed, but okay, they're positioning in the right place. You've got mid push. Make sure that syncs up with Camille. You maybe don't even need to push on this wave necessarily, because Camille isn't there applying that pressure. So just, yeah, sack the wave. Like, just keep your waves mid and then play with Camille. Even, you know, a good thing that Camille could be doing here is not even like clearing the waves as fast as possible, but just trying to see like how fast the waves are going to push and try and like sync them up together so they crash at the same time. But it looks like they'll do that, and they're not really contesting this tier 2. It'll be these tier 3s, Joe, where Quantify are going to make their last stand.
Yeah, I don't think they can really defend that one. It's very brave by Fox. Look at these Q2s from Camille. absolutely disgusting. Sejuani ult goes wide. That could be an angle for the side of Quantify, and it's looking like they're going for it. Big boy Stevo tries to go in, but gets charged. Flashes forward to get the cousin set mummy. Triple knockup from the Ornn ultimate. The damage is in, but it's only Lyra who goes low. Their wallets are just too big. They're slapping Quantify around. Cassandra will go into the egg, but not survive. The wizard is doing unbelievable amounts of damage before he dies, but it's too late. It's over. Double kill once more time for Glow on 8, 1, and 11, and on the Sejuani. Samurai, I'm gonna need you to put on the silver scrapes because 50-50 after being 2-0 down against the undefeated team of the season, they're bringing it to game 5 in the by far most dominating game we've had all series.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'll get it in a second, but we do need to talk about, oh my god, what just happened in that game. You know, that, like, the damage graph very much shows Ashe so much damage in those fights, did as much as she could, but just the rest of the map just could not match. And yeah, Exodia as well, perfect itemization with that Liandry's, exactly what they needed, was able to really take it to the Ornn in that side lane, just do the damage that they needed. And yeah, 50-50 taking it with the momentum now. Quantify Force, they could be losing their first series, maybe, and it will be their only series, because only one can get through to the grand final next week. Joe, I think we both need a break right now.
Yeah, and I'm extremely looking forward to this 5th game. That's going to be very, very hype. Can Quantify Force recover mentally from this absolute slobbering that they've just received from the side of 50-50? They've rolled over them, just completely dominated the game, and it's tough to reset your mind after this, especially since it was game 4. They've been on match point for more than an hour now. Far more than an hour. And they've not been able to do it. They were so close in the 3rd game. They had triple inhibitors down. They had Baron buff. They still lost that one. And in the next one, they got completely destroyed. Now, can they get their mental together and win the 5th one? Let's see. In about 5 minutes, we'll be right back.
Be right back, folks. Yeah, how did we like that one? I blasted that one at full volume. Anyway, I will just be putting on some lo-fi as we do need to get some sort of stuff sorted. I will be able to see chat. I've got my phone on charge, so hopefully I'll be able to see you in a bit. And yeah, we'll get everything sorted, as well as scores on the doors from the other game, which should be coming through, and I'll give that to you as well. So thank you very much, guys, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hello, everyone. Hope we're all doing well. Just take this like little opportunity to breathe, to just get ready for the game that we're about to have ahead of us. Make sure our voices are okay. Make sure you got a snack. Make sure you're all doing okay. As I need to drink more water. Clearly. We'll just go through the recap of the other game because it has been decided. Gracelight Ruby will go into the finals. Big shout out to Frostbite Mystics. Love you all over there. Really did put on a good fight, and getting a game again, especially from all we've been through. Getting that game is absolutely awesome. Much love to all the guys out there. So thank you so much, Joseph, Ari, Crinzy. I name you all right now, but my head is goddamn spinning. So yeah, great big shout out, and a real well done to Gracelight as well. See you in the finals, really deserved. Watched you through group stage, just keep getting better and better, and yeah, a deserved final. And they're probably watching right now, just thinking, oh my god, we didn't expect this, a 2-2, a fifth game. And yeah, Joe, I think you're back. And
just try to make sure to not try to RKO any giraffes before next week.
Yeah, maybe.
Because that could still prove quite lethal, as I'm still by my lonesome in the lobby for the fifth game. So I think teams are having a little pep talk between each other.
So that's not the case. We all joined a different lobby. I'm sorry.
Then I think all of y'all are in the wrong one, because I'm definitely in the correct one.
You are in the correct one. The reason is that Forks could not join that lobby. So we've had to join this one, which is it's annoying, but it's the final game. And
shouldn't we try one more time with invites and stuff, because of tournament, I don't know if the website will recognize this fifth game then, because
the website won't pick it up, but it can be manually put in. Yeah.
All right. If you say that, I will trust you that you have. I'm seeing that background production has approved of this, so we're gonna be fine. We're gonna have this fifth game, and I'm really looking forward to it, because I have absolutely not the faintest clue of an idea what to expect in this one. But we have to say the momentum is firmly in the hands of the team that will be on red side this game, which is 50-50, as it seems to me that the other side of Quantify Force have chosen blue side for the fifth game.
I said let Joe in, and it's like the who's Joe Mama. Good one. I was trying to get there as well in our cast, see if I could do like the Joe Mama thing, but he got there. So there you go. Regardless, yeah, this fifth game, like, okay, so first of all, what you need to do, and I'm not recommending Power Fruit's lesson here, but what Power Fruit would tell me is, first of all, you go for a smoke. You focus on your own mental first. You make sure you just reset and you're in a good headspace for this game. Just get some fresh air, walk around. We've got time. You've got time. There's no pressure here. And then after that, you just need to think, right, where I've been losing, where have I been finding my frustration, and how am I going to deal with that, in a sensible kind of way. I really feel like, yeah, maybe switch up these bans. I really think you can give the Maokai. I really think you should be taking away this Camille. Just,
or
switch
the
this up.
Sejuani, at least one of them.
Yeah,
right?
because 50-50, what they've gotten into now is a rhythm. They've gotten into a rhythm with this Sejuani. It's been playing with the melee champions. Look, if that means your entire draft theory has to go out the window right now and be like, okay, we're giving them these picks that we thought, they might be strong on, maybe you have to do that. Maybe just disrupt the rhythm of get rid of Sejuani. Yeah, this Camille is a real big problem. Let's get rid of it. And let's just tailor it to the series rather than to our prep. So just get them out of this. And they are going for blue side, which I understand. So maybe they really do, maybe they were fearing the Maokai, but were like, you know what? Let's pick the Maokai so we don't have to ban it. And we're going to use that ban somewhere else. So yeah, change it up, Quantify, and yeah, this third game, it can go anywhere right now, Joe.
Yeah, and for the side of 50-50, they of course need to formulate some sort of plan. What they want to do if the Camille or the Sejuani or even both of them are banned. What do we want to do in that case? And what's our game plan if that happens? Because they had the Wizard on a similar champion to the Camille. In the first game, it was Gwen. Gwen has been banned since then because he was doing so well on it. But the question is, do you really default back to the Gwen if the Camille is banned? Because they did lose that game despite a good game from him. And if not, what is the alternative? What do we go for to have the Wizard on a side lane champion that can still find these flank engages?
Teams are on the wrong side. Sorry, folks. Completely messed that one up. Anyway, try to do it now. Try to save it as fast as I can. Anyway, yeah, just you know what's happening. I just want to show you the draft. So, yeah, we still have the same bans coming out from 50-50. Same thing. I know it's scuffed. Go
No
and
bans.
Yeah, there we go. We have the ban away from Camille. Might suggest a Sejuani pick itself, unless they just want to go for that Maokai once again.
Let's see, first pick, Maokai, instant lock-in. It's still not quite clear if it's going to go to Fox or the big boy Stevo, which is a value of the pick, but then, of course, the Sejuani Varus, they have used in the last two games. Insta-lock, again, these teams seem to be quite sure of what they want to do. Now, let's see when we get deeper into the draft if some things change. Or if they keep being so sure that they keep insta-locking. And now that would be a big one.
That would be a big change.
No, it's Kane again.
Okay, so they won with Kane. It is something Big Boy Stevo, get him on, a carry. Big Boy Stevo's been having a great game and ensuring that he can have that good game on this Kane, be like, hey, we've got a good player here, we're going to get him on a good carry. And the Braum as well, it's shown to be really powerful no matter who gets their hands on it. Really respect that. There's a lot of options here though. You could go for the Rel again, even though it's not great into Braum. I didn't really like the Renata. I think we could go for other things. We'll see what they go for. Ooh, Jax against the Maokai.
Yeah, the Jax was banned a lot in recent games, but now with Quantify opting to ban the Camille instead, Jax is left open, and he is exactly the sort of champion that we would be looking for if we want a side lane champion that can find these flank engages and have impact in the fights. There it is, the Jax. It does take a little more time to ramp up to being threatening than the Camille does, and it's not quite as easy to get these long-range engages in because he can't like jump over walls and then a bunch of pixels. He only has that one jump. Meanwhile, the Ahri is not going to be in the hands of Exodia this game because it's been banned away, just like the Veigar on the other side.
So, like, in theory, like, I'm thinking about this matchup, and I feel like Maokai's fine. I feel like he has the Bramble route to get underneath the counter-strike. He has the knockaways. I think the pick of the Jax here could just be, hey, like, let's pick Camille, but it's not Camille. Like, I feel like Fiora would have worked here as well. I wouldn't go for this Renata pick. I understand it with, like, Kayn, Braum, and Maokai, but even, we saw this interaction before. Braum does block Renata ultimate, so is gonna pick it up. I mean, let him cook. You know, Liar's certainly been playing well these past 2 games, so yeah, we'll see if it goes well. I'm just gonna grab my phone.
Yeah, I'm not quite convinced by the Renata either, but of course it's up to Liar to prove us wrong, to prove us liars, so to speak. But Orianna locked in on the other side for Cassandra. That is what I call a team fighting mid laner. But now they need a lot of damage from their AD carry, because while Orianna can do a lot of damage, it's not the Syndra or Ahri that we're used to currently when we get to the mid lane meta, and it doesn't do quite as much damage, or at least has a harder time doing as much damage. And there's the Kai'Sa that has been banned a couple times and picked up another couple times for Zirad, and he's been doing very well on it. But this is a bit of a disjointed team comp, I feel like.
Yeah, okay, we're back, chat. What's happened?
He hovered the Silas that was banned the last 4 games, but in the end it is the Syndra that has also been banned, but not quite as much as the Silas has. Of course, Silas, good with strong ultimates on the other side, but I don't think against the Orianna it's quite as good as against some other mid laners, as you can only sombrero the ultimate, and you need to be in the thick of things, which of course Silas can. He would be his own ball delivery system, so to speak, but I think Syndra the much better choice here. You've got long range poke, you've got long range stuns, and you've got a lot of sustained damage, and you should be winning the matchup against the Orianna, but I'm not 100% sure on that, as I've not played this mid lane matchup in quite a while.
Yeah, so first of all, hi chat. I am loving the coffee pastas. Spammer Blizzard to help Wizard, Spammer Bow to help Glow. And so I'm so annoyed I've been missing all of this, but there's a couple of things that I'm seeing. Like, there is the draft perspective, but there's also just what these guys are thinking. So first of all, I think Rickroll, sorry, what's his name? Rickroll. Yeah, he's Rickroll. I think Rickroll is feeling a lot more confident now. The reason is I think it's allowed Exodia to go in Syndra, meaning, hey, I think I'm going to be able to do the damage in these fights. And he will need to do it. He will need to build that Rage Blade. Maokai, Braum, he has to get through this. I think the Orianna, because this was blind as well, it's just a good blind in general. But the reason it's gone for it, because it will work really well with Stevo going in. And I think this comp is kind of like, let's go around Stevo here, because you can use the Braum. I think he'll have a lot of, melee champions that will be able to stack that if he goes topside. And yeah, I'm not sure. I love Kai'Sa Braum. In like the... with all the context taken out, I would just say, oh yeah, Quantify Force, win this because they have the team fighting comp and they have... But with the context that we know, I really don't like giving over the Sejuani. I really would have either looked maybe Tristana or probably the Gwen even. I would have just let that go, especially because this Gwen did lose. I think the Sejuani is just something that Yeah, 50-50 have learned to play around, and now they're really comfortable with it. So we'll have to see, Joe. Predictions. What's your prediction?
My prediction is the reverse sweep is going to be completed. They've got 2 comfort picks. They've been on all their winning games, Sejuani and Varus. They've got the Syndra, which was banned a lot. And I think with all that hype against around that Sejuani and that Camille, I think Rico has been flying under the radar a little bit. He's been doing very well in these last 2 games on the Varus, and he's got it again. Of course, Renata Glask, a bit of a question mark in this game. I'm not sure how well I like it, but if you, for example, get a Renata ult off right as the Orianna ult is hitting your team, the enemy team can't capitalize it. Or if you're hit by the Maokai ultimate, just shoot the Renata ultimate out. They can't really fight you while they're hitting each other because they have to, you know? The question mark for me is, together with this Renata, is this Sejuani Jax front line strong enough? Because in their winning games, they've had a support front line together with that Sejuani and then the top line flanker with the Camille. Can Jax help fill that void, or can the Syndra long-range stuns help fill that void? That is going to be the big question, and of course, how well do Quantify coordinate their ball delivery systems with the Maokai Twisted Advance, or with the Kayn jumping onto people, or of course with the Kai'Sa ultimate, maybe with the ball. If they coordinate it well, they can of course swing team fights very, very quickly with these abilities, but they'll need to be at the absolute top of their game. And with how these last 2 games went, we kind of have to question a little bit if their mental will be strong enough to have these coordinated engages and fights.
Oh my god, yeah, we have the predictions coming in on chat, and currently we have 200,000 predicted for from Shadowhopper. Sorry, we will go to 10 seconds once again. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm on 5 right now, so I'll be at 10 in a moment.
People
pause now.
Yeah. So. We'll get into game now, and then I'll say my prediction. All right. So, anyway, so 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are live on Summoner's Rift for Game 5 of the second semi-final of Balance League's Division 3 to determine who will be the opponent in the finals. Of the team that also won the other semi-final, remind me again who it was, and the audience, of course.
Oh, well, Gracelight Ruby.
Yes, Gracelight Ruby's opponent is what we're looking for today. Quantify Force, who are on blue side in this 5th game. We're up 2-0 in the series. Had 3 inhibitors in the 5th game together with a Baron buff, and still yet in the 3rd game. But here we are still in game 5 now. With 50-50 on the red side in this game, having won the by far most dominating victory of the series in the 4th game. And now a bunch of important champions of these last 2 games have been banned, like the Camille. And now we're at a blank slate again. The game starts at 0. Everybody's on 2,500 gold. No invades for level 1. Everybody wants to play it a little bit more safe, it seems to me. And I can't wait for these teams to scrap.
Do you want me to give my prediction?
Of course. Give me a prediction.
I don't want to, because I really want 50-50 to reverse sweep, but I actually think Quantify are going to take it.
What's your reason?
So, yeah. The reason is, I think the one thing that we've seen from Exodia a lot is that he can be like a little bit off with his skill shot timings. I think he did clear that up with Ari, but Syndra is one of those where you've got to have, your skill shots used on time. I also think Steve-O is going to be able to carry this one, mainly because I think they just have the knowledge now of, we are playing around Steve-O. We're giving him the carry. We're not doing any team fight thing. I think that clarity for Forks, just going back to basics. Sorry, not for the Forks, for Quantify in general. Quantify is not just Forks. I think that is going to be exactly what they need. Cassandra already doing really well on this Orianna. I'm going to give this to Quantify, just because I'm doing like some 4D chess shit in my head. I might be like outsmarting myself here, because for all intents and purposes, 50-50 have gone so well. But I called 50-50 for the last couple of games. I called when they were going to win, and I don't know. I'm just not feeling it in this one, but we'll see. We'll see, Joe.
It's because of the Renata. But we have a mid lane gang flash stun, but Cassandra afterwards using flash very, very well to get out of that one. So it's flash for flash in the mid lane. But I think the mid laner's flash is a lot more valuable than the junglers.
Yeah, I'm already regretting that decision. But no,
It's too late now.
Yeah, it is too late now. I will stick by it. I'm either Thorin when he's good, or I'm Thorin when he's bad. Thorin known for amazing predictions or terrible ones. It's like there's no in between. And yeah, Kane going both these junglers going for a full clear here. The scaling. Yeah, it's probably going to be on the side of 50-50, but it's really execution-based. One good shockwave going in and it's all over. So we're going to see how this Jax can split push. Wizard's been having the game of his life right now, maybe pulling off one of the greatest sort of narrative upsets we might have ever seen in VL. I've only been casting for, a split and a bit, but yeah, it's certainly one for the history books here.
I mean, if they do win, it is going to be a big upset. That's a good scatter the week onto Cassandra. The shield is doing a lot of work, though, for the Orianna. And in the end, the health bars are pretty similar. I think in the early game, depending on how you trade, the Orianna passive that enhances your auto attacks is really, really powerful. But as soon as you get like to half an item, one item, Syndra should start taking over this a little bit more because of a bit more range. But we'll have to see how these players do against each other. Last game, Exodia was absolutely crushing the early game on that Ahri against the Anivia, which seemed like a comfort pick, but just didn't work out in the end. So we'll have to see how this Orianna will be working, as the Wizard seems to be very comfortable. Fox has no mana, and the flash is forced, just like that.
So, in my head, so I do not play top lane. Just gonna put that out right there. In my head, what happens there is that Fox W's underneath the counter-strike and then knocks away Wizard, who's used his leap strike, and he's able to get out. Obviously, that becomes a little more problematic, like when Jax gets cooldown reduction, but maybe he's just used it before. Again, he was down on mana, so he couldn't really do that. So, Wizard's already at a 13 CS lead, and all he's been doing is laning.
Yeah, just speaking about that, Maokai WQ is 120 mana, right?
Oh, wow.
And Jax EQ is 115, which is not a big difference, but it is a difference, especially considering to push the wave or to keep the wave even, Maokai is going to have to use saplings and sometimes even have to use Q to keep up with the push that Jax can keep up just by auto-attacking, right? So the mana bar is not really going to be favoring the Maokai in the early stages of the game. And that's what we just saw there. And it's now a double CS in the top lane. Just look at it. That does feel bad if you're Fox.
Yeah, I'm looking at the junglers right now. I think if I was Kane, okay, take that ward in the top side, and then I would be going hard on this bot lane. The only thing they have is their flashes to get out. Oh, good little trade there from Exodia, getting that with no response from Cassandra, but just they have no flashes. Liar, we know he loves to go for these crazy flanks. He is a guy who can int, and especially on a ranged champion with no dashes. Deadly Fish also did a really good job of stopping these backs, which is really good. Congrats to really important. But yeah, remain unpredictable, but just in your mind, know that this bot lane, this Syndra, especially with the shockwave up for Orianna, that's where you're going to be one to be focusing. But only Steve-O knows what Steve-O is going to do.
Look, when have you last seen a 30 CS solo lane lead at 7 minutes? That is nuts. And I don't want to be down on Fox too much because the Wizard has been doing very, very well. But damn, that is a big lead.
Oh, and like to mention, like Forks is like usually it's Styler who's in the top side. You know, Forks has just come in. You know, he's playing for the team, and it's great for him to do this. He's not like a sub technically, but he is like, you know, he's not usually the person who plays. It is usually Styler, and yeah, these tanks has just not been able to contain it.
Flash forward right into the Winter Spite. Braum has to flash as well. Support for support flash, and everybody walks away.
Yeah, so still no kills.
Oh no! Look at that top wave.
Oh.
It's freezing.
Oh god, that is horrible. Yeah, Forks buddy, it's a rough one right now. I don't know. I think he's listening to the stream. Well, given the last one, he was typing in chat. But yeah, it's a tough one up top lane. Almost a double CS difference. You want to, on the one hand, you want to call for jungle help, be like, hey, I need this wave fixed. But on the other hand, do you really want to, like, you know, Steve-O's your carry this game. He's the person that you want to. I also want to say Z-Red-X can also very much be the carry of this game. Absolutely, but just you don't want to take those jungle resources away from this bot side. So it's a tough one, and yeah, Forks is going to be feeling that dilemma and that pressure on him right now, as it has gone past double CS lead for FF the Wizard.
Yeah, and also, like, if you do gank top lane, right, and then if it goes wrong and this Jax gets a double kill, you can pretty much just FF, right? So, very risky to call for attention topside, especially now that Lyre has shown there. The Renata is there. It's a scrap for the Rift Herald. We're gonna see these teams facing off for the first time in this game, and this time the first strike is going to come from Quantify. They're almost already killed the support Lyre on this death throws. The shockwave was big. The ultimate came in as well from Steve-O onto Exodia, who will fall. It's a 2-0. Double kill for Steve-O. That's what you want when you're a Quantify fan. And they just were there quicker.
I fucking told you. I said Lyre is gonna walk in. He's gonna interlock. He is not on these, melee tanky, support. He will walk into a brush blind as, level 5, no ultimate either. That is huge. Will not be able to pick up the Rift Herald as they didn't have the health for it, but great pickup. That's 2 kills on your main carry, who, by the looks of things, isn't at all bothered about going for Rast. That looks like a blue cane build to me, maybe going for this Youmuu's. So we're gonna see a different Steve-O in this game.
I'm interested to see what he's gonna decide on. But for now, gold's still almost even, despite these 2 kills. Rift Herald not picked up, crucially. Everybody was too low to try to go for a play there. With 2 minutes until the next dragon, which is gonna be a Chemtech one. And now let's see where these junglers decide to put their attention. Meanwhile, it's a 3-man gank mid lane. Flashes used, ults used. That's a dead Orianna. Very well executed from 50-50. They take a kill in the mid lane, and that was just super well done. But Z-Red has a lot of free time on this turret now, as the Rift Herald is looking to be picked up by the side of 50-50. It's a trade, and we'll have to see if it was worth it after this Herald was used, I think. Because that's the 2 plates that you get with a Herald. I think Z-Red is just gonna get them right now.
Yeah, and like look at this. I mean, the Z-Red-X almost literally has 110 CS per minute at 11 minutes. He is doing insanely well, trying to get as much gold in him as he can. Good map play there from 50-50, but this certainly shows to me, just by the way that Quantify are playing this, that they are not out for the count. Big boy Steve are going for the Eclipse here, so that can be quite flexible. Probably will end up going for the Rast, as Rast still does a lot of damage anyway, regardless, because, he's Rast. Nice knockback from Fox there. But still, like Kai'Sa and Big Boy Steve-O, these are your 2 players who have won you these games in past. They have shown they have the mechanical skills on this day, and they're proving it again. This is still so close. Rickroll!
Flash forward from Braum. Rickle gets caught in the ultimate knockup, and now Zirat is there to follow up. One more auto will do it. That's a kill. 2v1 in the bot lane. You just can't walk that far up if you're the AD carry and your support is in base or in the mid lane. It doesn't really matter. You just can't be there. I want to draw your attention to top lane farm once again, though. Speaking of top lane, there's the Maokai. That's a great flash W. Exodia will pay for that with his life. Now the Wither is theirs too. He's already flashing the mastery. He knows he's going to get this kill. It's the shutdown on Big Boy Steve-O. Now they have to get out. It's a 4v3. They're trying to run as fast as they can, and they will get out of this one. And the Wizard is proving why this Jax has been banned away from him so many times. He's already finished the Divine Sunderer. He's just picked up another kill. The Dragon's alive. The teams are not ready to give this one up. Both of them aren't. So probably the next fight about to happen there, as Exodia is already teleporting to the mid lane.
So Steve-O had ultimate there. The reason he couldn't get it off because he was literally CC'd the entire time. The layering of CC from 50-50 was perfect, and it had to be perfect. Otherwise, Steve-O could have really caused a lot of chaos, gotten out, or even got another kill for the side of Quantify. So that was a huge shutdown. I think it goes towards the Jax as well, which is doubly bad. But it's very tension. It's very contentious right now. Literally even gold, like 50 gold in it right now. And like you cannot take your eyes off this for a minute. And this is what I love to see in a game 5.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to have a game 5, you want it to look like the first 3 games of this series, or this one actually, and Exodia keeps trying to find good enough damage onto Cassandra to be able to use that unleashed power, but the shield from the Orianna E is just keeping Cassandra healthy enough throughout most of these exchanges. But look at his turret. It's taken a lot of damage. Of course, that was with the help of the Rift Herald. Let's not forget that. But Exodia is also 15 CS, 16 CS up. And that is contributing a lot to the goal being even, along, of course, with the Wizard in top lane. Because in bot lane, they're quite a ways behind.
Yeah, it is so interesting. I'm transfixed on. I know we've talked a lot about gold, and I think it's a great thing to focus on. And it's like, it's so close. It is so close right now. And the only thing that is like quite significant is like, yes, this gold is very different when we look at it on the screen. You know, it is very different in where this gold is concentrated. Oh God, Rico, get out of there.
They're going for Rickle, but they don't know that Lyra is behind, and there comes Sejuani. The ultimate lands onto Deadly Fish, and he's about to be a dead fish. The Renata ultimate not quite doing anything, and Deadly Fish actually gets out of there.
Yeah, that was really well played. The Renata ultimate actually maybe even helping him, just, you know, having an attack speed. I don't know, but it just did not work out, and Deadly Fish is able to survive. Still dead, even gold. And like, here's the thing, there is one other thing other than the gold being in very disparate places right now, and it's these 2 dragons that have been taken by 50-50. That adds pressure, because I don't think Quantify is going to want to put themselves in a position of being at soul point for the next, 4 dragons if they were going to have to take that. That will definitely be into Baron territory. You don't want 50-50 to get a Baron, because they are quite short range. Oh, but they're going for a kill there on the 50!
Yeah, Steve-O really wants to transform before the next dragon. The Wizard is able to flash away from this one, but still takes a lot of damage, and they have a big wave. They could still dive, but Syndra is on the way up. But right behind her is the man with the mustache bomb. This could be a big double stun for the Wizard, but it isn't. The ultimate has been used from the Kayn, and he's going in, and he's not quite getting the kill, and will fall. It's 2 for the side of 50-50. Absolute disaster for Quantify.
Oh, there could be game. Oh, it very much couldn't be, but it was the right play, just seeing it. But a brilliant roam from Exodia, and just did not have. It was inches of damage that was needed on Wizard, but they survive, and now that's a bounty on Jax. That is this team getting ahead, and now we are 1 minute 15 away from Dragon, and you have got 50-50 in the driving seat right now. This could not go well. Ooh, good flash.
Good flash from Exodia there.
to note, they also took that bot lane turret and are now 2,000 gold ahead. 1 minute until the next dragon. Stevo has transformed into Rast once again, so it's not going to be the assassin, Kane. But I agree with the take. He's going to need that tankiness. He's going to need that ability to knock people into the air with that Q. And of course, the tankiness is going to be real useful if he wants to have that Orianna ball on his head. So I think probably the right choice to not go assassin Kane. Especially if your main opponent this game is going to be the Wizards Jax.
Yeah, my legs were actually just shaking there right now for 50-50 because I Sejuani was going for wolves and I was like, oh my god, take this scuttler right now. Take this scuttle crab, I swear to god, this is like a mini objective right now. You need that movement speed. Just for these fights, for the Jax, for the Sejuani, for your, for Rickroll to be able to just have that mobility in his fights. This, I really value scuttle crab. I think it's a highly underrated thing, although, and they're looking for it. They're looking for a pick.
There's the trap. Deadly Fish has been caught by a lot of ultimates at once and he's dead. But that shockwave was absolutely massive. They destroyed the backline. The Wizard is trying to do what he can, but only 3 members of his team are dead now. It's only Sejuani and Jax, and they have to run for the hills. Cloan will actually be caught as well. That is not survivable, and only the Wizard stands against 4 people. That was the best shockwave I've seen all season.
They clumped up. They clumped up against a Sejuani, and they clumped up against an Orianna, and that is the combo. They will not give up here, will Quantify. They will not until, the final Nexus has fallen. That stops the dragon stacking. That Kane has form as well. That was huge for that fight.
Look at this. Teleport from Exodia. They're still wanting to fight this. Jax is around. They have not given up on the dragon stacking or on this Cloud Dragon, but I think it's been taken. Not sure if that teleport is now wasted or if they're still looking for a fight. Lyre is looking for that. Stun dance from the Scatter. The weakest Cassandra is so very low, but the unleashed power has been blocked by the Brawl Machine. It doesn't matter. The Wizard goes in, gets 2, and that is what they needed after the dragon was taken away from them. They maintained the lead.
Yeah, the gold is good, but I feel like the tower is actually the critical thing here. Just disrupting that map, just not allowing anyone who wants to safely farm in mid. But they're pinging towards Baron. It's 20 minutes. I don't think Quantify predict this. They're gonna go for Baron.
Yeah, Orianna is dead still for 6 seconds. Maokai has just recalled. They're not aware of this. They're gonna take this. No, they should be aware of this. Maokai is teleporting to the top lane, and they're trying to contest. Big boy Stevo gets caught by Scatter the Weak. There comes Jax. He has no way out. He's just dead. DH Exodia picks up that kill, and they get the Baron as well. Can they get their members out with the buffs? It's very much looking like it. Stevo tried his utmost, but just got caught on the corner of the Scatter of the Week. Exodia, just like the Wizard, is proving why the champion he's playing right now has been banned away from him a couple of times. These Syndra E's have been absolutely crushing in the deciding moments.
Oh my god. And that was set up not only by 50-50's, macro awareness, knowing what Quantify wanted to do, but their vision. There was no vision on that Baron. They had to use a blue ward. They half suspected it when they saw no people on the map, and then the blue ward revealed Baron was at 4,000 health. Great choice by Exodia as well, locking up the Kane, knowing that Stevo could very much, he has the skills to be able to steal this. And oh my god, I cannot believe what I might be seeing here. A team that came like 4th in the group stage was just seeing, struggled against, quite a few teams, and, was not even in the conversation for finals. Are on the cusp right now, Joe, of pulling off one of the greatest upsets VL will see. I can't believe what I'm watching.
Yeah, and now they're all wearing purple, 5 of them. The Wizard in the top lane with teleport available, and they're looking for this inner turret in the bottom lane. Just 3 of them stacking in that brush. If
just looking if maybe Quantify want to defend this inner turret. Kai'Sa trying to scout, but not quite finding them. They're still sitting there patient while Exodia is just hammering down this turret. And now they're looking for it. The stun lands onto the Orianna, the Sejuani ult to follow, and that's an easy kill. Exodia picks that one up, his 5th of the game. 2 items completed, and absolutely massive damage. Now Stevo is trying to do something, anything, but just alone against 4, there is no single thing he can do. Meanwhile, the Wizard in the top lane, the Maokai can't really contest, and the push keeps going. They're still all with the Baron buff. They are now 6,000 gold ahead at 22.5 minutes. They're going to pick up yet another turret. That's going to grow their gold lead even further. And now they're rotating to the top lane to take the last tier 2 turret that Quantify Force have on them. They're trying to find a fight here, but Jax is just doing so much damage. Fox using that ultimate, using those nature's grasp. Another stun lands onto him. Oh, that was dangerous. Stevo goes forward there into the Sejuani charge. That could already be very, very dangerous. But for now, 50-50 are happy with what they've achieved. Oh no! The knockup lands! The shutdown lands! But the fight is still on! The Wizard fancies his chances, is exhausted, but Rico gets the kill on the Fox. Here comes the Renata ultimate, everybody goes berserk! They get the shutdown onto the Jax! And big boy Stevo in the backline is doing everything. Rickle flashes away from that knockup, and they get the kill onto the jungler. Now the other jungler falls as well. The Sejuani said Rickle gets tagged by Ziret's W, and the ultimate goes forward. And I've said these words so many times this series, against all odds. Quantify Force this time. Win a team fight from 7,000 gold down. Take another turret. And now they're less than 3,500 gold behind. What a fight! 4 for 1.
Yeah, and they're all still dead. This means Prior for Dragon. They built up so much vision around this bot side, and Braum is going to come in. He's going to be able to detect it all, just clear it all out, spot it out to his team. They'll have first on this river. It is now only 3,000 gold in the lead. They'll be able to clear it out. They'll have time. The side of 50-50, they're rushing to this. There will be no soul point, that's guaranteed here. Big boy Stevo, he did so much in that fight, setting it up then for Z-Red-X to come in and really put the pain on and secure those kills. It's still a long way to go, don't get me wrong here, for Quantify, but this is the sign of life that they need, and a pit in their stomach of 50-50 fans out there, as it might be the case that Quantify, the team that has not lost a series, they might be back.
The Glow-On's already been dropped to half HP from these Kai'Sa Ws. The champion is just so valuable when it comes to these long standoffs, especially if you go AP like Zired has done. Or like halfway AP at least. Look at this. The damage is so big. Glow-On gets the stun onto Deadlyfish, but that's not where you want it to be. But that Berserk almost tags the old team, but it just does not. The Wizard already half HP. The Kain inside his head, and the chase is on. It's looking like Quantify are going to win this, but the Shockwave only hits one. The Wizard is still not hittable, and he's going to get the kill on the Fox. It looked doomed, but they turn it around. It's still kind of an even fight. It still could go either way, but the Kai'Sa is still alive. Ultimate not available for anyone on the map. And they are chasing 50-50 away from the dragon. And the momentum, ladies and gentlemen, that so many times has been mentioned this series has turned once again. Quantify Force are feeling themselves right now.
Oh, yeah, I am gonna have to probably be quieter now because it's going towards like 10:45 right now. But oh my god, do not mistake that for a lack of intensity. Stevo is playing out of his mind. He was able to disrupt the Wizard, make sure he couldn't get any damage on. Then he went around the side, and it just meant while 50-50 was so just disjointed and trying to figure out where this Kain was, it allowed Cassandra getting a beautiful shockwave onto 2, and then Stevo just keep with the disruption, the healing. This is both teams at their very best right now, going at it. We might have said that Quantify Force, they're a team, even if they win, they're going to have a lot of problems. But this might be the game that Quantify Force are reforged in the fires of a Game 5 in the semi-finals. They're certainly pulling it back now.
Yeah, and they're looking for the Jax. They've all collected. They're all gathered. The Scuttle Crab was not what Jax wanted to get because 4 members of the enemy team were there, and now it's been caught by the side of Quantify Force. They will have that crucial piece of vision. Meanwhile, though, Exodia is pushing the bot, and so far not been answered yet. Very, very, very important in that last team fight was that Lyre's ultimate, the hostile takeover, just had not the range to tag the other members, but now Exodia is teleporting behind, and from the front comes the rest of the team. Baron is dropping lower, but still at a lot of HP. Now, Berserk not quite doing what it should be, that hostile takeover, but they're gonna kill Fox. Meanwhile, the top laner versus the jungler, Exodia goes golden. The fight is on the other side. Xerath is godlike. He is doing so much damage. He cannot be stopped. He's ulting, and Xerath is destroying Rickle as well. Lyre will fall. Exodia is by himself. Triple kill for Cassandra. But this fight belongs to Xerath. He is absolutely putting the team on his back in this 5th game. They're gonna pick up Baron Nashor as well for the first time in Game 5. The gold lead is in the hands of Quantify Force.
Oh my god, the Z-Red-X come up so clutch. Rickroll just could not get the damage down, especially when Z-Red-X so far ahead, 3,000 gold up, and then also just look at the kill participation. 20 kills and 19 KP on the Orianna, and 18 on the Braum. They have been playing as a team, as a unit, and from like 7,000 gold down, Quantify back in the lead.
Yeah, and now the gold is very, very close between these two teams, but one of the teams is wearing purple. They're gonna take more time. The ultimate lands onto Lyre, the lockup as well, and Cassandra is dominating. Another death for Lyre. We have said it in Champ Select, this Renata Glusk might just not be it. Another lockup lands onto Exodia. That's a double kill for Cassandra. Lockup lands as well, and Rickle has to flash away. The Sejuani ultimate Glacial Prison just not doing anything. They're going to get this inhibitor turret as well. This could already be the final push. The death time on Exodia is 40 seconds.
Orianna has TP. Orianna has TP.
They're coming in. They're gonna try it. They're gonna want to end this. Can they actually do it? It's a 5v3. Lyra is respawning in 5 seconds. The Nexus turrets are being hit by these 2 cannon minions. And look at that Kai'Sa damage. The poke is just absolutely huge. They just cannot stand anywhere. They need to dodge these Ws that are absolutely destroying them. Look at this. Rickle got hit by one of them. He's half HP. First Nexus turret forwards. The fight could be on. The damage is good. The hostile takeover is not doing enough. Fork might be dying, but he's just not. The wizard cannot do enough. Nexus is exposed. This is the final fight. Double stun from the wizard, but it's not enough. Cassandra gets the last hit on the Nexus, and avoiding reverse sweep, Quantify Force are in the finals.
Who fucking called it? Who the fuck called it? I'm just saying that right now. But what a series. Oh my god. 50-50, they had it all. 7,000 gold lead, the momentum, but that one fight, and you could just tell that mentally they really fell, and Quantify just found advantage after being beaten down in 2 games for the past hour. They have been behind as 50-50 might take everything away from this team that has won every single series they have played. But Quantify had the mental, they had the fortitude to push through, and they remain undefeated in a series. Grace like Ruby, you have got a team that is built different right now, because Quantify Force are coming next week for the finals for that Valence League trophy.
Yeah, and be sure to tune in next week at 6 p.m. British Standard Time, because we'll be there. But just this one decision, right? Your mid laner gets caught and dies. Your 4v5. They have expanded a lot of ultimates, but not the Kai'Sa ultimate. And 50-50 do flip their coin once again and decide to try the 4v5 fight. And from then on, it all went wrong. And then in the next fights, they keep getting the Sejuani ultimates only on the tanks where they don't need them to be. They would have needed to kill either the Orianna or the Kai'Sa. And absolute huge props to both Cassandra and Zered, who kept themselves safe in these important team fights and did absolutely everything that they needed to do, not distract, of course, from a great performance from all the members of the team in this fifth game. Forks looked like he was about to die about 50,000 times in these fights, but he did not die. He went 0-4-16. That is still a 4.0 KDA, despite having to lane against the Wizards Jax, who was ahead, very ahead early on. But a 7,000 gold lead was not enough for 50-50 to bring home this fifth game. And yeah, big props to Quantify Force, being 2-0 up, then losing a third game after having 3 inhibitors down and Baron buff, then getting stomped in the fourth game, and then coming back in a fifth game where you're 7,000 gold down to win like this. That takes a huge amount of mental fortitude, and I just can't praise them enough.
So, a couple of things. First of all, to any member of Quantify, I know you are probably so tired. It has been like commiserations to 50-50. Honestly, much love in the chat for both of these teams, giving us such an amazing, one of the best VL streams we've had in so long. Both love for all these teams. To the members of Quantify, please, if you can spare us an interview and, let us know. Come into the interview waiting room in the VL Discord. Oh my god, we need to know what was going on in your heads, because that must have been so tough to go through. And thank you all to the chat, people in chat, making this stream like what it is, what VL is all about, because that was one in a split, one in a year type of game to be cast, denying the reverse sweep, and wow.
Yeah, and this wasn't even the final. We're gonna have the final next week, and if it's as interesting as this one and as exciting as back and forth as this one, man, do we have a series on our hands here. And of course, as you said, commiserations to 50-50. They really put their everything into this series. They were so close to losing it 3-0, and then they were so close to winning it in a reverse sweep. They have really made the high favorites sweat for this victory. A lot of people were probably predicting an easy 3-0 for the undefeated team, remember, of the regular season. And this was everything but an easy victory. And so very well done as well to the side of 50-50. They've done amazingly throughout this series.
Yeah, we are just getting them in now. We are going to be having Stevo and Z-Red-X, two of the people who arguably, carried that final game and played just out of their minds throughout the entire series. And I cannot wait for them to get in here. They are in the waiting room, so we will drag them in. And yeah, we will be here right now. Oh my god, guys, you must be tired out of your minds, but congratulations, you have made the VL finals. How are you both feeling?
Relieved after nearly throwing the 3-game lead, honestly.
Oh yeah, that was yeah. Say what you want to say.
No, I was just gonna agree that I'm exhausted.
So are we. You can believe that. That was an amazing series to watch and cast. You've given us a real big piece of entertainment tonight. And I have to ask, after you had, you basically had the 3-0 in the bag, right? And then you still lose that one. And then game 4, you get stomped. How were your spirits before the 5th game? Were you doubting, or were you still quite sure you could take the 5th one?
Well, I think we all took a mental reset after game 4, had a 5-minute break, and then we was all chilling. I think we knew we had to win it for Forks. Bringing in, we had to keep a 100% win rate.
First of all, just to the people in chat, if you want to ask any question to Stevo or ZRedX, please put your questions in chat. But I just want to get something. Thank you very much to Josh for this. ZRedX, this is your second time qualifying for the Division 3 finals. How does that feel for you, and what's this mean to you, and yeah, your perspective?
To be fair, like the first time was with Team Fireflies, but I was as a sub, so I was on and off for multiple series. So I don't think I should take the credit for that one. So I would say that it's my first time making it to this to the finals, and it obviously feels better because I'm here doing the work.
Yeah, as
work you did. Sorry, work you did in that fifth game. What was the thought process between alternating between this Kai'Sa and the Xayah, and what made you choose the Ashe over the Kai'Sa in the fourth game?
To be honest, like when it comes to pick and bans, it's more of a collective decision with the coaches. I think like the Ashe was fine. Like we didn't have an angle for the Kai'Sa there, but I don't know what to tell you. Like we discussed it, we came up with Ashe being better for the picks, and we went for it.
I think it was just an issue of falling behind early game. We lacked damage. Obviously, Ashe is not the carry. They rolled, I think, triple Mountain Drake, and at that point we just did 0 damage to them, and they just roll over us.
I just want to say though, like even though like it didn't work out in game 4, ZRedX, your mechanics on Ashe, you were doing so much. I saw like you all, like if there wasn't Zonias or like your spacing and your kiting was honestly, it was some of the best we've seen in VL. So don't beat yourself up, but maybe just on a broad scale here before we get some questions and input chat. What broadly did you think went wrong in that 3rd to 4th game? And then from that, each of you can take different parts of this if you want. From that 5th game and that mental reset, what did you decide to do differently to overcome it?
To be fair, I got tilted after I threw the 3rd game from that death trying to kill the LeBlanc. I got tilted and then I came back again, and the last team fight I focused. I had the worst target focus in my ADC history. So I was tilted after that game, and then with the Ashe game I did my best, but it wasn't like it didn't work obviously. And then it's all about the mental reset, honestly. Like we all knew that, yeah, we lost, whatever. We still have a fresh game.
Yeah, and so was there any sort of play style that was different in that 5th game? Because I was really calling for the Sejuani ban, but then also like the Sejuani, was it just the play style that you really did find well? A big shout out to Stevo because you carried, both of you did, honestly, and even shout out to your whole team as well because they really stepped it up in ways that just can't be really described, like especially not in this interview and the time we have now. It's like 12 p.m. Central Eastern time. Like you guys gave us a banger, but yeah, just what do you have to say to that?
Well, I think the issue with the Sejuani is they could just pick, like Maokai does the same thing, so we just got to pick the worst of the evil. Sejuani's normally a free scaling matchup, so we just went back to the think, what can I pick? It's free scaling. We went back to the Kayn that worked the first game. We knew they're going to play extremely aggressive. I believe we probably got off to a lead in that game before we did the throw around the Drake and they got the 20-minute Baron, but so it was kind of working until that point, but we just knew our comp was very strong if we stayed together, just look for the Orion ults on whoever.
Yeah, we saw a pattern from Glow on their jungler, and we recognized the pattern, and we kept it in mind in game 5, and it worked well because we didn't throw the early game like we did multiple times, I think.
to be fair, I'm not sure if you're aware, but before that 5v4 team fight you had in the top lane at the inner turret where you killed the Syndra and then it was a 4v5 fight, you were about 7,000 gold down at that point, and then you still turned it around. But it seems like you didn't feel that behind because was it because the Kai'Sa was still so strong?
Yeah, I believe we had. I might have had 3 items on Kai'Sa, but we knew she definitely had 2 items, so she was really strong. And then they were playing quite. Syndra kept getting caught out as well, was a different thing. Obviously, Kayn can just run through the wall and just catch them out. They're mobile carries. So
Yeah, we saw a misposition from Syndra and we just capitalized on it, honestly.
Okay.
Like,
well,
they made the mistake
Mhm.
and we picked it.
Well, I've been left speechless by that game because it was so back and forth, so hyped to cast. I think you've had the highest VL viewership we've had in the entire the time we've had in Split 2. So congrats to you all and congrats to 50-50. But we gotta end it off by we always give our guests, the people who come on to chant us, a chance to shout out who they want to shout out, say what they want to say. And Steve OZ, you played out of your mind, so grueling. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't want to say anything at all. I just want to go to bed. But Steve O, Z Red X, the floor is yours.
I'd just like to shout out Forks and Forks' wife for letting him play, even though it's her birthday today. He had a last minute fill in, so he was just.
Oh.
He asked her he said, please, can I play? He promised a 3-0, which we obviously didn't happen. So,
Almost.
apologise to Forks' wife for throwing game 3. And,
Yeah, the loss would have been double.
yeah.
But I like to shout out, honestly, our coaches. They do amazing work every single game with their drafts and their opinions, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much for that. With that, before I give it over to you, Samurai, for the last time tonight, I want to thank you guys for being here and for playing this amazing series. And I want to thank everybody for watching. And don't forget to tune in next week at 6 p.m. British Standard Time for the finals of VL's 3rd division between Gracelight Ruby and Quantify Force, and I think it's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah. Congrats to both of you guys. You did awesome. And yeah, get some rest. And yeah, see you next week. Congrats to all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you guys.
Thank you.
So here's the thing, Joe. I've just looked at my at my stream timer. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. We have been going for a long time.
And I've been happy to be here every second of it.
It's been a brutal one, but my god, was it worth it. It was an amazing stream. Shout out to everyone in chat. Shout out to everyone. We got subscribers. We had drama, almost a reverse sweep, and gave us everything that VL is known and loved for. So, yeah, Joe, thank you so much for being here with me for this. You did so amazing. I think that was a really good cast. Thank you.
I can only give that back. It's always a pleasure to be here with you. And yeah, really looking forward to next week. And for now, just a good night to everybody. Thanks for being here. And yeah, have a good night's sleep because it's late. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, all right. Have fun, guys. Take care. Bye.